Look at the baby in the picture. He suddenly opens his big, beautiful eyes. From his wise gaze, you can tell he is a reincarnator. His previous life was very bleak. After marriage, his rebellion failed, and the emperor had his entire family executed. While on the run, he was murdered by his treacherous husband and a maid. At this thought, veins bulged on Mi Yochu's tender face. In this life, he will protect his family well and absolutely not repeat the same mistakes. So, through day after day of self-discipline, Mi Yuchu finally sculpted the most perfect physique. Looking at Mi Yochu's powerful, bodybuilding-like figure, his sister-in-law and father both showed expressions of disbelief. As a young lady from a noble family, being so strong and powerful was clearly not in keeping with her status. Finally, through his relentless efforts, Mi Yuchu was able to control his muscles at will. At this, his family was moved to tears. Seeing their daughter regain her stunning beauty, the great General Zhuge suddenly gave a wicked smile. Little Chu, at the young lord of Prince Ding's mansion's recovery party today, you must charm 7 or 8 men for your father. Speaking of the young lord's recovery party, in the previous life, His Highness the young lord of Prince Ding's mansion lost his memory and fell into a coma. Not long after the unlucky young lord woke up, he had a conflict with Mi Yochu's younger brother, who had come to visit. After that, their relationship broke down, and they would even get upset just hearing each other's names. Because our family was in the wrong, Dad decided to send me to the young lord's recovery party to bring a young lord back as his wife. Mi Yuchu muttered the young lord's name. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. If Dad knew that in the future, this young lord's family would cause the general's mansion to have its entire family executed, would he still let me go to the young lord's side? But this is good too. Mi Yuchu immediately decided to take this opportunity to completely nip this ill-fated relationship in the bud. The next day, in front of Prince Ding's mansion, Mi Yuchu, with a look of despair, was squeezed in the middle of the crowd. Did this unlucky young lord invite every single young lady from the entire capital? In the previous life, this young lord was known as the shame of the capital. However, with his handsome face, he still captured the hearts of many young ladies. But after this young lord lost his memory, he became humble and eager to learn, becoming the glory of the capital that everyone praised. Thinking of this, Mi Yuchu sighed and rested his forehead in his hand. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have fallen for this guy in his past life. But the strange thing is, after his rebirth, he couldn't remember that guy's face no matter how hard he tried. The shouts of the girls around him suddenly brought Mi Yuchu back to his senses. The main gate of the mansion slowly opened, and that man finally appeared before everyone. Looking at the wicked smile, the seductive posture, and the fiery entrance, this is the legendary glory of the capital. The young lord of Prince Ding's mansion, Su Buxiao. This flamboyant entrance left all the young ladies present dumbfounded. Mi Yuchu only felt his scalp tingle. The one he fell for in his past life was definitely not this thing. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu felt a wave of dizziness. Su Buxiao, who was nearby, noticed instantly. Just as Mi Yuchu was about to fall, he reached out and pulled Mi Yuchu into his arms. Mi Yuchu's eyes instantly showed killing intent. "Miss, are you blind? Otherwise, how could you just barge into my heart like that?" The young lord's words instantly caused the young ladies present to erupt. Su Buxiao made no attempt to hide it and walked right up to chat with the young ladies in front of him. The young ladies exclaimed that they wanted to see the new kitten the young lord's family had. On the other side, meeting His Highness the young lord again, Mi Yuchu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He felt that the Su Buxiao of this life was different from the one in his past life. This bastard has become even greasier, disgusting and foul. At this moment, Mi Yuchu just wanted to find a place to wash his face. A moment later, a piercing scream came from within Prince Ding's mansion. A fierce lion stared viciously at everyone present. Su Buxiao, standing to the side, pretended to be mysterious. "Everyone, no need to panic. This is a new type of glass developed by the Prince Ding's mansion team. Even a lion can't scratch it. For just 998, you can take this special glass home. With this glass, even the biggest cat can be contained." But just as Su Buxiao was vigorously promoting it, a lion's paw went through the glass, directly slapping Su Buxiao senseless. The scene changes. An elephant, through a heart-shaped glass, dangles His Highness the young lord in the air. Mi Yuchu looked at the idiot before him and couldn't help but sigh softly. Now he was completely sure. In his past life, he could never have possibly fallen for this piece of trash. It must be said, this young lord is quite fated. After being ravaged by a lion and an elephant, he was still able to continue promoting his ultra-transparent organic glass, completely unscathed. This time, what was to be exhibited was a super-duper cute red bean python. Su Buxiao was extremely confident in the new glass he developed, but the next moment, he fell right through the glass and into the exhibition area. It turned out that the reason this piece of glass was so clean was because the mansion's servants hadn't had time to install it yet. At this moment, the mansion's servants were in a panic. After all, in this pit, there was a 1,000-year-old giant python and other ferocious beasts. Mi Yuchu sighed silently at this. The maid beside him looked terrified. If the young lord falls from this height, won't he be turned into a pulp? Mi Yuchu didn't care at all. In his past life, when Su Buxiao fell into the water, Mi Yuchu had risked his life to save him and bring him ashore. But after Su Buxiao woke up, he thought it was the maid Dupi who had saved his life. No wonder the two of them later developed feelings for each other. Who cares? Anyway, this time, he wouldn't save him even if it killed him. Just at this moment, an angry shout came from behind Mi Yuchu. Princess Xiangxiang of Princeland's mansion heard Mi Yuchu dare to curse the young lord and slapped him on the shoulder, wanting Mi Yuchu to go down and be buried with the young lord. However, the next moment, she froze in place. The seemingly frail Mi Yuchu didn't move an inch. This made Princess Xiangxiang even more furious. She pushed Mi Yuchu with all her might, but ended up lunging at empty air. Seeing Princess Xiangxiang about to fall into the beast pit, Mi Yuchu habitually pulled her to his side, but he himself carelessly slipped and fell over the edge. Terrified screams came from the shore, but they weren't concerned about Mi Yuchu at all. Instead, they rushed to rescue Princess Xiangxiang. Meanwhile, His Highness the Young Lord had already become a tasty meal in the red bean python's belly. However, Su Buxiao's corny pickup lines were too greasy. The giant red bean python spat out a wad of old phlegm, sending Su Buxiao flying. Having lost its appetite, the red bean python was about to leave, but Su Buxiao grabbed its tail. At this point, Su Buxiao seemed to have hit his head. He grabbed the giant python and started getting close. It turned out he had deliberately fallen into the beast pit. The system had told him that his beloved would come to save him. So, before meeting his beloved, the poor giant python had to continue performing a life and death show with Su Buxiao. Suddenly, a gust of wind caught Su Buxiao's attention. High in the air, a huge King Kong Barbie holding a vine, like Tarzan, glided down from above. This scene scared Su Buxiao and the giant python so much they practically exploded on the spot. Is this the legendary beloved? If one day they were flirting and fighting, wouldn't he be beaten to death with one punch? And the next moment, a jade-like foot appeared out of nowhere, kicking the young lord's face so hard it caved in. Mi Yuchu's expression didn't change. His muscular body gradually returned to normal. Wait, it seems I kicked something just now. The scene changes. The young lord has now been pulled ashore. The young ladies beside him, looking at the long unconscious Su Buxiao, wanted to rush up and give him artificial respiration. But since they couldn't find his mouth, they had to give up. Just then, Su Buxiao woke up. He blew hard, and his caved-in features miraculously returned to their original state. Hearing that someone wanted to give him artificial respiration, Su Buxiao decided it was best to play dead for now. He also took the opportunity to recall what had happened before this. It turned out that Su Buxiao was a transmigrator. 2 months ago, he came to Prince Ding's mansion and transmigrated into the body of this young lord. He couldn't quite remember his previous identity, only that he came from the modern world. Just as he had woken up, a man rushed into the room. Then this man did some indescribable things to him. Unable to bear the humiliation, Su Buxiao went to fight the man, but ended up being completely overpowered and knocked unconscious again. When he woke up the second time, he unexpectedly awakened the legendary system. The system told him that if he wanted to return to the real world, he had to win over the female lead of this world, reach a favorability of 100, and complete the female lead's main quest. The system even prepared a script for Su Buxiao to win over the female lead. But what was troubling was that the current favorability of the female lead towards Su Buxiao was actually minus 1,000. What kind of crappy system is this? It's like the female lead has hated him since she was in the womb. Su Buxiao learned from the system that a month later, Prince Ding's mansion would hold a recovery banquet for him. At that time, all the noble young ladies would attend. According to the script, Su Buxiao decided to deliberately create a dangerous situation to have the female lead come and be the hero who saves the damsel. But why is this script so strange? As the male lead, shouldn't he be the one saving the damsel in distress? Although he was puzzled, Su Buxiao's body was very honest. According to the plan, he very smoothly designed a dangerous situation. He He successfully waited for the female lead's rescue and very smoothly took a flying kick from the female lead. Thinking of this, Su Buxiao's body couldn't help but tremble. The crowd of onlookers became more and more restless. This made Su Buxiao, who was still waiting for artificial respiration, a little impatient. Just at this moment, the maid Dupi stood up. The young lady's status is inconvenient. As a maid, she has a responsibility to protect the young lady's innocence. Even if she is blamed by the young lord, she will not hesitate. Dupi's action instantly caused all the young ladies present to explode. Everyone present was holding back due to their reputation. They didn't expect this scheming maid to actually rush up. At this, Su Buxiao didn't move a muscle. Although he had to win over the female lead, before that, taking a little advantage shouldn't be a big problem. Dupi leaned down to kiss Su Buxiao. As Dupi got closer to Su Buxiao, he could feel her delicate breath brushing against his cheek. Suddenly, a hand blocked the space between Su Buxiao's and Dupi's faces. Mi Youchu's expression was grave. This kind of first aid method would only cause more harm to the injured person. Coincidentally, Mi Youchu had learned the corresponding first aid method from an envoy of the Southern Kingdom, so he decided to do it himself. At this, Su Buxiao became even more excited. However, why does this girl's voice sound a bit familiar? The next moment, the first aid began. Mi Youchu flexed all his muscles and pressed down hard on Su Buxiao's chest. At that moment, Su Buxiao spat out 100,000 tons of fresh blood. He finally realized that this voice belonged to the beloved who had heroically saved him in the beast pit. This scene terrified everyone present. This was simply a medical miracle. With just the first move, the young lord had already woken up. At this moment, Su Buxiao had almost lost half his life. He secretly swore that he would definitely capture this person. But the next moment, Mi Youchu, who had saved the young lord from danger, had disappeared. Su Buxiao gave a wicked smile. Did you think that by hiding in the crowd, this young lord wouldn't be able to find you? Excuse me, where's the benefactor who just saved me? This young lord wants to reward him handsomely. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. When Mi Youchu left, he had specifically instructed them not to reveal the truth that he had saved the young lord. Although anyone could claim this good deed, who among those present would dare to claim such a good deed? Even Princess Xiangxiang, who was accidentally slapped, was still unconscious. Looking at the silent crowd, Su Buxiao felt a little awkward. But this couldn't stump his intelligent mind. But no matter how he thought, his mind was filled with the unforgettable image of strong muscles. Su Buxiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. But this couldn't stop him. In the beast pit, he had picked up the boot that Mi Youchu had lost. In that case, I'll have to trouble everyone present to try it on one by one. Whoever can wear it is naturally Su Buxiao's benefactor. The scene erupted into a frenzy. The people present swarmed forward. Someone even started binding their feet on the spot. In order to gain the young lord's favor, someone even applied glue to their feet. In the next moment, Mi Youchu's abyssal giant leg made Su Buxiao jolt. This person's leg is too suspicious. Such beautiful muscle lines. This woman is definitely his benefactor. If it weren't for the mission, he would never pursue this person. After he wins over the female lead, this young master will definitely dump him. Just then, the system notification sounded. Current female lead favorability minus 998. This female lead is really interesting. His gaze is so fierce, yet her favorability actually increased by 2 points. On the other side, Mi Youchu felt immense pleasure watching Su Buxiao's frustrated expression. Could this be the thrill of revenge? But the next moment, Mi Youchu gradually regained his composure. Young lord, I think you have the wrong person. Mi Youchu immediately tried to slip away, but he was grabbed by Su Buxiao. This young master is absolutely not mistaken. Even if I am, I've decided it's you. My benefactor, don't even think about running away. Su Buxiao paused slightly. Looking closely, this girl is actually very cute in her normal state. In that case, it shouldn't be hard to win her over. But just as Su Buxiao was about to offer himself in marriage, due to his severe injuries and broken ribs, a mouthful of old blood suddenly gushed out. Mi Youchu punched him in the face. The next moment, the just-awakened young lord passed out again. Prince Ding's mansion. The battered Su Buxiao checked the system panel. Although he almost lost his life, he was indeed saved by his beloved in the end. But what happened to love at first sight? This woman's eyes clearly wanted to kill him. And why did the beloved's favorability drop back to minus 1,000? The system explained that what it gave Su Buxiao was only the 1.0 version of the script, and there might be some discrepancies with reality. From now on, Su Buxiao would have to rely on himself to adapt to the situation. Beside him, Mi Youchu frowned slightly. In his memory, around this time, a princess who was super infatuated with the young lord would come to visit Su Buxiao. and this young lord, in order to fend off this unwanted attention, would push him forward as a shield. As a result, Miyuchu was framed by the princess, and to prove his innocence, Miyuchu almost committed suicide by hitting his head against a wall. Although he didn't die, he could only blame himself for being so naive in his past life, so stupid that he wanted to slap himself. In the next moment, this princess indeed arrived at the mansion. Miyuchu immediately wanted to slip away, but he suddenly remembered that he came this time to apologize for his brother. Miyuchu lifted his chin. Although he was apologizing, his sarcastic tone revealed his dissatisfaction with Su Buxiao from the inside out. Apology delivered, and seeing that the young lord was safe, Miyuchu immediately decided to slip away. Su Buxiao, standing to the side, looked dazed. "Safe my foot. Look what's happened to my face." Suddenly, a cute girl rushed into the room. Before she could excitedly hug Su Buxiao, the scene before made the girl completely break down. Even after an explanation, Princess Hongxiu refused to believe Miyuchu's truth. Miyuchu decided that when he was framed later, it would be best to just admit it and leave quickly. Su Buxiao, through the system, also saw the plot where Miyuchu was framed by the princess. He certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to rack up the female lead's favorability. As he spoke, the princess took out a jade pendant. From her expression, it was clear that this little princess was up to no good. It turned out that just a moment ago, she had already planted the jade pendant on Miyuchu. But it must be said, this princess's acting was truly terrible. Su Buxiao seized the opportunity and suddenly shouted at the princess, "Miss Me is so kind and innocent. How could she possibly do something like stealing a jade pendant?" Hearing this, Miyuchu thought to himself, what evil plan is this guy cooking up now? I absolutely can't let him succeed. He's right. I stole this jade. Let's go to the authorities now. I'll confess immediately. Miyuchu's words were shocking. Princess Hongxiu, standing to the side, was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing this, Su Buxiao's arms stretched out 999 meters, trying to stop Miyuchu from going to the authorities. "Don't worry, Miss Me. The princess has no evidence. I'll find a way to save you. Don't act rashly." Miyuchu was stunned by Su Buxiao's words. The next moment, Miyuchu directly threw out the evidence. At this moment, Su Buxiao couldn't smile at all. What's wrong with this tigress? He was trying to help her, so why was she working against him at every turn? At this, Princess Hongxiu couldn't help but question her life. Now that he was caught red-handed, Miyuchu couldn't wait to get out of this place. Su Buxiao was speechless. But did you think this could stump him? The legendary 05-8 fingerprint kit. Just brush the jade pendant with magnetic powder. Then cover the fingerprint with cooled fish glue and peel it off. You can easily get the criminal's fingerprint. There is only one truth. The real culprit is the princess, a mere little girl, trying to compete with a brilliant young lord. Wishful thinking. Su Buxiao grabbed Miyuchu's wrist. Now he could finally prove that Miyuchu was framed. His favorability would surely skyrocket. Miyuchu paused slightly. Did you think that Miyuchu would develop feelings for Su Buxiao because of this? Then you've underestimated Miyuchu's way of thinking. No matter what, he had to teach this bastard young lord a lesson. He suddenly shook off Su Buxiao's hand. As the daughter of the great General Zhuge, to be framed like this, he could no longer live with such humiliation. He could only prove his innocence with death. Su Buxiao fell into deep thought. He had clearly resolved the misunderstanding. So why did the plot return to proving innocence? Before he could finish his thought, the unlucky young lord once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Miyuchu headbutted Su Buxiao's body, slamming him hard against the wall. "Your Highness, the esteemed young lord, were you afraid I would damage your wall, so you stood in front of me? I never thought you were such a stingy person." Su Buxiao instantly broke down. This woman was definitely targeting him. The next moment, Miyuchu smashed the wall to pieces with one palm. "I saw through your little tricks long ago. You want me to be led by the nose. In your dreams." Su Buxiao was dumbfounded by these words. After giving her warning, Miyuchu turned and left. But halfway there, Miyuchu paused. Avoid today's misunderstanding from happening again. I'll have to trouble the young lord to stay far away from me in the future. Miyuchu's warning made everyone present tremble. At this moment, Su Buxiao completely collapsed. What kind of 1.0 script did this damn system give him? This is clearly a pirated script. As he spoke, Su Buxiao foamed at the mouth and slid down the wall to the ground. Ding! Female, lead favorability +1. Zhuge General's mansion. A beautiful woman with a seductive figure appeared out of thin air. She claimed to be a doctor who was here to treat the eldest Miss Me's chronic migraine. From her beautiful jawline, It was clear that this doctor must be a tall and stunning beauty. But suddenly, the style changed. My goodness, isn't this stunning beauty His Highness the Young Lord? It turned out that half an hour ago, Su Buxiao, who was pinned against the wall by Mi Yu Chu, couldn't bear the humiliation. He happened to hear that the general's daughter had a sudden illness, and even the imperial physicians in the palace couldn't diagnose it. This made the clever Su Buxiao start scheming again. However, there was a strange requirement to treat the young lady's illness. The one treating the general's daughter had to be a female physician. Looking at the cross-dressing mission issued by the system, Su Buxiao was speechless. This strong and resolute tomboy actually gets headaches? This is simply a godsend. He had suffered such great humiliation at Mi Yochu's hands before. This time, he had to get his revenge. If Mi Yuchu saw that the female physician treating him was actually a man and even more beautiful than himself, he would surely be devastated. Just as Su Buxiao was plotting his grand scheme, the maid Dupi suddenly turned around. All the famous doctors in the capital were helpless against Mi Yochu's headache. Therefore, for this treatment, the general's mansion hoped to recruit a female doctor to conduct a close examination of the young lady. Just then, a figure flew out of the room with a whoosh. It turned out that during this time, some shameless perverts have been trying to take advantage of Mi Yuchu by dressing up as women. How could the sharp-eyed Miss Me not see through such a low-level trick? Seeing this, Su Buxiao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't this guy supposed to have a severe headache? How does he still have so much strength? Although his makeup skills were perfect, if he was really discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Su Buxiao hurriedly asked his system daddy for help. But the stingy system said that the host only had one request for help. If it helped Su Buxiao now, he would lose the qualification to receive help in the future. Hearing this, Su Buxiao instantly broke down. If the system didn't help in a life or death situation, he would really be dead. So, with a wave of its hand, the system created a cloud of smoke, and Su Buxiao was directly turned into a real sister. It's just that this sister was a bit too burly. Su Buxiao grabbed the system and said that this appearance would definitely get him killed with one punch. The next moment, the system acted again. Su Buxiao transformed and actually became a stunningly beautiful female physician. Although the gender problem was solved, his current ample bosom made Su Buxiao feel very uncomfortable. Su Buxiao immediately requested the system to reduce his bosom by half. But unexpectedly, the system really did reduce it by half for him. The maid Dupi, who was standing by, witnessed this, her pupils shaking. In the boudoir, Mi Yuchu was bedridden, tormented by a headache. Just then, a jade-like hand rested on Mi Yuchu's pulse. Su Buxiao, by the bed, quickly asked about the condition. It turned out that ever since Mi Yuchu could remember, he would get a headache every few years. But since 2 months ago, the headaches had suddenly become frequent. At this moment, Su Buxiao was pretending to be very professional on the surface. But in reality, he couldn't understand Mi Yochu's pulse at all. However, since the headache was the root of Mi Yochu's illness, directly removing the head would solve the problem at its root. Su Buxiao instantly fell into despair. He couldn't win in a fight, and he didn't know medicine. What should he do? Just then, the system suddenly spoke, "Are you stupid?" As the protagonist, with your special protagonist halo, you can use sincerity to move her. Lift your hand and touch the female lead, and you can easily alleviate her symptoms. Hearing this, Su Buxiao had a sudden realization. Repay evil with good, sincerity for sincerity. The next moment, Su Buxiao waved his hand and directly stuck his fingers into Mi Yochu's nostrils. Anyway, as long as he touched the female lead, he could cure her illness. Sincerity is not as satisfying as revenge. The maid saw this and quickly tried to stop him. A moment later, Mi Yuchu, who had been sleeping soundly, his symptoms indeed improved. The pained expression on his face gradually disappeared. Dupi was astonished. This was simply a medical miracle, and Su Buxiao was also pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect this method to actually be effective. Just then, the sleeping Mi Yuchu suddenly raised his hand. Su Buxiao was stunned. Mi Yuchu opened his eyes and looked at Su Buxiao by the bed. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. With a heavy punch, he sent Su Buxiao spinning 7,800 degrees on the spot. The next moment, Su Buxiao was pinned to the bed by Mi Yuchu, a dagger held right at his throat. "Your Highness, the esteemed young lord, why are you here?" Seeing that the young lady was about to strike, the maid Dupi quickly explained, "Miss, you've mistaken him. This is the doctor who came to treat you, not the young lord. And this doctor is a woman. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu stared at the young lord in front of him. From the appearance, this doctor was indeed a woman, and with such an ample bosom, she was definitely the real deal. Wait, why does this bosom look a bit off? The next moment, the suspicious Mi Yuchu directly opened the box to inspect the goods. Although it was only half, it seemed to be real. It seems that the doctor in front of him just looks similar to Su Buxiao. And he doesn't have a tear mole at the corner of his eye. It's just that for some reason, he always wants to beat him up. Seeing that his identity was not exposed, Su Buxiao's eyes gleamed. Little one, shocked by my beauty, aren't you? Just as Su Buxiao was feeling smug, a spiked club suddenly fell from the sky. Mi Yuchu fell into deep thought. He really didn't hit anything strange. I was so rude just now. I'm at a lot of weirdos, so I'm a bit suspicious. Please bear with me, sister. I hope the doctor can leave a contact method. I'll need to trouble you again when my headache acts up in the future. After this ordeal, Su Buxiao completely collapsed. This crazy woman is so violent and rude. What kind of grudge does she have against me? How am I supposed to win her over like this? Although he took the opportunity to poke her nostrils for revenge, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. To distract himself, Su Buxiao started reading the local gossip weekly. Looking at the bizarre content in the weekly, Su Buxiao directly spat out the tea he had just drunk. What is this ridiculous content? He thought that he, as a transmigrator, was extremely flamboyant. He didn't expect that the original young lord was an even greater master. Just then, Su Buxiao's gaze shifted. A report about Mi Yuchu abusing the elderly instantly caught his attention. Not only that, Mi Yuchu also dared to chase away the children who were kindly feeding stray cats. Is this a moral decay or a loss of humanity? Originally, Su Buxiao didn't think Mi Yuchu was so depraved. But recalling his previous experiences, this woman is far more morally corrupt than the report suggests. Now, just thinking about this woman makes him want to vomit. He can't win in a fight, and he can't win in an argument. At this moment, Su Buxiao just wanted to pack up and go home. Just then, Su Buxiao's body suddenly became as hot as a branding iron. System detects host sense of belonging is 0. Initiating counter-protection program. What the hell is this? At this moment, Su Buxiao's whole body was burning, and he even felt his body shrinking. Is he going to become a cute little kid like a certain famous detective? For a time, the entire mansion was in an uproar. His Highness the Young Lord had disappeared. On the other side, Mi Yuchu had caught his dear brother, Mi Yuqian, and was questioning him about what indescribable things had happened between him and Su Buxiao at Prince Ding's mansion 2 months ago. He was clearly just visiting a patient, but why did they suddenly start fighting halfway through? There were even rumors that something strange had happened. Hearing this, Mi Yuqian quickly explained, "Sis, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, people will think that something unspeakable really happened between me and Su Buxiao." The next moment, the cute brother showed a shy expression. This blushing look made it hard for others not to think of other things. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu sighed. Originally, Mi Yuchu had decided that as long as Su Buxiao didn't cause trouble in this life, he wouldn't interfere with the relationship between his brother and Su Buxiao. He didn't expect this unlucky young lord to become even more abnormal than in his past life. Therefore, Mi Yuchu warned his brother to stay far away from this weirdo Su Buxiao. After all, their eldest brother had been missing for many years. He didn't want his younger brother to be assimilated into an idiot. Just then, a shout from a passerby on the street corner suddenly came. The bickering siblings were also attracted by the shout. It turned out that a few naughty kids were randomly feeding stray cats on the street corner. The moment they saw Mi Yuchu, they immediately turned and ran. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu looked at his brother. Bullying little kids is not good. When did you become such a female devil, you brat? Hearing this, Mi Yuqian jumped up in anger. Those kids were clearly talking about you. The next moment, Mi Yuqian ran into the alley like a curious baby. But Mi Yuchu was indifferent to this. It's not that he doesn't care about animals, but that those kids' motives for feeding the stray cats were impure. After this, they would go and hunt other small animals. He had already done his utmost by chasing those kids away. A moment later, Mi Yuqian brought the poor little cats out of the alley. But strangely, in his hand, he was also holding a strange-looking, bizarre creature. Mi Yuchu instantly became alert. For some reason, he had an incredibly familiar feeling about this nondescript creature. Little did he know that this strange thing was Su Buxiao after being punished by the counter system. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu snatched Su Buxiao into his hands. This little thing is actually quite cute. It might be some kind of invasive species. Mi Yuchu immediately decided to take Su Buxiao back to the mansion to study him properly. Watching the Mi siblings walk away, the system couldn't help but look puzzled. It turned out that this was all the system's deliberate arrangement. It just didn't know why the female lead had no reaction at all after seeing Su Buxiao. If this plan didn't succeed, Su Buxiao's fate would be tragic. On the other side, the poor young lord slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this pair of deadly siblings in front of him, Su Buxiao's hair stood on end. Especially after seeing Mi Yuqian, Su Buxiao's stomach churned. He couldn't help but want to vomit uncontrollably. Mi Yuqiu stared at the ugly, cute young lord in his arms. This little guy is even cute when he vomits. On the other side, Mi Yuqian was so scared by his sister's abnormal behavior that his art style changed. Su Buxiao was stunned. This female devil actually called him cute? Did he finally realize this young master's charm? As expected, even when this young lord's body is shrunk, he is still so charming. But speaking of which, why did he turn into this bird-like thing? After seeing his current appearance, Su Buxiao vomited even more violently. Is this the price for not taking the mission seriously? On the other side, Mi Yuqiu thought that Su Buxiao had eaten something bad from the random feeding by those kids. Looking at the incredibly gentle Mi Yuqiu in front of him, Su Buxiao not only thought he had vomited his brains out, but this crazy female devil actually had such a gentle side. Since he can't change back, he'll just stay by his side for a while. Forced by the circumstances, Su Buxiao could only follow the Mi siblings around. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Buxiao was slightly stunned. Isn't this the place where the gossip weekly said Mi Yuqiu abused the elderly? Before he could finish his thought, two agile figures descended from the sky, rushing towards the three of them. Monsters! There's an enemy attack. Seeing this, Mi Yuqiu was not flustered. He threw Su Buxiao into Mi Yuqian's arms. Mi Yuqiu cracked his knuckles, and the next second, he was in a chaotic fight with the attacking figures. Seeing this, Su Buxiao sighed inwardly. This woman is too fierce. Why is such a woman his target to win over? Mi Yuqian, on the side, picked up Su Buxiao. Looking at the little guy's expression, he must have been shocked by his sister's aura. Don't worry, my sister is just giving them a massage. This is called massage? This Annie is clearly lying there like a corpse. But the next moment, the Annie who had just fallen to the ground miraculously stood up. After the massage, the Annie was as light as a swallow and ran towards Mi Yuqiu. But Mi Yuqiu said that was enough for today. If they continue to fight, these Annies would really break their bones. Don't be fooled by Mi Yuqiu's sharp tongue and strange actions. In fact, Mi Yuqiu's intentions are good. The reason he chased away those naughty kids who were feeding the stray cats was because they would mix poison and short needles in the food, causing the stray cats to die. But he was framed for bullying children. In his spare time, Mi Yuqiu would also come over to help these lonely elderly people with their stiff muscles. But people outside thought that Mi Yuqiu was beating up the elderly. Hearing this, Su Buxiao couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Maybe he really misunderstood him. Despite this, facing the rumors of these troublemakers, Mi Yuqiu just smiled faintly. He firmly believed that rumors stop with the wise. Most importantly, it was still too early. He was planning to wait for the rumor mongers to gather in a group before taking them all out. Although Su Buxiao was ugly after his transformation, Mi Yuqiu was particularly fond of him. And after experiencing all this, Su Buxiao also had an epiphany. It seems he really can't judge people by their appearance. In the distance, Mi Yuqiu was focused on preparing something. It turned out that Mi Yuqiu had prepared a big gift for Su Buxiao. Seeing this, Su Buxiao blushed shyly. This girl is really something. She even prepared a gift for him tonight. Just as Su Buxiao was lost in his own imagination, the system's voice came again to host's sense of belonging has increased. We'll return to human form in 3 seconds. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was instantly stunned. If he transforms here, wouldn't he be killed by Mi Yuqiu as a stalker? Thinking of this, Su Buxiao became even more curious. What kind of gift did this girl prepare for him? No matter what, the fact that Mi Yuqiu was willing to prepare a gift for him might prove that he no longer held a grudge against him. As soon as he finished his thought, the big gift that Mi Yuqiu had prepared for Su Buxiao appeared before everyone's eyes. It was actually a coffin. I prepared this burial gift for the young lord decades in advance. Su Buxiao should be very moved when he finds out, right? As he spoke, Mi Yuqiu was about to seal the coffin. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened. A handsome man with a twitching face appeared out of nowhere, naked inside the coffin. Mi Yuqiu's face was instantly covered in question marks. Oh no, the king of hell is coming to claim my life now. It must be said that the size of this coffin is quite fitting. Just as Su Buxiao was about to say a few words for himself, the next moment, Mi Yuqiu showed him what it means to have superhuman strength. Hearing the loud noise from a distance, Mi Yuqian was instantly shocked. But when he ran over, Mi Yuqiu was calmly leading him away. At this moment, Su Buxiao was already buried under the coffin. As they were leaving, Mi Yuqian suddenly remembered that strange creature. But little did he know that the strange creature was at this very moment, trembling frantically under the coffin. Mi Yuchu, I'll remember you. Deep in the wilderness, the Mi siblings were anxiously searching for something. It turned out that the strange, ugly, cute creature from last time had run away. Not knowing the creature's true identity was actually His Highness the Young Lord, Mi Yuchu had been feeling guilty. So he dragged his brother along to search for the little monster's whereabouts all over the city. But in this wilderness, you can't even see a bird. It's hard to say if that little guy would run here. But the next moment, a familiar figure made the Mi siblings freeze in place. But before they could even say hello, the unique physiological reaction between Su Buxiao and Mi Yuqian made them both vomit uncontrollably. Why is this guy here? It turned out that last night, Su Buxiao heard some explosive news from his father, the prince. His cheap old dad actually wanted him to marry Mi Yuchu with the goal of obtaining the Mi family's military power. They would then join forces to overthrow the current emperor. At this, Su Buxiao was filled with resistance. If you want to marry him, you marry him. I'm not marrying that crazy woman. Hearing this, the prince was unconcerned, as long as you don't mind calling me Yuchu mother. It's not impossible for this old man to marry him. And the reason Su Buxiao appeared here today was because he didn't want this crazy woman, Mi Yuchu, to become his stepmother. But as soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura suddenly came from deep within the forest. Su Buxiao was tripped by Mi Yuchu's outstretched leg and fell flat on his face. Just as he was about to demand an explanation, he turned around and saw a large tree that had been instantly chopped in half by a kick. Now, Su Buxiao didn't dare to complain a single word. Suddenly, applause came from the forest. Two assassins appeared out of nowhere, praising Mi Yuchu's agile skills while recording his sharp performance just now. Realizing he had been assassinated, Su Buxiao trembled and opened his mouth to express his gratitude. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu's regretful expression made him freeze on the spot. Such a good opportunity to kill this bastard Su Buxiao. And I subconsciously saved him. Seeing that Su Buxiao and the others were completely ignoring them, the two assassins felt they had lost all face. Everyone here, so cold? You're underestimating me, Su Buxiao, the #1 illusionist in the capital city. The three of them were attracted by the assassin's voice. But the next moment, they froze in place like puppets. It turned out that the assassin had already cast an illusion on them. Those under the illusion would see the person they love in the illusion. At this moment, they were completely defenseless and would eventually be killed by their beloved. Thinking of this, the assassin couldn't help but wonder who the esteemed young lord's beloved was. But the next moment, the projection from the mirror made the assassin freeze on the spot. What is this ugly creature? His illusion had no effect at all. On the other side, Su Buxiao had once again turned into the ugly cute creature. He curiously poked the air, and the next second, his consciousness returned to his body. This guy actually broke his illusion so easily. Shocked, the assassin quickly checked on Mi Yuchu's performance in the illusion. My goodness, what the hell is this King Kong Barbie? And what is this thing he likes? Isn't this the young lord's incarnation just now? Could it be that these two have some unspeakable affair? In the illusion, Su Buxiao trembled as he looked at Mi Yuchu, who had returned to his full muscular form. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's bear hug almost sent the Su Buxiao in the illusion to the afterlife. Seeing this scene, the assassin spat out a mouthful of old blood, directly hit by the backlash from the illusion he created. Excuse me, miss me, is the little cutie in your heart me? Su Buxiao was now smug. Mi Yuchu, on the side, gradually became angry from embarrassment. Having been counter-killed by 2 consecutive illusions, the assassin's heart was also in a panic. In the illusion, Mi Yuqian was face to face with the Su Buxiao conjured by the little ghost. Wait, why is Mi Yuqian's conjured object the young lord? Could it be that everyone in the Mi family likes the young lord? The relationship between these three is too messy. Before the assassin could react, an indescribable sound suddenly came from the mirror. A moment later, a blissful-looking Mi Yuqian gradually regained his senses. Needless to say, what happened next? You can guess with your toes how awkward the two people staring at each other felt. Everyone at the scene suddenly felt nauseous. Even the assassin couldn't help but vomit uncontrollably. Just then, the other assassin suddenly spoke. Their mission this time was to collect fresh blood and kill a few people along the way. As a recorder, he had even finished his painting. But this clumsy guy hadn't even completed his mission. In that case, he might as well do it himself, seeing that the assassin in front of him was just a weak, Painter Su Buxiao suddenly felt a surge of courage. He confidently stood in front of Mi Yu Chu, his disdainful smile seemingly able to instantly kill this top assassin. But the next moment, a sharp hidden weapon pulled him back from his daydream. Blood slowly trickled down Su Buxiao's cheek. The next moment, Su Buxiao shamelessly hid behind Mi Yu Chu. The young lord's expression changed. The monocle this assassin wore and the pen blade used as a hidden weapon, he seemed to have seen them in the system's data files. This man in front of him looked weak, but in reality, he was the #1 assassin in the assassin organization, a Xiao. Sunday. This guy loves to paint, but is terrible at it, even using human blood as ink for his paintings. Hearing someone call out his name, Sun showed an excited expression, because in this world, everyone who has seen him is already dead. Miyochu's eyes sharpened. With his quick reaction, he directly grabbed the assassin's arm. He then landed a heavy punch on the #1 assassin's face. The poor assassin baby was sent flying 8,880 kilometers, breaking several thick tree trunks along the way. This guy actually took out Sun with one move. At this moment, the other assassin just wanted to die on the spot. Mi Yu Chu was now like a bloodthirsty beast. To save his own life, he directly took out a knife and held the onlooking young lord hostage. Seeing this, Mi Yu Chu was slightly stunned. The next moment, the screams of both Su Buxiao and the assassin echoed through the forest. The scene changes. A note appears in front of the assassin who survived the ordeal. This woman didn't kill him, but she left him in this state. This is a great humiliation. At this moment, Sun's hatred for Mi Yu Chu reached its peak. Thinking of the punch he took in the forest, a perverted smile appeared on Sun's face. On the other side, Mi Yu Chu, who was being cursed by the assassin, suddenly sneezed. Mi Yu Qian, on the side, quickly asked if his sister had caught a cold. But Su Buxiao, not afraid of death, said, "People with no brains don't catch colds." The next moment, the arrogant young lord was turned into a pulp on the spot. But Mi Yu Qian was worried. If they just let the two assassins go, would they face their revenge later? But Mi Yu Chu calmly said that as long as they blame everything on the young lord behind them, everything would be fine. Besides, those two weaklings were no match for him. Hearing this, Mi Yu Qian showed an adoring expression. This small matter was indeed not worth worrying about. Tomorrow is Dad's birthday banquet. It's more important to go back and prepare for the banquet. In the distance, hearing that the great General Zhu was holding a birthday banquet tomorrow, the death-seeking young lord was preparing to go and cause trouble again. The next day, at the general's mansion, the great General Zhu arrived early in the morning. There was still a long time before the banquet started, so he prepared a pitch pot game for everyone to enjoy. It's just that the pot was a bit too far from the starting point. Getting it in was like shooting from a great distance. But in return, the winner would also receive a handsome reward. Hearing this, everyone present was very interested. At this time, the eldest and second sons of the old Yi Wang family stepped out of the crowd. It was said that the eldest young master of the Wang family had admired Miss Mi for a long time. This time, he might be here for Miss Mi. As he spoke, Wang Fu walked up to Mi Yu Chu and wanted to ask him for a small favor. But before he could finish, Su Buxiao appeared out of nowhere, snatched the hair ribbon from Wang Fu's hand, and was about to give him a handsome Mediterranean haircut. Seeing his handsome hairstyle ruined by a pair of scissors, Wang Fu's mentality instantly exploded. Just as he was about to rush up and fight for 800 rounds, he realized that the person who had come was Su Buxiao and Princess Hongxiao. Su Buxiao would naturally not miss such a fun event. Mi Yu Chu, on the side, nudged his father's shoulder. "Didn't you say we wouldn't invite the Su family?" Suddenly, Wang Fu called out Mi Yu Chu's name. It turned out that he wanted to ask Mi Yu Chu to blindfold him. Mi Yu Chu slowly tied the blindfold for Wang Fu, thinking to himself, "Is this man disabled? Why does he need my help even to tie a piece of cloth?" With a buff from a Mi family's young lady, Wang Fu was now full of confidence. Seeing that the beloved he was trying to win over was about to be snatched away, Su Buxiao, on the side, immediately launched his attack. Mi Yu Chu stared at the man in front of him, speechless. The next moment, the Mi family's young lady went full muscle, using the gentlest force to tie the blindfold around Su Buxiao's face. In the distance, arrows fell scattered on the ground. None of the challengers were able to win. At this time, only Su Buxiao and Wang Fu were left on the field. Su Buxiao immediately called out the system's name in his mind, but the system directly refused. The eldest young master of the Wang family, on the side, had already begun his challenge. The arrow in his hand flew into the sky with a whoosh. Although he had the bonus of interacting with the eldest Miss Mi, this challenge seemed too difficult for him as a weakling. Now, only Su Buxiao was left on the field. Su Buxiao silently took off his blindfold. Confident, he announced on the spot that he was the only winner. The crowd of onlookers was instantly dumbfounded. At this, Su Buxiao gave a scientific explanation to everyone present. Until now, the pitch pot has been in a superposition of two states, in, not in. If I throw now, the probability of it going in is 50/50ths. So as long as I don't throw, I've already secured a 50% win rate. And the other contestants are a solid 0. Is he really a genius? The crowd was fooled by this argument. The great General Zhuge was extremely excited. He immediately asked Su Buxiao what wish he wanted to fulfill. And Su Buxiao had only one goal: to get military power for his cheap old dad, and to make it easier for him to complete the mission of winning over the female lead. The next moment, Su Buxiao, in a death-defying move, used his fan to lift Mi Youchu's chin. My wish is for your precious daughter to marry me. Hearing this, the scene erupted. The next moment, Su Buxiao began his heartfelt confession. Look at Miss Mi's big, intelligent eyes, her cherry lips that look like they've been poisoned, and her asymmetrical buns that could kill someone with OCD. If I don't go to hell, who will? Hearing this, Mi Youchu's face was expressionless. He immediately told his father that he also wanted to participate in the competition. Mi Youchu silently tied on a blindfold, directly picked up Su Buxiao next to him as a javelin, and with world-destroying strength, threw His Highness the young lord out. The next moment, Su Buxiao's head was firmly stuck in the pitch pot 800 meters away. He didn't expect that in order to not get married, Youchu was willing to participate himself. At this, Mi Youchu's face was indifferent. He still remembered that in his past life, he was the one who actively proposed to Su Buxiao. In the end, Su Buxiao reluctantly married him. This guy is so proactive, his dad must have given him a direct order. Princess Hongxiu, on the side, stared at Mi Youchu's back. This woman dares to compete with me for a man. I'll make him pay at tonight's banquet. The evening banquet started on time. Mi Youchu, who was preparing to eat alone, was suddenly stopped by someone. Wang Fu snatched Mi Youchu's wine cup and said that this cup of wine had been poisoned. Hearing this, Mi Youqian rushed over and questioned who wanted to harm his sister. Suddenly, the siblings were stunned. Wang Fu, in front of them, actually drank the poisoned wine in one gulp. As the son of an imperial physician, common poisons were ineffective against him. In an instant, Wang Fu began his show-off mode. But before he could finish, he suddenly foamed at the mouth. It seems the poison in this wine was indeed not ordinary. The three of them, who thought everything was fine, jumped up in fright. Seeing Mi Youchu's indifferent expression, Wang Run, the second brother, instantly shouted, why brother was poisoned to save this woman? But why is this woman's expression so cold? Seeing that Mi Youchu was still unmoved, Wang Ren broke down again. At this, Mi Youchu said, Wang Fu drank that wine himself, and he knew there was poison in the wine. He must have a screw loose. Hearing this, Wang Run gritted his teeth in anger. In front of everyone, he accused Mi Youchu of being the culprit. Faced with such a flimsy reason, Mi Youchu was dismissive. But as luck would have it, a packet of poison suddenly appeared at Mi Youchu's feet. Mi Youchu's eyes turned cold. Wang Run was about to drag Mi Youchu to see the emperor and have him sentenced to death. But at this moment, Princess Hongxiu on the side burst into tears. She had only put a little laxative in the wine. The effect of the poison couldn't possibly be so severe. Seeing that there was an accomplice, Wang Run grabbed Princess Hongxiu, wanting to take her to see the emperor as well. The next moment, Mi Youchu kicked him to the ground. What kind of trash dares to cause trouble in the general's mansion? Since you're in such a hurry to see the emperor, I'll accompany you to get to the bottom of this. Suddenly, a shout stopped the two of them. Su Buxiao struggled to climb onto the table. Your brother Wang Fu isn't dead yet. Instead of finding a doctor to save him, you're here trying to catch the culprit. At this moment, Su Buxiao's expression was tense. Just now is the perfect time for him to make a handsome rescue. But this crazy woman actually stepped on his face and flew over. Moreover, from the smell remaining in the wine cup, he could tell that there were two different drugs mixed in. As a member of the imperial physician's family, Wang Run should have noticed this easily. Apart from the laxative that Princess Hongxiu put in, the most deadly was a poison called Thousand Mountains, No Birds Fly. If a man drinks it, he will become sterile. When the two drugs are mixed together, they create a new toxin. This is why Wang Fu has been unconscious. Hearing this, Wang Ren immediately started accusing, continuing to frame Mi Youchu for deliberately poisoning Wang Fu. But why would Mi Youchu poison his own wine cup? At this, Su Buxiao immediately went into taunt mode. This woman must have done too many bad things in the past to be framed like this. But the poisoner is definitely not Mi Yuchu himself, because this thousand mountains, no birds fly is a secret medicine of the imperial physician Wang family. No matter how slow-witted Mi Yuchu is, he wouldn't go and buy poison from his enemy's family, leaving evidence for himself. Only someone as brainless as Hongxiu would do something like that. In that case, let's investigate the real culprit. Su Buxiao instantly transformed into a pig-nosed detective and sniffed the air wildly. Finally, without any effort, he found the wine bottle that contained the poison wine. Then, he used the fingerprint method to test the wine bottle. Whoever touched the bottle is the real culprit. But the next moment, Su Buxiao's face suddenly stiffened. There wasn't a single fingerprint on the smooth bottle. In the prison cell, the beautiful young lord woke up from his coma. Is this the human trafficker's headquarters? Seeing that Mi Yuchu was not around, Su Buxiao quickly asked about his whereabouts. It turned out that the place where Su Buxiao was being held was a prison specifically for women. And Mi Yuchu, who was disguised as a man, and Xiao Ba, whose male identity was discovered, were held separately. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was in a panic. Will Mi Yuchu be body searched? Hearing this, Guy Lauer was dumbfounded. Your companion is already a man. What kind of body search would he need? Hearing this, Su Buxiao breathed a sigh of relief. But he suddenly realized that Mi Yuchu's beauty, even when disguised as a man, was still charming. Compared to the fiercely combative Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao was now more worried that he, currently disguised as a woman, would be defiled by those despicable human traffickers. On the other side, Xiao Ba, who was also locked in a prison cell, shook Mi Yuchu awake. It turned out that Xiao Ba had been pretending to be asleep earlier to gather intelligence. Mi Yuchu looked at the man in front of him and was slightly stunned. Isn't this that country girl from before? Xiao Ba looked at Mi Yuchu's appearance. At first, he really thought Mi Yuchu was a woman. But in this world, no woman would be indifferent to her own beauty. Therefore, he had let go of his suspicion of Mi Yuchu. The prison cell they were in now had been filled with poisonous smoke by the human traffickers. If they fell asleep, they could easily die in their sleep. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu started snoring. Xiao Ba was very curious why Mi Yuchu had come to investigate this disappearance case. But Mi Yuchu was indifferent to this. I'm immune to all poisons. Right now, I just want to sleep. Seeing Mi Yuchu lost in thought, the narcissistic Xiao Ba thought he wanted to hear more of his deep voice. Mi Yuchu, who had been tormented to the point of being unable to sleep, suddenly clenched his fists. And Xiao Ba, on the side, began to tell stories about his family. It turned out that he was born into a noble family. His father had many wives and countless children, until one day, the family fell into decline. His father sought a way to revive the family, but was attacked by bandits on the way. Later, he was saved by a woman from a small village. The two fell in love, but the woman suddenly died unexpectedly. From then on, his father became taciturn and no longer cared about the family's prosperity. He even married the woman's corpse. So, the poor Xiao Ba had to take on the heavy responsibility of reviving the family. So, isn't my story very exciting? On the other side, Mi Yuchu was already fast asleep. That I've told you so many times that you'll die if you fall asleep. Why are you still so stubborn? This kid is really interesting and cute. After all, in this world, no one has dared to defy my wishes so many times. And this kid is also my type. The next moment, Xiao Ba grabbed Mi Yuchu's arm. Anyway, we're all going to die sooner or later. So before I die, let me have some fun. Xiao Ba's eyes instantly became perverted. Just at this moment, the half-asleep Mi Yuchu suddenly heard Su Buxiao's cries for help from the next cell. Mi Yuchu casually broke free from Xiao Ba's control. On the other side, Su Buxiao was crying and shouting. The human traffickers in front of him surrounded him like hungry wolves. But the next moment, with the cracking of the wall, several human traffickers were sent flying. What kind of divine soldier is this? The human trafficker was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The next moment, he was hit by a brick and his eyeballs flew out. At this moment, Mi Yuchu's face was full of killing intent. It's the middle of the night. Can't you let people sleep? Mi Yuchu turned to ask if Su Buxiao was dead or alive. Guy Lauer was covered in cold sweat. Although Su Buxiao wasn't killed by the human traffickers, Mi Yuchu's kick was very likely to send the unlucky young lord to the afterlife. Seeing Su Buxiao in this state, Mi Yuchu happily began to perform last rites for him. Are you this happy that I'm dead? Seeing that Su Buxiao was still alive and kicking, a look of disappointment appeared on Mi Yuchu's face. But strangely, when he heard Su Buxiao's cry for help just now, he had subconsciously started to move. And seeing Su Buxiao saved, he even felt a sense of relief. Su Buxiao on the side looked arrogant. Although this woman was a bit violent, she had saved him after all. He should still thank her. Mi Yuchu stared at the young lord in front of him with a strange look. He asked Su Buxiao to call his name again to dispel the strange doubts in his mind. Hearing this, the stubborn young lord started courting death again. You duplicitous woman, have you finally decided to exchange pet names with this young master? Do you want this young master to call you Chu Chu or Mini Ching Ching? After this series of actions, it was no surprise that His Highness the young lord was about to have another accident. Just then, a shout caught everyone's attention. It turned out that behind the prison cell, where everyone was being held, there was an unknown cave. At this moment, someone found their daughter's clothes in the cave. It was not difficult to confirm that this must be the human trafficker's headquarters. Despite this confirmation, the crowd didn't see a single person in the cave. Seeing this, Su Buxiao frowned. This matter was definitely not that simple. He ordered the brothers of the beggar gang to dig up the soil in the cave. Unexpectedly, the crowd discovered a skeleton of white bones in the earth. Meanwhile, Su Buxiao discovered a plant in the soil called the Su Guan vine. The assassin he and Mi Yuchu encountered last time was carrying just such a vine. This vine is like a container for storing blood. It will preserve fresh blood absorbed within a year and use it as nutrients. The most precious nutrient is the blood of young maidens. And this soil was likely the final resting place of those missing girls. They were buried in the soil, their blood slowly drained to become the necessary nutrients for the vine. Hearing this, Lao Huang at the side instantly flew into a rage. If that was the case, hadn't his daughter already met a cruel fate? Just then, a member of the beggar gang noticed something unusual. In the distance, a deathly pale hand suddenly broke through the soil. Everyone present instantly fell into chaos. To prevent infection, Su Buxiao picked up a spray bottle and disinfected the hand. The next second, Su Buxiao was sent flying by Lao Huang. This was clearly the hand of a living person. Anxious for his beloved daughter, Lao Huang immediately decided to rescue this poor soul buried in the earth. No matter who he rescued, he would take them as his goddaughter or godson. Immediately after, a figure burst out of the soil. Assassin's son looked at his new godfather with a cold smile, then backhanded a sharp blade into Lao Huang's neck. Immediately after, Lao Huang was entangled by the blood-sucking vine from before, unable to move. In just an instant, Lao Huang was sucked dry to skin and bones. In contrast, the assassin was disgusted that Lao Huang's blood wasn't fresh enough. It turned out that Assassin's son's usual paintings were all created using the fresh blood stored in the vines here. Su Buxiao immediately recognized the identity of the assassin before him, but Sun shifted his gaze to Mi Yuchu. Ever since Mi Yuchu had defeated him last time, Sun had been unable to forget this formidable woman. An intense desire in his heart made him want to pour Mi Yuchu's fresh blood into the vine. Hearing this, the corners of Su Buxiao's mouth turned up. Sorry, I'm protecting this woman. As his voice fell, a swarm of bats suddenly burst out of thin air, blocking Sun's vision. The assassin was startled. Could it be that this kid had done something to him? Hearing this, Su Buxiao sneered. It turned out that earlier, Su Buxiao had sprayed a special drug on Sunday. If Sun couldn't leave the cave now, he too would have his blood sucked dry by this swarm of bats. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes glinted. He threw out a sharp blade, wanting to drag Mi Yuchu down with him to die. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's body was tightly bound by the vine. Su Buxiao was instantly worried for Mi Yuchu's safety. But just then, the sharp blade at the end of the vine suddenly pierced Mi Yuchu's body. But before the vine could draw blood, the minions created from the brush painting broke their teeth on Mi Yuchu's hard muscles. Mi Yuchu casually grabbed a vine and with one pull, yanked the distant assassin's son in front of her. Why did this scene feel somewhat familiar? Immediately after, Mi Yuchu delivered a headbutt to the assassin. The number one assassin, who had been so smug just a moment ago, was now shot out of the cave like a cannonball. The next moment, Su Buxiao was aghast. Although Mi Yuchu's muscles were incredibly firm, the friction from the vine had caused tears to appear in Mi Yuchu's clothes. Even her chest binder was clearly exposed. Mi Yuchu's identity as a woman could no longer be hidden after all. The brothers of the beggar gang instantly surrounded Mi Yuchu. However, what they were focused on was Mi Yuchu's soft, long hair. Seeing this, Su Buxiao fell into deep thought. This woman's chest is flatter than mine. I really don't know why she needs to use something like a chest binder. Just then, a strange figure walked into the crowd. It turned out to be the old leader of the beggar gang. Just as they were regrouping to deal with the assassin, they discovered that the assassin had long since fled. In that case, all they could do was destroy the vines here. Rescuing the abducted girls would also count as an achievement. But the sharp-tongued Guy Lauer once again questioned Mi Yuchu's gender. Seeing this, Su Buxiao was startled. At this moment, Mi Yuchu was gradually entering a berserk state. Su Buxiao quickly draped his outer coat over Mi Yuchu, but the next moment, he began to court death. He dared to explain to the crowd that Mi Yuchu was his own fiancée. She just had a penchant for men's clothing, which was why she dressed as a man when she went out. The next moment, Mi Yuchu supported Su Buxiao's hand. Su Buxiao was stunned. Immediately after, he was brought back to reality by the sharp pain from his palm. Seeing that they were about to be force-fed a public display of affection, the onlookers immediately dispersed. The next moment, the heroine's favorability plummeted by 30 points. Didn't I just take a small advantage with my words? I was kindly helping you out of a jam. You're holding a grudge over this too? Despite this, Su Buxiao still decided to apologize to win back Mi Yuchu's favorability. But just at this moment, Guy Lauer suddenly appeared, forcefully dragging the two of them to be introduced to the leader of the beggar gang. But before he could make the introduction, he was interrupted by another shout. A member of the beggar gang brought a token before them. This was a token found in the human trafficker's wig. The beggar gang leader immediately recognized it as a bailiff's token from the local county yamen. Once this matter involved government officials, the subsequent handling would become extremely troublesome. But compared to this, Su Buxiao was more worried about the formidable lady beside him suddenly clearing out all his favorability points. Mi Yuchu was very annoyed by Su Buxiao's gaze. At this point, they had already been dragged into this mess. Seeing so many innocent girls harmed, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since this matter was related to the county yamen, they could get to the bottom of it by sneaking into the yamen and questioning the magistrate directly. The scene changes. A yamen bailiff is sent flying by a punch from the suddenly appearing Mi Yuchu. The poor magistrate cowered on the ground, so scared he was about to report to the authorities on the spot. Su Buxiao looked on helplessly. What happened to sneaking in? In broad daylight, a large group of people wearing night-traveling clothes entering the yamen to beat someone up is also called sneaking in. At that moment, the beggar gang leader took out the token and uttered a command. The magistrate's body trembled. Hearing this, the magistrate trembled all over. Regarding the case of the missing girls, he stated that even if he died, he would not reveal a single detail. Just then, a white light flashed out of thin air. The next moment, the magistrate fell to the ground without a sound. Silenced by murder? Su Buxiao was instantly enraged. There were so many skilled people present, yet not a single one had moved to block the hidden weapon. But the next moment, the supposedly assassinated magistrate sat up. It turned out that the white light was just a pile of bird droppings. But the magistrate was convinced that the bird droppings were a warning from the assassin outside. All along, someone had been monitoring him around the clock. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu suddenly scooped up a few broken stones. With a wave of her hand, she shot them towards the yamen gate. In an instant, the men in black responsible for surveillance outside the gate were completely eliminated. Now you can continue talking. The magistrate was so frightened by Mi Yuchu's methods that he trembled all over and burst into loud sobs. The magistrate then took out a secret decree and handed it to them. To feed those vines, the magistrate was forced to transport a large number of women to the cave every year. But because the number was insufficient this year, he was ordered to find local people to fill the quota. And the person who issued this secret decree was none other than the current son of heaven. Everyone was shocked. It was an order from the emperor himself. How could this be? Could the emperor also be connected to that assassin? For all these years, doing these unconscionable things, the magistrate lived in fear every day, having nightmares every night, all to provide the pigments for that master's paintings. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu instantly clenched her fists. In front of the county yamen, the group, having found out the truth, chose to leave. Facing the current emperor, even if they found the truth, there was nothing they could do. But fortunately, that corrupt official would no longer aid the tyrant, which was a great thing in itself. The beggar gang leader immediately invited Su Buxiao up the mountain for a celebration feast. Thinking of the opportunity to refresh his favorability score, Su Buxiao gladly accepted. Listening to Su Buxiao's boisterous voice, Mi Yuchu suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. Seeing his chance, Su Buxiao quickly explained. The reason he said she was his fiancée was mainly to help Mi Yuchu out of a difficult situation. He was only halfway through his sentence when Mi Yuchu's favorability plummeted again. This guy doesn't even know which sentence of his offended me, and he's just apologizing randomly here. My chest is obviously bigger than yours. So, this was what the woman had been hung up on all day. Fortunately, after some comparison, Mi Yuchu's favorability rose back up by 100 points. In the prison cell, the stunningly beautiful prince woke up from his stupor. Could this be the human trafficker's main camp? Seeing no sign of Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao quickly asked about her whereabouts. It turned out that the place Su Buxiao was in was a prison specifically for women. As for Mi Yuchu, who was dressed as a man, and Xiao Ba, who was discovered to be a man, they were locked up separately. Hearing this, Su Buxiao panicked. Mi Yuchu isn't going to be physically inspected by others, is she? Hearing this, Guy Lauer was completely bewildered. Your companion is a man to begin with. What kind of physical inspection would there be? Hearing this, Su Buxiao breathed a sigh of relief. But he suddenly realized that Mi Yuchu's beauty, even when disguised as a man, still had a lingering charm. Compared to the powerfully combat-capable Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao was currently more worried that he, now dressed as a woman, might be defiled by those despicable human traffickers. On the other side, Xiao Ba, who was also locked in a cell, grabbed Mi Yuchu and shook him. It turned out that Xiao Ba had been pretending to be asleep earlier to scout out the enemy situation. Mi Yuchu looked at the man before him, slightly startled. Isn't this that country girl from before? Xiao Ba looked at Mi Yuchu's features. At first, he really thought Mi Yuchu was a woman. But in this world, no woman would be indifferent to her own beauty. Therefore, he had dismissed his suspicions about Mi Yuchu. The cell they were in now had been filled with a sleeping incense by the traffickers. If they fell asleep, it would be easy to die in their sleep. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu started snoring loudly. Xiao Ba was very curious why Mi Yuchu had come to investigate this missing persons case. But Mi Yuchu was indifferent to it. I'm immune to all poisons. Right now, I just want to sleep soundly. Seeing Mi Yuchu in a daze, the narcissistic Xiao Ba thought he wanted to hear more of his own deep voice. Mi Yuchu, who had been tormented to the point of being unable to sleep, instantly clenched her fists. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba at the side began to tell interesting stories about his family on his own. It turned out he was born into a prestigious family. His father had many wives and countless children, until one day, the family fell into decline. His father sought a way to revive the family, but was attacked by thugs on the road. Later, he was saved by a woman from a small village. The two fell in love and got married, but the woman suddenly died in an accident. After that, his father became taciturn, no longer caring even about the family's rise or fall. He even held a wedding ceremony with the woman's corpse. So, the pitiful Xiao Ba had to take on the heavy responsibility of reviving the family. So, isn't my story very exciting? On the other side, Mi Yuchu was already fast asleep. I've said so many times that you'll die if you fall asleep. Why is this guy still so stubborn? This kid is really interestingly cute. After all, in this world, no one has dared to defy my wishes time and time again. And this kid even fits my aesthetic. The next moment, Xiao Ba suddenly grabbed Mi Yuchu's arm. Since we're going to sleep to death sooner or later, then give this young master a little pick-me-up before we die. Xiao Ba's eyes instantly became perverted. Just at this moment, the half-asleep Mi Yuchu suddenly heard Su Buxiao's cries for help from the next cell. Mi Yuchu casually broke free from Xiao Ba's control. On the other side, Su Buxiao was wailing. The traffickers in front of him surrounded him like hungry wolves. But the next moment, with the sound of the wall breaking, the traffickers were sent flying in an instant. What kind of divine soldier is this? The trafficker was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. The next moment, he was hit by a brick, his eyeballs flying wildly. At this moment, Mi Yuchu had a murderous look on her face. In the middle of the night, are you going to let people sleep or not? Mi Yuchu turned her head to ask if Su Buxiao was dead or alive. Guy Lauer was covered in cold sweat. Although Su Buxiao wasn't killed by the traffickers, Mi Yuchu's kick was very likely to send the unlucky prince to the Western Paradise. Seeing Su Buxiao in this state, Mi Yuchu happily began to perform last rites for him. Are you this happy that I'm dead? Seeing that Su Buxiao was still alive and kicking, a look of disappointment appeared on Mi Yuchu's face. But strangely, when she heard Su Buxiao's cry for help just now, she had subconsciously started to move. She even felt a sense of relief seeing Su Buxiao saved. At the side, Su Buxiao had an arrogant look. Although this woman was a bit violent, she had saved him after all. He still had to thank her. Mi Yuchu stared strangely at the prince before her. She asked Su Buxiao to call her name again to dispel the strange doubts in her mind. Hearing this, the hard-to-kill prince started courting death again. Youths under a woman. Have you figured out and want to exchange pet names with this young master? Do you want this young master to call you Choo Choo or Mini Ching Ching? After this series of actions, it was no surprise that His Highness the Prince was about to have another accident. Just then, a shout caught everyone's attention. It turned out that behind the prison where everyone was held, there was an unknown cave. At this moment, someone had found their daughter's clothes in the cave. It was not difficult to confirm that this must be the location of the human trafficker's main camp. despite this certainty, the group didn't see a single person in the cave. Seeing this, Su Buxiao frowned. This matter was definitely not that simple. He ordered the brothers of the beggar gang to dig up the soil in the cave. Unexpectedly, the crowd discovered a skeleton of white bones in the earth. Meanwhile, Su Buxiao discovered a plant in the soil called the Su Guan vine. The assassin Hiemi Yuchu encountered last time was carrying just such a vine. This vine is like a container for storing blood. It will preserve fresh blood absorbed within a year and use it as nutrients. The most precious nutrient is the blood of young maidens, and this soil was likely the final resting place of those missing girls. They were buried in the soil, their blood slowly drained to become the necessary nutrients for the vine. Hearing this, Lao Huang at the side instantly flew into a rage. If that was the case, hadn't his daughter already met a cruel fate? Just then, a member of the beggar gang noticed something unusual. In the distance, a deathly pale hand suddenly broke through the soil. Everyone present instantly fell into chaos. To prevent infection, Su Buxiao picked up a spray bottle and disinfected the hand. The next second, Su Buxiao was sent flying by Lao Huang. This was clearly the hand of a living person. Anxious for his beloved daughter, Lao Huang immediately decided to rescue this poor soul buried in the earth. No matter who he rescued, he would take them as his goddaughter or godson. Immediately after, a figure burst out of the soil. Assassin's son looked at his new godfather with a cold smile, then backhanded a sharp blade into Lao Huang's neck. Immediately after, Lao Huang was entangled by the blood-sucking vine from before, unable to move. In just an instant, Lao Huang was sucked dry to skin and bones. In contrast, the assassin was disgusted that Lao Huang's blood wasn't fresh enough. It turned out that Assassin's son's usual paintings were all created using the fresh blood stored in the vines here. Su Buxiao immediately recognized the identity of the assassin before him, but Sun shifted his gaze to Mi Yuchu. Ever since Mi Yuchu had defeated him last time, Sun had been unable to forget this formidable woman. An intense desire in his heart made him want to pour Mi Yuchu's fresh blood into the vine. Hearing this, the corners of Su Buxiao's mouth turned up. "Sorry, I'm protecting this woman." As his voice fell, a swarm of bats suddenly burst out of thin air, blocking Sun's vision. The assassin was startled. Could it be that this kid had done something to him? Hearing this, Su Buxiao sneered. It turned out that earlier, Su Buxiao had sprayed a special drug on Sunday. If Sun couldn't leave the cave now, he too would have his blood sucked dry by this swarm of bats. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes glinted. He threw out a sharp blade, wanting to drag Mi Yuchu down with him to die. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's body was tightly bound by the vine. Su Buxiao was instantly worried for Mi Yuchu's safety. But just then, the sharp blade at the end of the vine suddenly pierced Mi Yuchu's body. But before the vine could draw blood, the minions created from the brush painting broke their teeth on Mi Yuchu's hard muscles. Mi Yuchu casually grabbed a vine. With one pull, she yanked the distant assassin's son in front of her. Why did this scene feel somewhat familiar? Immediately after, Mi Yuchu delivered a headbutt to the assassin. The number one assassin, who had been so smug just a moment ago, was now shot out of the cave like a cannonball. The next moment, Su Buxiao was aghast. Although Mi Yuchu's muscles were incredibly firm, the friction from the vine had caused tears to appear in Mi Yuchu's clothes. Even her chest binder was clearly exposed. Mi Yuchu's identity as a woman could no longer be hidden after all. The brothers of the beggar gang instantly surrounded Mi Yuchu. However, what they were focused on was Mi Yuchu's soft, long hair. Seeing this, Su Buxiao fell into deep thought. This woman's chest is flatter than mine. I really don't know why she needs to use something like a chest binder. Just then, a strange figure walked into the crowd. It turned out to be the old leader of the beggar gang. Just as they were regrouping to deal with the assassin, they discovered that the assassin had long since fled. In that case, all they could do was destroy the vines here. Rescuing the abducted girls would also count as an achievement. But the sharp-tongued guy Lauer once again questioned Mi Yuchu's gender. Seeing this, Su Buxiao was startled. At this moment, Mi Yuchu was gradually entering a berserk state. Su Buxiao quickly draped his outer coat over Mi Yuchu, but the next moment, he began to court death. He dared to explain to the crowd that Mi Yuchu was his own fiancée. She just had a penchant for men's clothing, which was why she dressed as a man when she went out. The next moment, Mi Yuchu supported Su Buxiao's hand. Su Buxiao was stunned. Immediately after, he was brought back to reality by the sharp pain from his palm. Seeing that they were about to be force-fed a public display of affection, the onlookers immediately dispersed. The next moment, the heroine's favorability plummeted by 30 points. Didn't I just take a small advantage with my words? I was kindly helping you out of a jam. You're holding a grudge over this too? Despite this, Su Buxiao still decided to apologize to win back Mi Youchu's favorability. But just at this moment, Guy Lauer suddenly appeared, forcefully dragging the two of them to be introduced to the leader of the beggar gang. But before he could make the introduction, he was interrupted by another shout. A member of the beggar gang brought a token before them. This was a token found in the human trafficker's wig. The beggar gang leader immediately recognized it as a bailiff's token from the local county yamen. Once this matter involved government officials, the subsequent handling would become extremely troublesome. But compared to this, Su Buxiao was more worried about the formidable lady beside him suddenly clearing out all his favorability. Mi Youchu was very annoyed by Su Buxiao's gaze. At this point, they had already been dragged into this mess. Seeing so many innocent girls harmed, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since this matter was related to the county yamen, they could get to the bottom of it by sneaking into the yamen and questioning the magistrate directly. The scene changes. A yamen bailiff is sent flying by a punch from the suddenly appearing Mi Youchu. The poor magistrate cowered on the ground, so scared he was about to report to the authorities on the spot. Su Buxiao looked on helplessly. What happened to sneaking in broad daylight? A large group of people wearing night-traveling clothes entering the yamen to beat someone up is also called sneaking in? At that moment, the beggar gang leader took out the token and uttered a command. The magistrate's body trembled. Hearing this, the magistrate trembled all over. Regarding the case of the missing girls, he stated that even if he died, he would not reveal a single detail. Just then, a white light flashed out of thin air. The next moment, the magistrate fell to the ground without a sound. Silenced by murder? Su Buxiao was instantly enraged. There were so many skilled people present, yet not a single one had moved to block the hidden weapon. But the next moment, the supposedly assassinated magistrate sat up. It turned out that the white light was just a pile of bird droppings. But the magistrate was convinced that the bird droppings were a warning from the assassin outside. All along, someone had been monitoring him around the clock. Hearing this, Mi Youchu suddenly scooped up a few broken stones. With a wave of her hand, she shot them towards the yamen gate. In an instant, the men in black responsible for surveillance outside the gate were completely eliminated. Now you can continue talking. The magistrate was so frightened by Mi Youchu's methods that he trembled all over and burst into loud sobs. The magistrate then took out a secret decree and handed it to them. To feed those vines, the magistrate was forced to transport a large number of women to the cave every year. But because the number was insufficient this year, he was ordered to find local people to fill the quota. And the person who issued this secret decree was none other than the current son of heaven. Everyone was shocked. It was an order from the emperor himself. How could this be? Could the emperor also be connected to that assassin? For all these years, doing these unconscionable things, the magistrate lived in fear every day, having nightmares every night, all to provide the pigments for that master's paintings. Hearing this, Mi Youchu instantly clenched her fists. In front of the county yamen, the group, having found out the truth, chose to leave. Facing the current emperor, even if they found the truth, there was nothing they could do. But fortunately, that corrupt official would no longer aid the tyrant, which was a great thing in itself. The beggar gang leader immediately invited Su Buxiao up the mountain for a celebration feast. Thinking of the opportunity to refresh his favorability score, Su Buxiao gladly accepted. Listening to Su Buxiao's boisterous voice, Mi Youchu suddenly had a feeling of deja vu. Seeing his chance, Su Buxiao quickly explained. The reason he said she was his fiancée was mainly to help Mi Youchu out of a difficult situation. He was only halfway through his sentence when Mi Youchu's favorability plummeted again. This guy doesn't even know which sentence of his offended me, and he's just apologizing randomly here. My chest is obviously bigger than yours. So, this was what the woman had been hung up on all day. Fortunately, after some comparison, Mi Youchu's favorability rose back up by 100 points. In the eerie cave, a sinister fire flickered. His Highness the Prince, who had been so excited just a second ago, was now curled up and trembling. Just an hour ago, all the members of the beggar gang had gone out to buy ingredients. Su Buxiao and the leader of the beggar gang stayed behind to watch the cave. But as luck would have it, legend had it that a ghost in a red dress often appeared in this cave. This scared half the life out of the timid prince. So, Su Buxiao began to console himself. In this world, there shouldn't be any settings for ghosts and gods, right? The next moment, Mi Youchu, who was sitting on the ground, scared the prince so much he left an afterimage. At this moment, Mi Youchu was hugging her knees and signed to herself. It turned out that earlier, she had mistaken the leader of the beggar gang for her long-lost older brother. After confirming, Miyuchu completely gave up her last hope. Thinking of this, Miyuchu couldn't help but sigh. "You're so noisy." Miyuchu picked up a stone and threw it at the prince by the stove. Rubbing the super large bump on his head, which was at least 2.5 meters tall, the prince finally quieted down. "If they don't come back, can't you go out and look for them? Don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts." Su Buxiao quickly explained. "What a joke. How could this young master be afraid of such nonsense?" Although he said that, Su Buxiao's guilty expression completely exposed his true inner thoughts. On the other hand, the fearless Miyuchu immediately decided to go look for them. The cowardly prince talked tough, but after just 2 steps, he collapsed in fear. Although Su Buxiao wanted to go out with Miyuchu, his legs were too weak to walk now, and he didn't dare to stay in the cave alone. Seeing Su Buxiao's tearful appearance, Miyuchu suddenly remembered that strange creature that had run away from him before. System notification, heroine's favorability plus 99. Seeing this, His Highness the Prince, who was busy crying, froze on the spot. This can also increase favorability? Is this woman's sadistic streak acting up again? The next moment, Su Buxiao was dragged out of the cave. In a gloomy forest, several suspicious figures were secretly plotting something. It turned out that in the beggar gang, there was a tradition of scaring newcomers at the celebration banquet. They used the rumor of the ghost in red in the town. First, they would dress up as a female ghost to scare Su Buxiao and the other one, and then give them a sumptuous feast. Such an act was indeed quite amusing. But just at this moment, a sound from the jungle attracted their attention. The next moment, the members of the beggar gang were scared out of their wits by 2 black shadows that suddenly appeared in the jungle. Taking a closer look, the 2 figures were actually Su Buxiao and Miyuchu, who had gone out to look for the beggar gang members. It was a false alarm. You guys actually pretended to be a female ghost to scare people. That's too vicious. To this, the members of the beggar gang cursed inwardly. "How are we scary? You 2 are the truly scary ones, okay?" When the beggar gang leader led troops on expeditions before, every new recruit had to undergo a similar test. Hearing this, Miyuchu at the side was suddenly startled. Her hands loosened, and she dropped the scalding hot food onto Su Buxiao's leg. "You're saying your leader has led troops on expeditions before?" Miyuchu asked with urgent concern. Of course. Not only that, the leader was a general in the army back then. Before he could finish, the beggar gang leader at the side suddenly spoke up, stopping his subordinate. Just at this moment, Miyuchu, who was eating, stood up with a whoosh. She walked quickly to the beggar gang leader and carefully examined the man whose face was covered by long hair. Then, she directly reached out and lifted his ghostly long hair. My goodness, this leader, how many years has it been since he last groomed his body hair? Even his eyebrows flowed down like a waterfall. Miyuchu pursed her lips. If this man before her wasn't her older brother, as a fellow military man, he should know the whereabouts of her brother, Miyu Mao. Hearing this, the beggar gang leader was slightly stunned. He slowly lifted his waist-length bangs. "Miss, do we know each other?" Hearing this sentence, Miyuchu was instantly shocked. It turned out the leader's real name was not Gai Gai. Su Buxiao was also very surprised. But Miyuchu, seeing her brother's sloppy appearance, immediately wanted to slip away in embarrassment. Her older brother would never look like this. Besides, she had secretly checked before. This man didn't have her brother's birthmark on his right shoulder. To this, Guy Lauer quickly stepped forward to explain. The cave was dim at the time, and Miyuchu had looked at the wrong place in her haste. Miyu Mao had been used to sleeping on his stomach for years, so what Miyuchu saw at that time was her brother's left shoulder. Hearing his sister's voice, Miyu Mao was instantly overjoyed. Miyuchu looked at her brother, her heart surging with emotion. But the next moment, she completely lost it because of her brother's hairy face. It turned out that after taking a bath, her brother was actually so handsome and dashing. Miyu Mao looked at Miyuchu with a complicated expression. At this moment, he still suspected whether the girl he hadn't seen for many years was really his little sister. After all, when he left back then, his little sister was still wearing the split-crotch training pants he had made for her himself. I'm so damn old now, who still wears split-crotch pants? Feeling the familiar force, Miyu Mao, who was sent flying into the air, immediately confirmed that the girl before him was indeed his little sister. Late at night, the siblings sat under the moon and talked. Back then, their older brother led the Mi family army on an expedition. He should have been glorious. Why had he become this sloppy mess now? And where had all the brothers of the Mi family army gone? Hearing this, Mi Yumao was lost in his own sorrow. Seeing her brother remain silent, Mi Yuchu couldn't help but feel sad. Even if he was unwilling to tell the truth, why wouldn't her brother come home with her? In the years her brother was missing, their father and sister-in-law had been extremely sad. In the past, their father could eat 12 bowls of rice in one sitting. Now, due to excessive grief, he could only eat 8 bowls before he was too weak to continue. Mi Yumao sighed, thinking of his father and wife whom he hadn't seen for many years, as well as his brothers who had fought on the battlefield. He couldn't help but feel guilty. At the side, Mi Yuchu suddenly heard her brother's indistinct mumbling. "You fellow, if you can't give me a reason, I don't mind beating you until you talk sense, just like when we were kids." To this, her brother quickly explained. He still had one important matter to attend to. Once it was settled, he would definitely go home and give everyone an explanation. The next morning, Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu, escorted by the members of the beggar gang, arrived at the city gate. "Brother, are you sure you're not coming back with us?" And in broad daylight, "What are you doing wearing night traveling clothes?" To this, Su Buxiao didn't want to waste any more words. But just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by soldiers. The city gate is sealed. A plague has suddenly broken out in Qinghua County. All citizens are forbidden from leaving the city. A plague? Could be a zombie virus outbreak in the city. Su Buxiao instantly fell into deep thought. But Mi Yuchu at the side suddenly felt that the name Qinghua County sounded very familiar. The soldier's attitude was very firm. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, he wouldn't let anyone take a single step out of the city. Just then, Mi Yuchu stared blankly at the city wall. With a bang, she thrust her arm into the city wall. "Since I can't walk out the main gate, I should be able to climb over the wall, right?" Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The next second, Mi Yuchu and the others were sent to the yamen. Seeing these plagues again, the magistrate couldn't help but clench his buttocks. Immediately after, the magistrate, as if seeing his savior, threw himself at Su Buxiao. With the current plague outbreak in the past, the imperial court would send imperial physicians to Qinghua County for treatment. But this time, not only did the current son of heaven not send any physicians, he even sealed the city gates, all to let them fend for themselves. To this, Su Buxiao was helpless. The series of events was like a huge vortex, pulling them into even greater trouble. The open space was filled with the painful groans of the infected. To solve the plague, the magistrate was willing to do anything for Su Buxiao and the others. A certain part of the infected person's body would swell inexplicably. To this day, the yamen has not been able to find out where the real source of infection came from. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was stunned. Could Mi Yuchu also be infected with this contagious disease? Otherwise, how could her muscles be so swollen? Su Buxiao examined the patient in front of him, but found nothing unusual about him. Faced with Su Buxiao's confusion, the young man slowly lifted his skirt. "Holy cow, this disease is so awesome." After investigation, Su Buxiao confirmed that this type of disease did not currently show signs of human-to-human transmission. However, there was a big problem with the water in the cups. "Everyone, don't drink the water just yet." Hearing this, the three who just raised their cups to drink were stunned. "Can we really not drink the water? This disease is really a headache." Su Buxiao frowned, but Mi Yumao at the side looked calm. "It's not yet completely certain that the water source is the problem. At least, nothing has happened to me." But the next moment, Mi Yumao's suddenly swelling chest made everyone present shudder. Does this mean that in the future, I can only call Xiao Chu my sister? Suddenly, they noticed that Mi Yochu's body had not changed at all after drinking the poison water. "My arms are already this swollen. Are you all blind?" Su Buxiao didn't believe it at all. Mi Yochu's arms were always this thick. But he never expected that this time, the poison immune Mi Yuchu would also be infected with this unknown virus. The magistrate at the side quickly came forward. "Time is tight. If this disease is not cured within 3 days, the patient's vitality will be exhausted, and they will die from total body decay and aging." He never expected this plague to be so ferocious. To this, Su Buxiao immediately realized that this was a great opportunity for his conquest. He grabbed Mi Yochu's chubby hands. "Don't worry, Mi Yu. With me here, I will definitely not let you die of old age." Hearing this, Mi Yuchu was slightly stunned. "You mean, if you kill me now, I won't have to face old age? Even if I die of old age, I'll beat you, you scoundrel, to a pulp first." System notification. Heroine's favorability -50. Even saying something nice can reduce favorability. This crazy woman is too hard to handle. My life as a prince is too bitter. The condition of Mi Yochu's arm worsened. Although she talked about beating up Su Buxiao, Mi Yuchu felt Su Buxiao's concern for her at her heart. Miyuchu, wake up. You absolutely cannot be fooled by this seductive man's tricks. At the side, Su Buxiao, watching the fluctuating favorability, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The magistrate at the side suddenly looked strange. At this moment, Su Buxiao was facing the air in a bizarre posture, muttering to himself. Has this kid always been this crazy? It turned out that Su Buxiao was using the system to search for information related to the plague. According to the evidence, a certain part of the infected person's body would swell inexplicably, and they would have a verbal tic when speaking. What kind of strange setting is this disease? It seems I haven't heard any strange verbal tics from the infected. Never mind. Let's try the prescription first. Looking at the dark, murky medicinal soup in front of them, everyone present instantly expressed their doubts. Immediately after, Mi Yuchu held the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's swollen arm actually became slender. It was just a bit too slender. What the hell? It's even worse than before. And after drinking the medicine, she started to feel dizzy and feverish. Mi Yuchu was even starting to feel drowsy. Weren't you supposed to be immune to all poisons? If you die, how will this young master live? Wait, Mi Yuchu's setting is immunity to all poisons. Then why did she also get sick? Sure enough, the source of this plague was not poison, but a type of venomous goo called water silver goo. And to remove the goo, one needed the world's rare thousand spirit grass. Where could they find it at such short notice? Suddenly, the magistrate at the side called out to Su Buxiao. It turned out that the magistrate came from a family of physicians. He happened to have a plot of land at home where a lot of thousand spirit grass was planted. At this moment, this unreliable, corrupt official had completely become everyone's savior. Looking at the suffering crowd, Su Buxiao couldn't help but blame himself. Some patients' aging symptoms had even accelerated. Therefore, Su Buxiao was even more worried about Mi Yuchu's condition. Sure enough, Mi Yuchu at the side had already grown white hair. If he had discovered the goo earlier, she might not be in so much pain now. Even if you grow old, I'll be responsible for you. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu, who had just been looking bitter, was instantly revitalized. Even her hair color returned to its previous state. Did she just directly develop antibodies and kill the child goo? This woman's body is too abnormal. To this, Su Buxiao quickly stuffed the spring water mixed with the goo into Mi Yuchu's mouth. Your setting simply doesn't fit the tragic plot. Drink a few more cups. This young master wants to be a hero saving a damsel. The next moment, Su Buxiao's head was pulled up more than 2 meters high by Mi Yuchu. Just at this moment, the magistrate returned. Could this be the legendary thousand spirit grass? As expected of a rare medicinal herb, it has already taken shape. To this, the magistrate quickly explained. When he went home, he found that a group of wild rabbits had suddenly appeared in his garden. The entire field of thousand spirit grass had been eaten clean by the rabbits. These rabbits are too outrageous. What should we do now? At this point, it seems we can only try a desperate remedy. Have you all heard of Wan Yu Sha? Of course, sir. Are you talking about the excrement of wild rabbits? Suddenly, the magistrate realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The antidote was instantly served on the table, and this time, the antidote was indeed miraculously effective. It's just that Su Buxiao didn't understand. Mi Yuchu had clearly recovered, so why was she still chugging down the antidote? It turned out to be because of the bowl of goo water that Su Buxiao had poured into Mi Yuchu's mouth earlier. Mi Yuchu was worried about being poisoned again, so she drank another cup of the antidote. But in reality, the bowl of water Su Buxiao gave Mi Yuchu did not contain any goo. Mi Yumao at the side had just drunk the antidote. He immediately spat out a thick glob of phlegm. Is this the parasite that was in the body? Everyone's bodies gradually returned to normal. Su Buxiao was instantly surrounded by the crowd, seeing the people recover. Su Buxiao also breathed a sincere sigh of relief. At the side, Mi Yuchu recalled what Su Buxiao had said before, and her opinion of him changed somewhat. Seeing the heroine's favorability increase again, the exhausted Su Buxiao was instantly moved to tears. In that case, I'll try harder and strive to conquer this woman before tonight. Just as Su Buxiao was feeling moved, a guest suddenly appeared and accidentally revealed the truth about the medicinal ingredients. The antidote was actually rabbit droppings. Didn't you say all 3 ingredients were Chinese herbs? You kid, don't say you deliberately put rabbit droppings in to help us vomit for our own good. To this, Su Buxiao was speechless. After a loving caress, the goo removal process reached its final stage. The child goo had been completely cleared. Next was to clear the remaining mother goo in the body. Su Buxiao held the antidote carefully made from rabbit droppings. preparing to pour it into the well. But the next moment, a figure shot out from the well. A sharp blade was pressed directly against Su Buxiao's neck. The deadly blade almost grazed his cheek. In the nick of time, Mi Yuchu acted decisively, saving Su Buxiao from the assassin's fatal attack. "You crazy woman, can't you be a little gentler? This young master wasn't killed by him, but I was almost killed by your throw. Wait, why is it this Sun guy again? This fellow is even more of a persistent pest than me." Seeing Mi Yuchu again, an extremely excited expression appeared on Sun's face. Mi Yuchu crushed the blade in her hand. For some reason, she felt that this assassin was much stronger than last time. Su Buxiao and assassin Sun fought fiercely. With one blow, the bandage on Sun's arm was torn open by the force. Just then, the tattoo on Sun's hand caught the attention of an old man in the distance. The old man exclaimed that the tattoo was the curse of the ghost in red. To this, Su Buxiao completely broke down. Where did this old man come from? His spooky appearance is more like a ghost than the female ghost. To this, assassin Sun suddenly gave a wicked smile, muttering that this time's objective had been achieved. Then he turned and fled. What on earth is this guy's purpose? And the next moment, Su Buxiao exploded. The antidote in his hand had been silently shattered by the assassin. This was the only remaining lifeline. Could this goo and the assassin also have a special connection? To this, Mi Yuchu was more concerned about the old man in the distance. Why would he come to this deep mountain forest in the middle of the night? And what was this curse of the ghost in red that he mentioned? The old man cowered behind a tree, trembling. A fire was lit. The three of them came to a cave to rest for a while. It turned out the old man was named Qing Shu, and he was the guardian of this mountain, entrusted by the magistrate. He had specially come to help Su Buxiao. Immediately after, Qing Shu explained the legend of the ghost in red to the two of them. 25 years ago, Qinghai County was just a peaceful little mountain village. Until one day, the daughter of a street performer, Master Wang, found a man covered in blood at the village entrance. At first, the villagers were against her bringing this man into the village. But Master Wang's daughter insisted on taking him home. The two developed feelings for each other and pledged their lives to one another. Later, the man left. Strange red spots appeared on Wang Nyonyo's body. The villagers thought it was a plague and threw Wang Nyonyo, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress, into a stone coffin while she was still alive. Who knew that the man would actually return to the village later, and his identity was also extraordinary. After learning the truth, the man silenced all the participants. Qing Shu was too old and had not participated in the matter, so he was lucky to survive. Later, this devoted man held a wedding ceremony with Wang Nyonyo, who was sealed in the coffin. He placed the stone coffin in this cave and ordered Qing Shu to guard it for life. After that, there were always rumors nearby that at midnight, Wang Nyonyo could be seen wandering the mountains in a red dress. Thus, the rumor of the ghost in red was born. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was shocked. The body of that ghost in red is actually in this mountain. But Mi Yuchu at the side felt that the story Qing Shu told was very familiar. Qing Shu suddenly raised his hand. It turned out that Su Buxiao had been sitting on the coffin of that woman in red all along. Hearing this, Su Buxiao jumped up in fright. "What kind of sin have I committed? And why are you two so quiet? Have you really seen a ghost?" But the next moment, their expressions looked as if they had really seen a ghost. Su Buxiao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to look at the stone coffin, only to find that it was empty. There really is a ghost. Su Buxiao and Qing Shu jumped up in fright. Mi Yuchu at the side was lost in thought. Qing Shu had said before that the assassin's tattoo was related to the female ghost, and Qing Shu had indeed seen the mark on Sun's body. Hearing this, Su Buxiao displayed his amazing train of thought. "You mean, the ghost in red had a sex change operation and became the current assassin?" But Mi Yuchu said she didn't believe in ghosts. With the current situation, either the assassin took the body of the ghost in red, or the ghost in red is still alive. "So you mean, the ghost in red really had a sex change operation and became the assassin? All these things are really giving me a headache. By the way, what was the identity of the man who married the female ghost?" Hearing this, Qing Shu fell silent. "You don't dare to say?" In any case, solving the source of the plague is the top priority. But now that the antidote has been completely destroyed, to remove the goo, we must first go and gather herbs. The next morning, Su Buxiao actually took Mi Yuchu up in a hot air balloon, soaring through the sky. Originally, Su Buxiao planned to sneak out of the city in the hot air balloon. but it was also very convenient for finding the location of the herbs. Not only that, Su Buxiao also prepared a telescope. With the help of technology, he could easily lock onto the location of the herbs. You idiot. Marking it this way is like carving the boat to find the sword. Mi Yuchu looked at the vast scenery before her and suddenly felt that this Su Buxiao fellow was actually quite smart. Hearing this, Su Buxiao immediately became smug. Just then, the hot air balloon suddenly tilted. Mi Yuchu lost her footing and bumped directly into Su Buxiao's arms. They looked at each other, slightly stunned. Realizing the situation was not right, Mi Yuchu quickly averted her gaze from Su Buxiao. Mi Yuchu spoke, "Sorry, the wind was strong just now. I accidentally bumped into the prince." Seeing this, Su Buxiao reached out and touched the spot where Mi Yuchu had just leaned. Su Buxiao's heart began to beat rapidly. What is this strange feeling? My heart is beating faster and faster. The next moment, Su Buxiao spat out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of iron head technique does this woman practice? She almost knocked this young master out. However, a man and a woman alone in a hot air balloon was also a great opportunity for conquest. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. The unlucky prince immediately started to get cheesy. In this scene, overlooking the lights of thousands of homes, isn't it romantic? Hearing this, Mi Yuchu couldn't help but think of Kongming lanterns. Su Buxiao smiled slightly. Yes, just like Kongming lanterns. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's face changed drastically. You really did trick me up here to kill me. Like a Kongming lantern, rising to the sky and finally burning and falling. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke caught Mi Yuchu's attention. Hearing this, Su Buxiao quickly checked the situation. He saw an army resting in the jungle. At this time, why would an army appear near Qinghua County? Just in case, Su Buxiao asked Mi Yuchu to increase the fire and gain altitude to get a better view of the whole picture. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu pulled the lever. Su Buxiao instantly realized something was wrong. With his Hercules strength, if she pulled hard, wouldn't the balloon be destroyed and they would die? Sure enough, the soaring flames directly pierced through the hot air balloon. The two were speechless. On the other side, the army was sitting together discussing something. Suddenly, a soldier named Xiao Wu pointed to the sky. Is that a Kongming lantern? Quick, let me make a wish. I hope that after the mission is over, the little brother next to me will accept my feelings. The next moment, the hot air balloon falling from the sky exploded into a ball of fire with a boom. My God, what kind of wish did the commander make? The after effect is so strong. On the other side, Mi Yuchu descended from the sky, holding the lifeless prince. He would never have imagined in his life that he would witness the miracle of someone pulling a beehive apart with one hand. Just then, a citizen of Qinghua County urgently called out Su Buxiao's name. It turned out that after Su Buxiao left, people in the town had fallen ill again. How is that possible? Did someone secretly drink from the well and court death? To this, the man strongly requested that Su Buxiao go down the mountain to check on the situation. But Su Buxiao suddenly became suspicious. This man looked unfamiliar. And why were the people down the mountain so familiar with him? To this, the man hurriedly explained that Su Buxiao was the benefactor of Qinghua County. Every household had a portrait of their benefactor, so they were extremely familiar with Su Buxiao. Even so, we have to wait until after we've gathered the herbs. Otherwise, it's useless if we can't cure the disease. But the man insisted that Su Buxiao go down the mountain. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu had to step in to mediate, offering to gather herbs on the mountain in Su Buxiao's place. But for some reason, Mi Yuchu felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Time passed minute by minute. After a day of hard work, Mi Yuchu had collected a lot of herbs. However, before gathering the herbs, she forgot to ask Su Buxiao what the herbs looked like. So, she could only collect all the herbs and bring them all down the mountain. Just at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Mi Yuchu. Isn't this that weak, perverted maniac? Why is he here? Miss, you don't have to be so surprised. But that's right. I've been missing for these past few days. You must have been Jiaotong. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu fell into deep thought. You were missing? It seems like no one even noticed. To this, Xiaoba didn't care at all and directly asked Mi Yuchu to go down the mountain with him. Since we had a past, you are this young master's person. Don't worry, I will protect you well. To this, Mi Yuchu had a look of confusion. Who the hell are you? Why should I go with you? Hearing this, the man gave a wicked smile. It turned out that this perverted narcissist was actually the current second prince. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu was stunned. She clearly remembered that in her previous life, Su Buxiao's father, along with her own father, had failed in a coup. It was this second prince who captured them. So he was also an indirect enemy who caused the death of the Mi family. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu thought of something. The family story the second prince had told before. The story this guy told before was highly consistent with the legend of the ghost in red. If he is the second prince, then wasn't the one who married the ghost in red the current emperor? Seeing Mi Yuchu's shocked expression, the narcissistic second prince suddenly gave a wicked smile. Mi Yuchu immediately raised her guard. You didn't expect it, did you? Our emperor is actually a romantic who loves beauty more than his country. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu was instantly suspicious. Why was this guy telling her these things? And the second prince's mother, because she accidentally discovered the emperor's secret back then, was immediately sentenced to death by the emperor. Therefore, the second prince decided to find out the truth and clear his mother's name. He saw that Mi Yuchu had a rebellious look, which was very compatible with his own righteous look. The second prince grabbed Mi Yuchu's arm. The next moment, he made a wild statement, demanding that Mi Yuchu follow him. Together, they would overthrow this muddle-headed and incompetent current emperor. After he becomes emperor, Mi Yuchu will become the master of the harem. But the next moment, the second prince suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Yuchu's expression was cold. She backhanded him, almost crushing the second prince's arm. Even if I have a rebellious streak, I won't rebel with someone as unpredictable as you. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu's expression changed. Isn't this the guy who just called Su Buxiao down the mountain? Mi Yuchu grabbed the man's neck. She pressed him for the truth about tricking Su Buxiao down the mountain. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Su Buxiao has already, this sinister and cunning second prince, deliberately sent someone to hold up Mi Yuchu, all to ambush the defenseless Su Buxiao down the mountain? The second prince couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Su Buxiao is simple-minded. With just a little trick, he rushed back to his death. He can't compare to this prince at all, who has deep feelings for Miss Mi knowing the danger. He still came to pick up Miss Mi learning that Su Buxiao was in danger. Mi Yuchu turned and left. This woman is really interesting. She knows it's dangerous, but still goes down the mountain. Seeing Mi Yuchu leave, the man at the side hurriedly tried to stop her. But the second prince said it was no big deal. Anyway, Mi Yuchu would be his sooner or later. He was not like his emperor father, a romantic who didn't love his country. He wanted both the country and the beauty. On the other side, Mi Yuchu rushed to Qinghai County at top speed. After many twists and turns, Mi Yuchu finally understood why she had a special impression of Qinghai County. In her previous life, Qinghai County was massacred due to a plague. If that weakling Su Buxiao encountered the army, he would definitely die instantly. To this, Mi Yuchu sighed with emotion. She never thought she would start to feel anxious for her enemy from her past life. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu's eyes changed. A fleet of hot air balloons floated in the air, making Mi Yuchu stop and watch. On the hot air balloon, the magistrate was looking down at the forest with a telescope. It turned out that Su Buxiao had already informed the magistrate of the news of the army's massacre. It was a pity that Mi Yuchu was not in the city at this time. Otherwise, with her combat power, she could at least resist for a while. Now, being in midair, even if they found Mi Yuchu's whereabouts, there was no way to jump down and make contact. But the next moment, the Mi Yuchu the magistrate had been thinking about suddenly appeared on the hot air balloon. My goodness, how did this big sister get up here? Seeing Mi Yuchu finally return, the magistrate couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Just half an hour ago, the magistrate had learned from Su Buxiao about the army's massacre. Su Buxiao acted urgently, sending the citizens and the magistrate up in hot air balloons. But he himself did not escape with them. Instead, he chose to stay behind and share the hardships with the remaining citizens. If it weren't for the system's rules, prohibiting the creation of large-scale weapons of mass destruction, he, Su Buxiao, would definitely not have suffered this humiliation. And when he came down the mountain, he had personally seen the army gathering outside Qinghai County. If the massacre was real, even if the plague was cured, this city would still be finished. Therefore, Su Buxiao chose to be a benefactor to the end. Not only did he teach the fleeing people how to control the hot air balloons, he also gave the telescope to the magistrate to observe the enemy. Su Buxiao stayed in the city, guarding it with the members of the beggar gang and the young and strong men of the city. As the hot air balloon took off, the magistrate suddenly called out to Su Buxiao, asking if he had a countermeasure. Hearing this, Su Buxiao pondered for a moment. He opened his fan, revealing an extremely wicked smile. After hearing the account, Mi Chu was slightly shocked. She never thought that guy would come up with a solution so quickly. Despite this, the magistrate was still very worried. The next moment, Mi Chu let go of her hands. Under the magistrate's shocked gaze, she leaped straight from the high altitude into the forest. On the other side, a group of men in women's clothing gathered in the city. Is this the brilliant plan you were talking about? To this, Su Buxiao was calm. Even if we tell the army that the plague has been cured, they will definitely not believe it. Therefore, Su Buxiao decided to make the army leader drink the goo water. This way, they would not be able to kill each other. But what does this have to do with us dressing in women's clothing? Just then, a fast horse galloped over. By imperial decree, Qinghai County has been poorly managed, repeatedly causing the local population to suffer from a terrible disease. To prevent the people from suffering any longer, His Majesty has decided to kill all the citizens, giving the residents of the city a swift release. Hearing this, Su Buxiao showed a cold smile. He slowly pushed open the main gate. Didn't you want to know why we had to become men in women's clothing? These soldiers have traveled in a hurry. In that case, we will use the temptation of beauties to awaken the fire within that leader, making them parched. When they let down their guard, they will drink the well water at the city gate, which contains the child goo. Once the army is infected with the goo poison, this massacre will surely be stopped. This was Su Buxiao's surefire plan. But unexpectedly, the army leader announcing the imperial decree, as soon as he saw the men in women's clothing, vomited with a wah. This reaction was completely different from the plan. Su Buxiao was speechless. Even if they don't become thirsty, making the soldiers vomit until they are dehydrated, and then drink the goo water is also a good plan. Am I really a genius? The next second, the leading soldier actually started chugging water from the well. In just an instant, the goo water had taken effect. The leading general instantly turned into Marshal Tianpeng. Seeing this, Su Buxiao raised his hand sarcastically. Commander, you've been infected with the plague now. If you're not cured in 3 days, you will die. I am Su Buxiao, the emperor's legitimate son. As long as you are willing to make peace, I will definitely cure your illness. Seeing that it was His Highness the Prince, the army commander was stunned. Suddenly, his expression became extremely strange. A soldier drew his sword and directly stabbed the commander. When the Son of Heaven falls ill, he is treated the same as a commoner. Since you have the plague, then sacrifice yourself to protect the country. The unlucky army commander instantly died. A Biao behind him suddenly sneered. Thank you, Your Highness the Prince, for giving me a good reason to kill the commander. As for Your Highness the Prince, even if you die, no one will know you were in this place. The next moment, the soldiers raised their swords and charged at Su Buxiao. Helpless, Miyu Mao also had to draw his sword to meet the enemy. Even Su Buxiao didn't expect these guys to start fighting at the drop of a hat. On the other side, the magistrate on the hot air balloon also observed the chaos in the city. At this time, Su Buxiao also picked up a machete. He faced the new soldiers, trembling, but because he didn't dare to kill, he could only seek help from the system. But earlier, Su Buxiao had already used up his chance for outside help. Therefore, Su Buxiao couldn't get help from the system. The next moment, a soldier holding a sharp knife rushed over. At this moment, Su Buxiao was panicking. A flash of a blade suddenly struck, stopping the soldier in front of him. Miyu Mao stepped forward to protect Su Buxiao. Swords have no eyes. At this time, they must be extremely careful. Large beads of sweat covered Su Buxiao's forehead. He looked at the soldier's body in front of him and subconsciously took a step back, his face filled with sorrow and fear. Suddenly, a spray of fresh blood splattered onto Su Buxiao's cheek. Su Buxiao was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look in the direction where the blood had splattered. In an instant, Guy Lauer's head was lying alone on the ground. Su Buxiao broke out in a cold sweat. He looked left and right across the battlefield. The bodies of Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were also gradually turning into ice particles. Is this the cruelty of war? Su Buxiao's mind completely collapsed. He fell to the ground and began to vomit uncontrollably. How did things turn out like this? The brothers who were just laughing and joking a moment ago had turned into cold corpses in an instant. All along, Su Buxiao had only treated this world as a game instance, one he could handle easily just by using his brain. But now, the bone-deep slaughter had made him completely lose his ability to cope. At this rate, he would really die. Looking back, Su Buxiao suddenly froze in place. To protect Su Buxiao, Miyu Mao had used his own body to block a sword for him, then lost consciousness and slid to the ground. Su Buxiao's eyes widened. At this moment, it was unknown if Miyu Mao was alive or dead. The soldier behind him, seeing the fallen Mi Yu Mao, stabbed him again with a spear. Su Buxiao wanted to rise and fight back, but his body wouldn't obey. In his breakdown, Su Buxiao let out a roar of pain. The soldier was startled by Su Buxiao's shout. Su Buxiao, disregarding his own life, threw himself onto Mi Yu Mao, wanting to shield him from the soldier's attacks. Unexpectedly, the rumored debauched prince was so loyal. The next moment, the soldier revealed a cruel smile and thrust his spear heavily into Su Buxiao's body. Then his palm, then his thigh. In just a short moment, Su Buxiao was covered in wounds. He lay on the ground, dying. Although he had no strength to fight back, all he could do now was to block a few more blows for the big brother beneath him. Su Buxiao reached out, wanted to touch his former brother's cheek. Why was he so useless? He couldn't even protect his own brother. The next moment, a system warning appeared before Su Buxiao's eyes. Warning, current sense of belonging is too low. System program is about to collapse. Su Buxiao's body began to transform. The soldier beside them showed no mercy in his eyes. He raised his sword to kill Su Buxiao. Just then, Mi Yuchu finally appeared. With a flying kick, she sent the soldier flying 100,000 miles away. At this moment, Su Buxiao was crying his eyes out. He stared blankly at Mi Yuchu's figure, as if seeing a glimmer of hope for life. Seeing the devastation before her, Mi Yuchu's expression changed drastically. Su Buxiao, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Mi Yuchu, your big brother. He's not going to make it." But Mi Yuchu wasn't worried about her brother's injuries. After all, as a martial artist, her big brother was strong and healthy. On the contrary, this weakling Su Buxiao was the one who was truly about to die. Then, Mi Yuchu threw all the medicinal herbs to Su Buxiao, preparing to deal with the enemy army alone. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu stopped in her tracks. Just now, she had heard everything Su Buxiao said on the brink of death. This guy was cowardly, timid, weak, and useless. He would even hesitate in the face of the enemy. Each of these flaws was extremely fatal. But it was Su Buxiao who helped Xiang County treat the plague. It was also Su Buxiao who helped the women and children escape. At the moment of life and death, Su Buxiao did not flee. He even risked his life to protect the heavily injured Mi Yu Mao. In Mi Yuchu's eyes, Su Buxiao was definitely not a useless person. Hearing this, the utterly despondent Su Buxiao's eyes instantly widened. "Don't look at me with that ugly expression. I still think your usual arrogant and spirited pretty boy face suits you better." Just as the two were gazing deeply at each other, a soldier's taunt came from behind. Immediately after, Mi Yuchu backhanded the soldier in the face with a punch. The group of soldiers was instantly sent flying in all directions. As expected, villains die from talking too much. In the sky, the county magistrate, watching Mi Yuchu's terrifying combat power through a telescope, couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Suddenly, a soldier tremblingly uttered a threat. "Wait until I kill you first, then drain your blood, and finally, I'll execute you on the spot." Mi Yuchu was quite speechless at this. It turned out that on the city wall, a team of formidable archers was hidden. This showed the emperor's determination to massacre the city. But Mi Yuchu didn't pay them any mind. Suddenly, a severe headache struck. Mi Yuchu collapsed into Su Buxiao's arms without warning. Damn it, why did the headache have to act up at this very moment? On the city wall, the archers were ready to fire. Seeing this, the magistrate in the sky couldn't help but burn with anxiety. At this moment, Mi Yuchu had lost her ability to fight. If there was no other way, they could only wait for death. The next moment, Su Buxiao held Mi Yuchu tightly, using his body to shield her from the arrows. At this point, he could only believe in his protagonist's plot armor. As expected of a protagonist, the overwhelming rain of arrows perfectly missed, and Su Buxiao landed on the ground in a twisted heap. Heavens, do I really have protagonist plot armor? Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow landed squarely on Su Buxiao's butt, feeling the warmth in Su Buxiao's arms. Mi Yuchu's headache gradually subsided, but it felt so familiar. "You brat, what's your relationship with the doctor who treated my headache before?" Hearing this, Su Buxiao could only play dumb. Mi Yuchu slowly closed her eyes. Immediately after, she erupted with a terrifying killing intent. She was seen carrying Su Buxiao in a princess hold. "Hey sister, if you carry me like this, don't I have any face to lose?" A nearby soldier quickly ordered another attack. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu let out a cold laugh. She gathered her strength on the spot, and holding Su Buxiao, she shot up into the sky. The next moment, the city wall instantly crumbled. Mi Yuchu, with just one kick, shattered the sturdy city gate. Holy crap, is this Mi Yuchu's true strength? How on earth have I survived until now? With a loud bang, the city wall instantly collapsed. The magistrate in the air, seeing this, crushed the telescope in his hand in shock. This is too damn terrifying. Although the army failed to massacre the city, with that one kick, the unlucky Qinghai County was still reduced to ashes. The unconscious Su Buxiao slowly opened his eyes. The trauma he suffered on the battlefield made him scream subconsciously, but he was surprised to find that his wounds had already been properly bandaged, and the surroundings were very unfamiliar. Yesterday, he was hit on the head by the rubble kicked up by Mi Yuchu and passed out directly. Recalling his series of encounters, Su Buxiao couldn't help but feel deeply ashamed. He was now recuperating in a farmer's house. Not only were his wounds bandaged, but someone had also thoughtfully changed his clothes. Could it be that Mi Yuchu changed them for me herself? At this thought, Su Buxiao felt a wave of shyness. Stop dreaming. I changed your clothes. Mi Yu Mao suddenly spoke from the side. Seeing his big brother safe and sound, Su Buxiao was slightly taken aback. The young and able-bodied men of the village and Mi Yu Mao's brothers had all died on the battlefield yesterday. Su Buxiao wanted to offer some comfort, but Mi Yu Mao slowly closed his eyes. As a general, he was already accustomed to death. These brothers all sacrificed themselves to protect the common people. True men, he would only feel proud of them. But their revenge, Mi Yu Mao swore, he would make that despicable group pay one by one. Seeing Mi Yu Mao's murderous gaze, Su Buxiao felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Su Buxiao remembered Mi Yochu's whereabouts. Where did that woman go? Don't tell me she was sold by this farming family. He then suffered the consequences of his loose tongue. It turned out Mi Yuchu took pity on their small group of weak, sick, and disabled, and had specially cooked porridge for them. However, since it was her first time making porridge, its appearance was truly a bit of a dark cuisine. Big brother, why aren't you eating? Mi Yuchu looked at Mi Yu Mao with anticipation. To save his own life, Mi Yu Mao could only find a random excuse to decline. Just then, Mi Yu Mao suddenly remembered that Xiao Chu had said she had something important to tell them when Su Buxiao woke up. Hearing this, Su Buxiao had a questioning look on his face. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu didn't keep them in suspense. The Mute Man and Gai Gai Gang's group was actually the low-profile second prince. Before, Mi Yuchu was still wondering. Since it was the emperor who ordered the capture of the women, why would the cave full of blood-sucking vines also be the place where the assassins store blood? And this time with the city massacre, the soldiers also claimed they wanted to capture women alive. The connection between these events, she only understood after talking with the second prince. The second prince had personally admitted that the infatuated man who admired the red-clothed female ghost and married her was none other than the current son of heaven, his majesty. In that case, the assassin and the red-clothed female ghost having the same tattoo now had a common explanation. That assassin had been working for the emperor all along. Facing the place where his beloved was brutally murdered, the emperor was full of malice towards Qinghai County. It's just that Mi Yuchu still couldn't figure out what the assassin was using those blood-storing vines for. The truth behind it was definitely not just that the assassin used human blood for painting. There are so many young women in the world, so why repeatedly send assassins to collect Mi Yochu's blood? Hearing this, Mi Yu Mao was furious. It's that damned emperor again. Seeing her brother's emotional state, Mi Yuchu quickly went to show her concern. At this, Mi Yu Mao suddenly fell silent. For now, recuperating was the priority. Other matters could be discussed after returning home. The porridge is getting cold. Big brother, drink it while it's hot. Mi Yu Mao's eyes instantly went blank. Su Buxiao, on the side, mustered his courage, picked up the porridge and started drinking it in big gulps. This porridge is so delicious. Really? Mi Yuchu looked incredulous. Really, it's just that my tongue gets a little numb towards the end. It's like I can't feel anything while drinking it. Seeing Su Buxiao spit out blood, Mi Yuchu snatched the bowl away. It seems she really wasn't suited for cooking. Saying this, she was about to leave the room. Su Buxiao suddenly spoke up and stopped her. Actually, this prince knows how to make porridge. Do you want this highness to teach you? As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Yuchu turned and left. Su Buxiao fell into deep thought. Mi Yu Mao, at his side, felt that Su Buxiao's attitude just now was very problematic. You brat, you called my sister's name the moment you woke up. After a few sentences, you still can't stop looking for her. You even drank the porridge to curry favor. The moment she leaves, you look all dejected. At this, Su Buxiao shook his head, explaining that he was just inexplicably anxious after waking up. After all, it was Mi Yuchu who saved him. Only when thinking of her would he feel a little at ease, although it was also accompanied by a slightly faster heartbeat and a sense of happy excitement. Speaking of this, Su Buxiao suddenly froze. Something's not right. Could it be that he really fell for her? Mi Yu Mao sighed, slowly from the side. Su Buxiao broke out in a cold sweat. I must have post-war PTSD. As soon as I'm away from a strong person, my heart palpitates unbearably. Nonsense. You brat have definitely fallen for her. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was so shocked he became a blur. That what's with that expression? It's even more terrifying than having some PTSD. At this moment, Su Buxiao could only desperately control himself from thinking in that direction. How could he possibly like that kind of violent woman? Su Buxiao recalled past events one by one. This kind of violent woman is simply so cool and impressive. When she's not talking, she has a kind of cold and cute vibe. Just thinking about her makes this prince's little heart pound uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Buxiao realized the situation was not right. Oh my god, could it be that this prince has really fallen for Miyuchu? At this thought, Su Buxiao's face suddenly turned red enough to bubble. In front of the general's mansion, Su Buxiao, who had been blushing and feverish, was carried into a sedan chair by two servants. This guy, why has he been running a fever ever since he came back from the farmer's house? He's just being feverish with passion. It'll be fine after a while. Although Su Buxiao's high fever didn't subside, Miyu Mao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, seeing Su Buxiao safely escorted home. The next moment, Miyu Mao said he was going home, but turned and left in the opposite direction of the general's mansion. Seeing his plan exposed, Miyu Mao felt awkward. He had been away from home without permission for so many years. For a moment, he wasn't prepared to face his father and wife. Hearing this, Miyuchu was slightly taken aback. She sighed helplessly, since her big brother didn't dare to face them. To prevent Miyu Mao from disappearing again, Miyuchu directly tied him up in her bedroom. It just so happened that she also had matters to discuss with her big brother. And what Miyuchu wanted to discuss was no trivial matter. The moment she opened her mouth, she wanted to bring her big brother along with her to rebel. Hearing this, Miyu Mao was utterly shocked. But Miyuchu said bluntly, "Big brother, you've been away from home for so many years precisely because you didn't want to implicate the family. But even if we don't stir up trouble, trouble will find its way to us." Before heading to Qinghua County, Miyuchu had already been the target of several assassination attempts. At first, she thought it was the emperor who didn't want the Mi family's military power to become a subsidiary force of other families, which was why he repeatedly sent people to assassinate her. But after the incident in Qinghua County, Miyuchu discovered that things were definitely not that simple. Hearing this, Miyu Mao felt a wave of self-blame. "It's all my fault for not being able to protect you." To this, Miyuchu surprisingly admitted it frankly. "Every time there was danger, you weren't around. What's the use of having you?" Hearing this, Miyu Mao was incredibly depressed. But this time, Miyuchu decided to actively seek her big brother's protection and wanted to be able to help him as well. Miyuchu really wanted to know, after her big brother had been wandering outside for so many years, what exactly happened back then? Hearing this, Miyu Mao sighed. Back then, he and his Mao Mao army encountered an enemy ambush at the border. They thought the emperor would send reinforcements, but what they got was an assassination squad. So, Miyu Mao made a decision. Under pursuit, he took the lead in escaping. They fled into a dense forest, after which he and his men scattered. Although they successfully escaped, Miyu Mao had been unwilling to let it go for so many years. He wanted to find a real culprit who plotted against them back then. So he mingled in various places to gather information. Finally, he found out that the squad belonged to the crown prince, and the so-called crown prince was merely a puppet under the current emperor. He didn't know for what purpose the emperor wanted them dead. In addition, he personally witnessed the people being displaced and the old, weak, sick, and disabled being forcibly conscripted. That's why he went into exile, recruiting talented individuals to avenge the people and his brothers in the Mao Mao army without implicating his family. Hearing this, Miyuchu looked helpless. The Mi family was already a thorn in the emperor's side. There was no need to worry about being implicated. On the contrary, if Big Brother's Mao Mao army was still strong, it could be a great help to them. Hearing this, Miyu Mao gave a charmingly wicked smile. Everyone in the Mao Mao army is an elite in the military. Each one's combat power is equivalent to a small team. On the way back, Miyu Mao had already sent a secret order to inform them of the current situation. It wouldn't be long before they would arrive at the first opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the Mao Mao army came to visit. Miyu Mao was greatly surprised to see him. Why is it only old Third Huang who came after receiving the message? It turned out that after so many years, the members of the Mao Mao army had all started their own families and no longer wanted to live a life of fighting and killing. Saying this, old Third Huang turned to leave with his child. Seeing this, Miyuchu face-bombed in frustration. At this point, we might as well lead the family's army. Although it has been suppressed over the years, it's still a proper army. As long as we talk to Dad, it won't be a big problem. Hearing this, Miyu Mao was shocked. Dad is such a rigid person. How can we talk to him about something like this? Speak of the devil, just as they mentioned their old man. General Mi's voice came from outside the door. The doting General Mi, upon entering, asked Mi Yuchu if she had brought back a decent son-in-law for him. The two fell silent upon hearing this. General Mi looked up and saw his eldest son hanging in the room, instantly freezing on the spot. Seeing his old man again after so many years, the suppression from his bloodline made Mi Yumao break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, General Mi was exceptionally agitated. Mi Yumao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, he lowered his head and called out, "Daddy." Unexpectedly, General Mi came right up and punched him. "Where did this wild man come from? How dare you try to seduce my little Chu?" In playing this kind of perverted bondage game, Mi Yumao was pressed to the ground and roughed up. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu had to speak up and explain, asking her father to go easy on his precious son. Hearing this, General Mi looked at his eldest son, who was already bleeding from all 7 orifices from the beating, with a puzzled expression. Looking at the delicate and beautiful facial features, familiar yet strange. It really was his eldest son, Yumao. "Naughty brother, you've made me worry so much all these years." The next moment, General Mi started acting cute with his eldest son. This delicate posture left Mi Yumao completely dumbfounded. Regardless, it was good that his son could return safely. Just then, Mi Yuchu suddenly spoke up, preparing to discuss her grand plan of rebellion with her father. As time ticked by, General Mi, in his anger, directly crushed the teacup in his hand. He looked at Mi Yuchu in disbelief, a vein popping on his forehead. "You two brats are going to rebel together? This is simply outrageous." General Mi trembled all over. The next moment, he directly raised 3 hands to show his approval. "This is absolutely outrageous. How could you not include your old man in something like this? I want to join the rebellion force too." Seeing this, Mi Yuchu was extremely calm. As expected, her father would definitely agree to this. He had long found that damned, fatuous ruler displeasing. For the sake of the common people, he must take down that damned emperor. The Mi siblings were bewildered by their father's reaction. What's with this whole family? Are they all born rebels? Why is everyone in the family thinking about rebellion? But Mi Yuchu had a different opinion on this. How can a coup be called a rebellion? Here's to a happy cooperation. However, even though she had her big brother and father on board, the Mi family army was currently in a state of decline. Therefore, Mi Yuchu decided to agree to Su Buxiao's marriage proposal. With Prince Ding's military power, the great cause of rebellion would be secured. In front of Prince Ding's mansion, Mi Yuchu hid outside the gate with a dark expression. Su Buxiao, that clingy pest, hadn't shown up for several days. Does this girl have to personally come to his door to force the marriage? However, she had come in such a hurry this time that she forgot to send a calling card. For a sudden visit, she needed a suitable reason. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu saw a kuja ball at her feet. The next moment, she prepared to use the excuse of a lost football to smoothly enter the mansion. Mi Yuchu held the kuju in her hands and pondered for a moment. This plan was indeed feasible. First step, she needed to kick the ball into the mansion. She tossed the kuju into the air. The next moment, the football shot towards the mansion like a cannonball. With a loud boom, a large hole was blown directly into the mansion's courtyard wall. At this time, Su Buxiao was sitting in his room, feeling extremely bored. He had been grounded in the mansion by the prince. It had been many days since he had seen that wretched woman. Although Mi Yumao had also instructed Su Buxiao not to meet with her for the time being, the infatuated prince couldn't control the longing in his heart. The next moment, Su Buxiao suffered a critical hit from his beloved. He looked at the large hole outside his room and jumped up in fright. The entire mansion was in an uproar. Everyone thought they were under attack and began to enter a state of alert. Su Buxiao's family seems to be very busy. Maybe I should visit another time. Just as Mi Yuchu was about to leave, she bumped right into Prince Ding, who was walking towards her. And Prince Ding was also very curious. The Mi family's little girl came all this way. Could it be just to demolish my house for me? Mi Yuchu looked expressionlessly at the prince before her. And Su Buxiao was also very shocked by Mi Yuchu's arrival. He never expected that Prince Ding, who looked so thin and frail, could carry Mi Yuchu around without even changing his expression. At this time, Su Buxiao was still unclear about what had happened. Prince Ding, Su Buki, slowly spoke. This evening, the mansion was attacked by an enemy. The residents suddenly lost a large sum for repair fees. And the culprit behind all this. Speaking of this, Prince Ding suddenly changed his tone and started lying to Su Buxiao. The culprit had already fled before the servants of the mansion found them. It just so happened that the Mi family's little girl was passing by. Seeing that the servants were all busy repairing the house and pursuing the culprit, and coincidentally hearing that Su Buxiao was seriously injured and had mysteriously acquired new wounds, she voluntarily stayed to take care of Su Buxiao. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu fell into thought. This old fox was deliberately threatening her. If she didn't take good care of his son, he would expose her. Seeing his plan succeed, Prince Ding, Su Buki, gave a victory sign to his son. Seeing this, Su Buxiao was terrified. His father had no idea how terrifying this woman could be when she went crazy. Mi Yuchu stared at Su Buxiao without a word. This one look was all it took. The prince's face instantly turned bright red. He stammered, wanting to greet Mi Yuchu. But the Mi Yuchu in front of him suddenly started scratching her head. Although the process was not ideal, at least Prince Ding had helped Mi Yuchu achieve her plan of entering the mansion. In that case, Mi Yuchu got straight to the point. Su Buxiao, when are you planning to marry me? Before she could finish, the Su Buxiao in front of her suddenly started apologizing. This left Mi Yuchu, who was about to propose, completely dumbfounded. But at this moment, Su Buxiao's mind was racing. Back at the farmer's house, Mi Yuchu's big brother had seen right through Su Buxiao's feelings for Mi Yuchu. But given that Su Buxiao was frivolous, had low combat power, and loved to court death, Mi Yu Mao suggested that Su Buxiao stay away from Mi Yuchu for a while. After all, if Su Buxiao clung to Mi Yuchu and courted death all day, it would only make Mi Yuchu despise him more. So Su Buxiao did as his big brother instructed. He never expected Mi Yuchu to actually come looking for him. Su Buxiao stated that he had reflected a lot while at home these past few days and had grown up a lot. His previous behavior of unilaterally forcing a marriage was simply that of a beast and a scumbag. Mi Yuchu, at the side, was stunned by Su Buxiao's words. Su Buxiao closed his eyes. He swore that he would never again try to force a marriage on Mi Yuchu. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu was speechless. Oh, you mean, because I don't like you, you won't force the marriage anymore? Hearing this, Su Buxiao looked smug. You must have been very happy not being harassed by me during this time, right? But Mi Yuchu suddenly facepalmed. She said that she hadn't been happy at all during this time. Mi Yuchu suddenly asked Su Buxiao in return, what if I do like you? Su Buxiao was instantly frozen on the spot. He stared at Mi Yuchu in a daze for 3.14 seconds. The next moment, his cheeks instantly turned bright red. With a slap, Mi Yuchu pinned Su Buxiao against the wall. According to you, as long as I like you, forcing the marriage is not a problem, right? Su Buxiao stared at Mi Yuchu, smiling shyly. Mi Yuchu's eyes shifted. Since this guy won't marry her, then she'll just have to marry him instead. Hearing this, Su Buxiao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This plot development doesn't seem right. Mi Yuchu's words were like a bombshell, echoing in Su Buxiao's mind. The next moment, he was jumping up and down with excitement. Mi Yuchu really didn't expect this guy to be so happy. At this moment, Su Buxiao was excited to the point of being a blur. Mi Yuchu actually said she wanted to marry him, but he clearly remembered that her favorability score was only 30 a few days ago. It's only been a few days, and Mi Yuchu has specially come to his door to force a marriage. But when Su Buxiao opened the system panel, he found that after the favorability score exceeded 30, the system could no longer provide query services. Su Buxiao frantically called out to the system in his mind. The system just watched silently and did not respond. It turned out that as Su Buxiao's sense of belonging increased, the system no longer had the authority to interfere with the host's actions. At this moment, the system only hoped that person could recover their memories as soon as possible. Since he couldn't get a response from the system, Su Buxiao decided to take matters into his own hands. He grabbed Mi Yuchu's hand. He asked Mi Yuchu when exactly she started to have feelings for him. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu froze on the spot, seemingly stumped by this unexpected question. But the thing is, Mi Yuchu hadn't fallen for Su Buxiao yet. But looking at Su Buxiao's incredibly expectant expression, Mi Yuchu fell into thought. Then she subconsciously averted her gaze. The Su Buxiao in front of her had teary eyes, still eagerly awaiting Mi Yuchu's answer. Suddenly, he realized, could it be that Mi Yuchu only chose to marry him for the sake of her family? Hearing this, Mi Yuchu's heart skipped a beat. She flung Su Buxiao's hand away. Why bother with so many details? In any case, I will definitely marry you. Get well first, and we'll plan from there. Seeing this, Su Buxiao panicked. Why did she leave so suddenly? Did I say something wrong? At night, Mi Yuchu was still bothered by the day's events. She clearly hadn't fallen for him. Such simple words. Why were they so hard to say when facing Su Buxiao? Moreover, when Mi Yuchu saw the disappointed expression on Su Buxiao's face, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Her feelings of disgust towards him from her past life also seemed to have inexplicably vanished. At this moment, Miyuchu also began to doubt herself. Suddenly, Miyuchu felt a wave of dizziness. In a daze, she saw the figure of a man, gradually changing from blurry to clear. The intense headache made her unable to stand steadily. The next moment, Miyuchu passed out directly. Just then, a hand supported Miyuchu's body. Su Buxiao pulled Miyuchu into his arms. He called out Miyuchu's name, but got no response. When Miyuchu left earlier, Su Buxiao had noticed that her complexion was not right. That's why he disguised himself as a doctor and secretly followed her. As expected, something happened on the way. Su Buxiao gently stroked Miyuchu's forehead. After a period of rest, Miyuchu's condition had recovered a lot. Looking at the girl's face in his arms, Su Buxiao couldn't help but worry secretly. Recently, Miyuchu's headaches were becoming more and more frequent. He had to keep a closer eye on her. Suddenly, Su Buxiao's eyes lit up. Miyuchu, in his arms, slowly opened her mouth. Su Buxiao immediately leaned closer to Miyuchu, wanted to hear what she was saying. Xiaobai? Who the hell is Xiaobai? Miyuchu, you heartbreaker. You're even calling someone else's name while you're unconscious. Immediately after, Su Buxiao heard his own name from Miyuchu's mouth. Su Buxiao was instantly frozen on the spot. He didn't expect that Miyuchu would also call out his name. What on earth is this woman thinking? So Su Buxiao quickly leaned closer to Miyuchu, wanted to hear what she wanted to say to him. Su Buxiao, you're going bald. Hearing this, Su Buxiao's face looked as if he had eaten something awful. This damn woman, she doesn't forget to diss me even when she's passed out. Helplessly, Su Buxiao sighed. In any case, for Miyuchu to dream of him, at least proved that in Miyuchu's heart, Su Buxiao still occupied some space. And more importantly, Miyuchu had also personally promised to marry him in a grand sedan chair. As long as he became Miyuchu's man, that Abai, or whoever, shouldn't even think about having a chance. Su Buxiao reached out and lifted a strand of Miyuchu's hair. Looking at the girl's clean face in front of him, Su Buxiao could even clearly hear the sound of his own heart accelerating. At this moment, Su Buxiao's heart was pounding with anxiety. In a panic, he suddenly shook his head frantically. Anyway, Miyuchu is already engaged to me. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a little sweetness in advance, right? Thinking of this, Su Buxiao puckered his lips, about to kiss and hug Miyuchu's forehead. He leaned towards Miyuchu's forehead and gently kissed it. Feeling the warm touch, Miyuchu's eyes twitched slightly. Although it was just the forehead, Su Buxiao was also very shocked at this moment. He was actually so bold as to really kiss her. Just 3 seconds, a 3-second kiss. Although he thought this in his mind, Su Buxiao's lips never left. Su Buxiao, you bastard. How much longer do you plan to kiss? Feeling Miyuchu's murderous gaze, Su Buxiao's whole body froze on the spot. The next moment, he bolted and ran for his life. While running, he didn't forget to ask Miyuchu in return, why did you suddenly wake up? This guy still has the nerve to ask. Anyone would be woken up by the pain of being sucked on the forehead with such force. Hearing this, Su Buxiao looked embarrassed. Suddenly, Miyuchu grabbed Su Buxiao by the collar. You brat, you better remember this for me. Although I agreed to the engagement, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want while I'm asleep. At this moment, Su Buxiao was extremely flustered. Not when you're asleep. Does that mean it's okay when you're awake? Looking at her state, Miyuchu seemed to be genuinely angry. At this, Su Buxiao quickly tried to explain. What are you talking about, little sister? I'm not Su Buxiao. Hearing this, Miyuchu was unmoved and directly exposed Su Buxiao's disguise. It turned out that the last time Su Buxiao helped Miyuchu stop her headache, he had already been completely exposed. The thing that Miyuchu couldn't figure out was how Su Buxiao managed to treat her completely in the guise of a woman the first time. This guy snuck into the general's mansion in women's clothing. Was he afraid of being recognized and silenced? And why was only Su Buxiao able to suppress her headaches? All of this needed a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, Su Buxiao still wanted to argue. Sister, you see, I have brothers too, and my figure is also very petite. I'm not some handsome and dashing prince. Seeing Su Buxiao being so shameless, Miyuchu decided to use her hands directly to beat him until he admitted it. Seeing this, Su Buxiao quickly begged for mercy. I can't believe you saw through it. Actually, Su Buxiao is my younger brother. I am his older sister. Su Buxiao's heart was pounding. For now, he could only find an excuse to muddle through. He couldn't possibly tell Miyuchu that it was a system task that required him to dress as a woman. Otherwise, with her current anger level, she would probably kill him with a single punch. Hearing Su Buxiao's absurd explanation, Miyuchu grabbed him by the collar. In that case, let's go find your brother," Mi Yuchu stated, as long as this cross-dresser in front of her and Su Buxiao appeared before her at the same time, she would believe his explanation. The next moment, Mi Yuchu's expression changed drastically. An extremely bizarre scene occurred. At this very moment, Mi Yuchu and Su Buxiao himself on the street truly and clearly saw another Su Buxiao standing right there before them. Su Buxiao looked at the man in front of him who looked exactly like him and instantly lost his composure. On the other side, the fake Su Buxiao, seeing the real one suddenly appear, panicked and turned to flee. Seeing this, Su Buxiao immediately ordered Mi Yuchu to go and catch that shameless imposter. In just an instant, the imposter sensed the killing intent coming from behind. Mi Yuchu appeared behind the imposter, and with a backhand move, she captured and threw the imposter to the ground. If it weren't for the difference in complexion and build, Mi Yuchu would have almost mistaken the man in front of her for the real Su Buxiao. Immediately after, Mi Yuchu interrogated the man about his identity. After the imposter's explanation, both Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu were completely dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? Since when did he actually have a sister? Su Buxiao found the imposter's explanation hard to believe. Mi Yuchu, at the side, hearing Su Buxiao's words, instantly exposed Su Buxiao's true identity as a cross-dresser. The man in front of them, who claimed to be Su Buxiao's sister, showed a youthful and beautiful smile. However, Su Buxiao expressed his doubts. He had never heard before that he actually had a sister. To this, Su Buxiao's sister explained that because she was engaged in secret work, it was not convenient to reveal her identity. The reason she dressed as a man in Su Buxiao's likeness was just to hide her identity when she went out. Hearing this, Su Buxiao felt a headache coming on. This woman just mentioned their father, which means that even Prince Ding was hiding this matter. Moreover, according to Su Buxiao's memory, he was just in a coma for 2 months after transmigrating. But given his physical condition at the time, that level of weakness was clearly a state that would only occur after being bedridden for many years. At that time, there were rumors circulating outside about the prince being stubborn and promiscuous. Since he was in a coma, who could that promiscuous prince be? Now that he thought about it carefully, this person in front of him, who claimed to be Su Buxiao's sister, had been acting as Su Buxiao's substitute for over a decade. Hearing this, Su Buxiao's sister was slightly stunned, then revealed a meaningful smile. "You really are a good little brother, but you know too much." The next moment, the imposter threw a pill into Su Buxiao's mouth. Mi Yuchu, seeing this, wanted to stop her immediately, but the imposter was already prepared. With a backhand palm strike on Su Buxiao's body, Su Buxiao fell to the ground. Mi Yuchu was greatly shocked to see this. She reached out and interlocked her fingers with the falling Su Buxiao. The two of them fell to the ground. Perhaps because of the pain, Su Buxiao leaned on Mi Yuchu's shoulder and let out a muffled groan. Taking this opportunity, the imposter turned and fled. After being forced to take that unknown pill, Su Buxiao clutched his throat and began to cough violently, not knowing what that woman had given him to eat. Suddenly, a sweet taste exploded in Su Buxiao's throat. It's actually candy. But being tricked for no reason, Su Buxiao was very angry. "Little Chu-Chu, let's investigate this matter together." Su Buxiao suddenly started acting cute with Mi Yuchu. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu's murderous gaze made him come to his senses. He almost forgot that this woman was still angry. So Su Buxiao decided to play the victim first to divert Mi Yuchu's attention. But Mi Yuchu wasn't buying it. Nevertheless, looking at Su Buxiao's pitiful appearance, she still decided to help Su Buxiao find a way out. Hearing this, Su Buxiao looked puzzled. The next morning, Su Buxiao looked at the beautifully decorated red-walled tall building in front of him and couldn't help but look shocked. Bringing your fiancé to a brothel in broad daylight. It wouldn't be very appropriate if word got out, would it? Although he said this, Su Buxiao's body was very honest. His 2 legs unconsciously moved towards a Yinyu tower. Mi Yuchu explained that this was one of the intelligence sources for Su Buxiao's sister. It turned out that behind Prince Ding, there was an intelligence organization called Yinyu Tower secretly supporting all the activities of the mansion. And the owner of Yinyu Tower, according to rumors, was a woman who looked very much like Su Buxiao. From this, it could be inferred that the owner of this Yinyu Tower was very likely Su Buxiao's sister. Su Buxiao looked at the Yinyu Tower in front of him, lost in thought. Since they were already here, they definitely had to go inside to find out. So Su Buxiao and the cross-dressed Mi Yuchu entered the Yinyu Tower together. I think the madam of this Yinyu Tower is also quite charming. But unfortunately, at this time, Yinyu Tower had not yet opened for business. The girls in the building were not yet ready for business. Suddenly, the madam's eyes became sharp. Su Buxiao looked around inside Yinyu Tower and asked Mi Yuchu in a low voice what their next move should be. Just then, the madam, who had just said they were not yet open, suddenly became excited. She looked at Su Buxiao, mistaking him for the master coming to collect intelligence. So she called on all the girls to activate a level 1 alert. In an instant, everyone in Yinyu Tower was shocked. Su Buxiao was instantly surrounded by the young ladies of Yinyu Tower. Seeing how familiar Su Buxiao seemed with these girls, Mi Yuchu's expression changed. At this, Su Buxiao quickly explained, "I told you, the promiscuous prince from before wasn't me." A beautiful lady at his side gently caressed Su Buxiao's chin. "Tonight, will young master Su choose Little Hong or Little Lu?" The girls around him were dazzling, but in reality, the so-called Little Hong and Little Lu referred to special intelligence on the neighboring Chancellor Lu and the Wang Zhoumu family. At this moment, Su Buxiao was enjoying the special treatment of being embraced by the beautiful ladies. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Su Buxiao quickly cast a pleading look at Mi Yuchu. But Mi Yuchu ignored Su Buxiao. "You have the persona of a playboy, so why do you get timid when it's time for action?" At this moment, Su Buxiao was in a panic. He admitted that he was a giant in words, but a dwarf in action. "All my past promiscuity was just an act." Just then, Mi Yuchu reached out and grabbed Su Buxiao's arm. Then, Mi Yuchu pulled Su Buxiao with force, yanking him out of the two girls' arms. It must be said, this scene of a Princess Carrie was truly familiar. Looking at his beloved in front of him, Su Buxiao's heart instantly pounded like a frightened deer. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu's words left both Su Buxiao and the young lady stunned. "Please don't scare our family's foot-washing servant. I'm not some young master from a rich family, so don't crowd around us like this. This guy is not the young master Su you're talking about." Hearing this, the girls present were bewildered. What on earth is the master up to today? Why is she pretending to be an unknown foot-washing servant? By the way, the young man next to the master is also quite handsome. Looking at them, they don't seem to be here for intelligence. But little Lu at the side suddenly remembered. Previously, when the master was bored, she went to the neighboring intelligence house and put on a big show, saying it was an unannounced visit to test their service capabilities. It was said that the master disguised herself as a shabbily dressed blind person. As a result, the sisters in the neighboring house looked down on her. Later, their entire house was severely punished by the master and had their pay docked for half a year. Could it be that the master is here to test us today? But this time, the master brought a young man. Perhaps he is to be the main target of service this time. If that's the case, then this is our chance. After all, the master is a woman. If they serve the young man, they can display their true talents. At this moment, a group of young ladies were staring intently at Mi Yuchu. The clueless Mi Yuchu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This feeling was truly terrifying. Very quickly, Mi Yuchu was surrounded by a group of young ladies from Yinyu Tower, kissing and hugging her. The development of events suddenly took a bizarre turn. Before the girls could react, Mi Yuchu, holding Su Buxiao, rushed out of Yinyu Tower at a speed of 8,000 meters per second. This was truly a shocking experience. The women of this Yinyu Tower are truly terrifying. On the other side, Su Buxiao almost ground his back teeth to dust. He never expected to lose to Mi Yuchu's male disguise. Not only that, they also made a trip for nothing. Suddenly, an old woman spoke up, mistaking Su Buxiao for the master. The two looked over at the sound, but the next moment, this old grandmother recognized the identities of Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu. The two were shocked to hear this. They never expected this old grandmother's eyes to be so sharp. The old woman looked at the rouge marks on Mi Yuchu's face and could tell at a glance that they had just escaped from a brothel. Seeing this, the old woman was startled, then sighed. Since they could find this place, the grandmother could roughly guess the reason for Su Buxiao and his companion's visit. Immediately after, the old woman took the two to another brothel. On the other side, Su Buxiao's sister also arrived at the entrance of a brothel. Suddenly, a dark hand grabbed her shoulder. The person was none other than Mi Yuchu's younger brother. Seeing Su Buxiao at a brothel, Mi Yuchen immediately scolded him. "You libertine, how dare you come to such a place in broad daylight?" But the next moment, Mi Yuchen looked at the fake Su Buxiao in front of him and suddenly became nervous and flushed. Just then, Su Buxiao's sister directly poked Mi Yuchen's eyes. Taking this opportunity, opportunity, she slipped away. It must be said, the sister has had some terrible luck these past 2 days. First, she ran into her own brother, and then this pervert. The pitiful Mi Yuqian could only cover his eyes and curse Su Buxiao's vile behavior. However, the Mi siblings' eyesight was indeed sharp. Although the sister and Su Buxiao looked identical, Mi Yuqian still noticed the subtle differences between the sister and Su Buxiao. Just now, the feeling of his heart racing was familiar yet strange. Could it be that his affliction for men was acting up again? On the other side, Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu were having a heart-to-heart talk with a mysterious old grandmother. In their conversation, the two learned a shocking piece of news. Su Buxiao's foolish appearance before he transmigrated was also the doing of that damned emperor. Back then, Su Buxiao's mother was pregnant. To allow his wife to have a peaceful pregnancy, Prince Ding temporarily returned to the city from his fiefdom. But all the changes began from this moment. Back then, the entire Prince Ding's mansion was joyfully awaiting the birth of the little master. But the capital city suddenly encountered an earthquake. For a time, there was chaos and confusion. And because the situation was urgent at the time, the old grandmother took Su Buxiao's sister, who was born first, out to settle her down first. When she returned, she found that there was an assassin in the room. To protect the madam and the little master, the old grandmother could only fight the assassin with her life. By the time she came to her senses, the intruder was gone from the room, leaving only the bodies of the madam and the midwife, and on the ground, the barely breathing Su Buxiao. Although Su Buxiao was immediately sent for medical treatment and his life was saved because he was severely dropped on the ground right after birth and a lot of his blood was drawn, Su Buxiao ended up as a fool who could only lie in bed and be fed. Finally, as the entire Prince Ding's mansion was in a state of anxiety, Prince Ding finally suppressed his grief and stood up. The target of the attack at this time was to mentally crush Prince Ding and take advantage of the situation. The more critical the time, the less weakness could be shown. They absolutely could not let the enemy see the mansion in a state of decline. At the same time, due to the earthquake that day, no one in the entire capital city noticed the incident that occurred in the mansion. Therefore, only a few confidants in the mansion knew that Prince Ding had twins. So, after the capital city calmed down, Prince Ding announced to the public that the princess had unfortunately passed away after childbirth. But fortunately, she gave birth to a healthy little prince in her final moments. At first, the people who heard the rumors did not believe it. But when these people saw that Prince Ding's son was indeed growing up strong under everyone's eyes, those with ill intentions gradually gave up their evil thoughts. But in reality, the prince that people had been in contact with all these years was actually the eldest daughter of the Su family, disguised as a man. And the real Su Buxiao was secretly recuperating in the family's restricted area, with a few trusted servants taking care of him. And the eldest sister, who took Su Buxiao's place as the heir, on one hand, had to deal with sneak attacks on the prince from those with ulterior motives, and on the other hand, had to help Prince Ding manage the intelligence department to find the culprit who harmed their family back then. But the eldest daughter was, after all, a woman. Even though she was a lady of noble birth, she never enjoyed the treatment of a well-bred young lady since she was a child. Even until Su Buxiao woke up and resumed his identity as the prince, Su Buxiao's sister still did not go back to being herself. After hearing about all these experiences, Su Buxiao and his companion were deeply shocked. He really couldn't imagine that his family had such a tortuous past. Su Buxiao was very curious about this. For so many years, was his sister willing to live on just as his substitute? Hearing this, the old grandmother's eyes were firm. Even if she said she was willing, probably no one would believe it. At first, Su Buxiao's sister held a deep resentment towards Prince Ding and Su Buxiao. As the direct bloodline of the Su family, she also wanted to have her own identity. Not only that, but even her gender had to be deliberately disguised. Other families' daughters were all raised with love and care, but Su Buxiao's sister had to live as a man. Until one day, Su Buxiao's sister snuck into the restricted area to secretly visit the foolish Su Buxiao. When she saw Su Buxiao's pitiful, emaciated appearance, the soft spot in her heart was completely touched. If Su Buxiao had been born first back then, the one lying in bed at this moment would have been Su Buxiao's sister. So, she made up her mind to live well in Su Buxiao's place. Her feelings for Su Buxiao also gradually turned into gratitude and reverence. Fearing that the heir she was playing was too outstanding and would arouse suspicion, Su Buxiao's sister deliberately frequented various pleasure quarters to create the image of a promiscuous and stubborn young master. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was incredibly moved. He never thought his sister was so great. The old grandmother at the side couldn't help but shed tears. At this, Mi Yuchu had a sudden realization. No wonder in the previous life, Su Buxiao's personality suddenly changed midway. It turned out that behind all this, the real prince was someone else. After learning the truth, Su Buxiao also completely understood the reason why his cheap old dad had always wanted a rebel. Whether it was the old grudges from the past or the humiliation his sister had suffered for years, Su Buxiao swore that he would make the damned emperor pay with blood. In the midst of his impassioned speech, a knock suddenly came from the door. A hand was seen slowly pulling the door open. Su Buxiao's older sister walked into the room. As she walked, she complained about accidentally bumping into Su Buxiao. Good thing I slipped away fast, otherwise I would have had to explain a lot of things. Today, the older sister, again under Su Buxiao's name, ordered a dozen girls to gather intelligence. Needless to say, tomorrow's headline gossip will definitely be the explosive news of the unlucky prince's promiscuous night with a dozen girls. Saying this, the older sister laughed to herself. Suddenly, the smile on her face froze. In the room, her unlucky younger brother and the little girl from the Mi family were standing right in front of her. Su Buxiao's older sister, seeing that she had run into her unlucky brother again, used their father as an excuse. The next moment, she slipped away. Seeing this, Su Buxiao, who had just been moved, instantly lost his composure. Su Buxiao searched everywhere in the brothel for his unlucky sister, determined to teach this person who was ruining his reputation a good lesson. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside Su Buxiao. Looking at the man in front of him, Su Buxiao's body trembled. Mi Yuqian, at some point, had followed the older sister to the brothel, before the two could exchange pleasantries. The physiological reaction from the depths of their bones made them both vomit on the spot. Su Buxiao grabbed Mi Yuqian by the collar. How did this kid end up in a place like this? It's disgustingly fatal. Hearing this, Mi Yuqian's face instantly darkened. It was clearly Su Buxiao who was being indecent and secretly coming to a place of pleasure. How dare this guy blame others first? Just then, Mi Yuchu called out from a distance for Su Buxiao to return home. Hearing a woman shout, Mi Yuqian was instantly furious, just as he thought Su Buxiao was having an affair with another woman. The next moment, he saw his own sister standing right in front of him. Mi Yuqian was instantly stunned. Immediately after, Su Buxiao and Mi Yuqian started arguing with each other. Su Buxiao's sister hid in the distance, secretly observing the group of clowns who were making a scene. Looking at Mi Yuqian, who was bickering with Su Buxiao, her mind recalled the moment they met earlier. Does that little guy really still like men? The next day, in the general's mansion, General Mi, who was doing embroidery, looked at Su Buxiao's older sister behind him with a shocked expression. The damned emperor was going to marry his precious daughter to one of the current princes. And this information came from Prince Ding's mansion, so its accuracy was beyond doubt. The reason the emperor arranged such a marriage was that he was worried that the Mi family's power would grow after marrying into another family. So he might as well use one of his princes to secure the military power and then slowly swallow up the Mi family's influence. Therefore, if they wanted to avoid this marriage, the Mi family had to finalize Mi Yochu's marriage before the emperor issued the decree. Hearing this, General Mi's eyes shifted. But the good sister at this moment casually stated that to escape the marriage, they could just have Mi Yuchu choose one between him and his younger brother to marry. Hearing this, General Mi was stunned. That old fox Prince Ding, at this time, sent this little fox over to propose marriage. What on earth were they up to? But Su Buxiao's good sister said that the matter of proposing marriage was not her father's idea. She was just worried that if she came late, her precious younger brother would go from being the Mi family's son-in-law to the Mi family's daughter-in-law. Hearing this, General Mi was completely bewildered. However, General Mi had no objection to this marriage. As long as little Chu was willing, he would agree no matter who the marriage partner was. Hearing this, the good sister showed a disdainful look. This was a piece of cake. After all, the last time the good sister saw Su Buxiao, the two of them already looked like they were in love. But Mi Yuchu, who is currently beating up Su Buxiao, suddenly shattered the good sister's view. Could it be that I've ruined their relationship? Just half an hour ago, Su Buxiao was trying to find a way to apologize for deceiving Mi Yuchu by dressing up as a female doctor. Mi Yuchu was expressionless. If she hadn't discovered the truth this time, this guy Su Buxiao was planning to hide it from her for a lifetime. So she wouldn't listen to Su Buxiao's apology at all. Just then, the argument between her big brother and sister-in-law in the distance caught their attention. Mi Yumao hadn't been home for so many years, and his wife was convinced that he must have had an affair outside. It made sense. A husband who had been missing for so many years suddenly returns. Anyone would be full of resentment. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu turned to look at Su Buxiao beside her. Seeing this, Su Buxiao was slightly taken aback. At such a close distance, they almost kissed. Su Buxiao felt flattered by this. Then Mi Yuchu said that if Su Buxiao could make her big brother and sister-in-law reconcile, she would forgive him for deceiving her before. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was extremely confident. There was no couple in this world that he couldn't coax. For the currently disobedient sister-in-law, only a domineering CEO strategy could be effective. So Su Buxiao transformed into a little prince of love and went up to give his big brother a live demonstration. With their backs to Mi Yuchu, they began to whisper. These two unreliable guys, one dared to teach and the other dared to learn. After 48 hours of Playboy training, the confident big brother directly pinned his wife against the wall. Then he launched a series of cheesy pickup lines as a strong offensive. Seeing her brother's abnormal behavior, Mi Yuchu immediately said that if Su Buxiao couldn't turn her brother back to normal, she would definitely kill him within 3 days. Behind them, the big brother called out his wife's name affectionately. The wife in front of him was stunned by her husband's sudden change. The wife's expression darkened. As per her husband's request, she repeated the cheesy pickup line backwards. Seeing this, Su Buxiao and his companion instantly lost their composure. Seeing that Su Buxiao's teaching was ineffective, Mi Yuchu grabbed Su Buxiao by the collar. Since Plan A didn't work, it was time to implement Plan B. The next moment, Su Buxiao subjected his sister-in-law and big brother to the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. This unreliable guy actually used tape to seal his big brother's and sister-in-law's mouths and eyes and locked them in a secret room to achieve a state of mutual integration. Su Buxiao believed that after being immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere of the secret room, even the greatest hatred could be resolved. But the facts obviously did not go according to Su Buxiao's plan. Under the torture that was worse than death, the sister-in-law and big brother were already red in the face from suffocation. In the end, their faces were completely pale. A perfectly good couple was almost carried away on the spot by Su Buxiao's terrible plan. If Mi Yuchu hadn't been worried and gone to check on them midway, this poor couple would have suffocated to death by now. After hearing about Su Buxiao's series of bizarre operations, Su Buxiao's good sister laughed until tears came out. It's no wonder Su Buxiao was beaten up by Mi Yuchu. But even though this matter was very funny, Su Buxiao's sister still felt that she should be responsible for it. After all, this was all her own doing. The next moment, the good sister prepared to take action herself, walking away with a swagger. Shocking. Su Buxiao's sister, who had always been seen in men's clothing, finally put on her sexy long dress. This scene left Mi Yuchu, who was watching, completely stunned. They were both in men's clothing. So why was the difference in their chests so huge after she changed into women's clothes? But even though she changed into women's clothes, the sister, who had presented as a man for many years, still sat in such a bold posture. The reason the sister changed into women's clothes was just that she was worried that one day Mi Yuchu would mistake her for her brother Su Buxiao and beat her up for no reason. Speaking of which, the sister suddenly remembered her unreliable, unlucky brother. Because Mi Yuchu's attack was a bit too heavy this time, the current Su Buxiao was being taken by Mi Yuqian to have his wounds bandaged. Hearing that Mi Yuchu's younger brother was also there, a strange expression appeared on the good sister's face. Mi Yuchu suddenly spoke up. The good sister had asked her to wait here specifically. It couldn't be just to show her the women's clothes, right? Hearing this, the good sister suddenly started telling Mi Yuchu a story. It turned out that one day, the good sister, who had had too much to drink, suddenly forcibly kissed the man she liked. That man was the sister's old friend. They grew up together and were considered childhood sweethearts. At that time, the sister still didn't know if she could ever successfully resume her female identity in this life. So she could only suppress this feeling in her heart. Until one day, when they were drinking, that person's words made the good sister's heart flutter. That person said, if the brother Xiao in front of him were a woman, he would marry her on the spot. And so, the good sister, who could no longer hold back her feelings, directly kissed the man. By the time the good sister sobered up, that man had long since left and hadn't appeared for a long time after. The depressed good sister was worried that the man would mistake her for a strange man with a preference for men, and was struggling with whether to tell her childhood friend the truth when, she suddenly learned from her father that her unlucky younger brother was about to wake up. So the good sister specially dressed up, wanting to give her childhood friend a surprise. Who knew that person would tell her that he had always liked men? That guy, in front of her male disguise, said he wished she were a woman. When she really became a woman, he told her he liked men. At this moment, the good sister only felt that she had been thoroughly played. Just then, news came from the mansion that Su Buxiao had woken up. Before the good sister could be surprised, the unlucky prince fainted again. It turned out to be that guy who, on the day Su Buxiao woke up, forced his way into the mansion and forcibly kissed the newly awakened Su Buxiao. He even proposed to Su Buxiao on the spot, but after being rejected, he beat Su Buxiao until he was unconscious. Then came the news that the two had severed their ties. At this moment, the good sister had realized that in front of her beloved, she had lost her own brother in terms of gender. So she became disheartened and decided to devote herself wholeheartedly to her career. Hearing about the good sister's experience, Miyuchu was lost in thought, thinking that the sister wanted to tell her that if she didn't like Su Buxiao, she should withdraw her feelings as soon as possible. But the older sister didn't mean that at all. She just felt that she was too charming in her male disguise. Just a single kiss was enough to turn a man gay. After this incident, the sister also often thought about whether some things were missed because they were explained too late. If she could have cleared up the misunderstanding earlier, would her beloved have been able to accept her? Therefore, the good sister also hoped that Mi Yuchu could forgive Su Buxiao's foolish mistake sooner. She didn't want her own story to repeat itself with the two of them. Mi Yuchu was lost in thought as she listened to her sister's words. After all, if Su Buxiao wore women's clothing too often in the future, he might turn from a sweetheart into a best girlfriend. Seeing Mi Yuchu's expression remain unchanged, the good sister couldn't help but sigh. According to the information she had gathered, Mi Yuchu was a person who never let her joy or anger show on her face. This time, Miyuchu had been angry for so long because of Su Buxiao's brainless actions. What did this indicate? It could only mean that Su Buxiao held an unusual place in Miyuchu's heart. Therefore, the good sister advised Miyuchu to face her own heart directly. As for the coward eavesdropping next door, who knows how long he planned to listen. Seeing Su Buxiao hiding in the distance with an awkward expression, the sister could only help him this much. The rest of the way, you'll have to rely on your own efforts. The good sister had long seen that these two were head over heels for each other. If they could reconcile, they wouldn't end up like her, passing each other by with only regret. Suddenly, that man appeared. Hearing the familiar voice, the sister's expression was one of shock. Mi Yuqian stared at the woman before him with a discerning gaze. He had long since discovered that two people who looked identical could have such vastly different personalities. It turned out they were fundamentally different people. Mi Yuqian moved closer and closer to the good sister before him. The next moment, the two who had parted with regret kissed once more. His name was Mi Yuqian, and his father was the great general of the dynasty. Since childhood, he and Prince Ding's disciple, Su Buxiao, had been the closest of friends who could talk about anything. He had thought their relationship would last a lifetime. But then, the unusual young lord suddenly asked him a question. If one day, your closest friend changed their identity, changed their name, and even changed their gender, would they still be able to drink and chat happily like today? Perhaps it was a whim for drinking too much, and Mi Yuqian didn't take the words to heart. But if Brother Xiao were a woman, Mi Yuqian swore he would marry her in this lifetime. In that instant, Mi Yuqian saw it, the glint in the eyes of the good sister disguised as Su Buxiao. But he never expected that this close brother he was drinking and chatting with would suddenly force a kiss on him. What was even stranger was that Mi Yuqian felt no repulsion towards this act at all, but rather a thrilling, heart-pounding sensation. But not knowing how to express the emotions in his heart, Mi Yuqian could only flee in panic in the end. After returning home, Mi Yuqian tossed and turned, even suspecting he might have a preference for men. The next day, news came from the manor that Su Buxiao had been attacked and was in a deep coma. In his anxiety, Mi Yuqian went to visit but was mercilessly shut out. Disappointed, he went to the place where he often drank with Su Buxiao. As it happened, some clueless person trespassed on her sacred ground. The makeup on this woman's face in front of him almost made him pass out on the spot. So he could only lie and say he liked men to deliberately drive the woman away. And during the time Su Buxiao was in a coma, Mi Yuqian also thought a lot. If Brother Su could wake up safely this time, he would definitely defy worldly conventions and propose marriage to him. Heaven does not disappoint the determined. He waited for the news of Su Buxiao's awakening, so he rushed to Prince Ding's manor. He went straight in and planned a kiss. But this time, he didn't feel that tingling sensation. And they hadn't seen each other for so long, Brother Su's touch didn't feel right either. Not only did the two of them no longer have that tingling, heart-fluttering feeling from before, but it had turned into disgust and aversion. And Su Buxiao, as if he had become a different person, went straight to Mi Youqian's door to challenge him to a duel. Until this point, Mi Youqian had thought it was because he couldn't accept men. It was only just now that he had a sudden realization. The one who made his heart flutter was not that young lord at all. No wonder it felt wrong before. It turned out they were two completely different people. This beautiful sister in front of him was the young lord from his childhood, the one who drank and chatted happily with him. Hearing this, the good sister didn't know how to respond. Anyway, this guy had said he was only interested in men. So what if he knew the truth? Hearing this, Mi Youqian was dumbfounded, instantly recalling the lie he had casually told many years ago. So that's how it was. From that day on, he had always suspected whether he truly liked men. But just now, he realized that whether it was a man or a woman didn't matter to him at all. In this world, the only one who could make his heart flutter was the person in front of him, his childhood sweetheart whom he had known for many years. The good sister was momentarily stunned. A blush spread across her cheeks. Then she buried her head deeply into Mi Youqian's shoulder. He held the sweetheart in front of him tightly, embracing each other, never wanting to be separated. Nearby, Su Buxiao and the other person watched the affectionate childhood sweethearts with a look of confusion. At this moment, the two of them, acting as third wheels, were left high and dry. No wonder this story sounded so familiar. It turned out his own younger brother was one of the protagonists. Speaking of which, didn't that mean it was his own brother who forcibly kissed Su Buxiao that day? No wonder these two felt like throwing up whenever they saw each other. But it was best not to disturb them as they reminisced. Su Buxiao, who had been fed a bellyful of public displays of affection, decided to retreat immediately. But just as they turned around, they found that the eldest brother and sister-in-law were also getting affectionate over here. Thanks to Su Buxiao's deadly plan, the eldest brother and sister-in-law had also successfully reconciled. As they spoke, the two shared a deep kiss. This scene left Su Buxiao and Mi Youqian speechless. I mean, the atmosphere has been built up to this point. It would be unreasonable if you two didn't share a kiss. What the hell is this? His Highness, the young lord, nearly bursting from all the public displays of affection, had his defenses shattered. Since they're all at it, why don't I just go for it too? Su Buxiao was truly audacious. Seeing his brothers and sisters all busy kissing, the death-courting young lord actually wanted to make a move on Mi Youqian. He cast his life aside, slowly approaching Mi Youqian. Just then, General Mi suddenly burst through the door. Seeing the public displays of affection that had been scattered all over the floor, the loneliness suppressed in his heart for many years finally erupted. He even began preparing to perform a ritual to resurrect Mi Youqian's mother, who had been deceased for many years. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward to stop the old father's crazy behavior. Mi Youqian quietly watched the noisy family not far away. She, who had always been impassive, finally showed a sincere smile at this moment. But the next moment, Mi Youqian's expression suddenly turned cold. The death-courting young lord had actually run up to Mi Youqian to cheekily show off his betrothal gifts. In response, Mi Youqian was not polite at all, stating that her return gift would be just as splendid. In the distance, the two fathers of the Su and Mi families watched the deeply affectionate pair, feeling genuinely happy for them. Since things had developed to this point, the two heads of the family naturally began to discuss the marriage between the two. Suddenly, Su Buxiao's good sister appeared hanging upside down from the roof. She informed the two fathers that the damn emperor was already preparing to summon Youqian to the palace. He was going to betroth her to the crown prince in person. Hearing this, the four people involved were all shocked. The legendary crown prince was that fat as a ball, mentally challenged puppet controlled by the emperor. Beside them, Mi Youqian, upon hearing that the crown prince was as fat as a ball, surprisingly found the crown prince a bit cute. This drove Su Buxiao, who was beside her, mad with jealousy. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A servant pushed the door open and reported that Eunuch had come to summon Mi Youqian to the palace. Hearing this, General Mi's veins bulged with anger. Just a moment ago, he wanted to quickly finalize the marriage, and in the next second, the damn emperor had to interfere. The quick-witted General Mi came up with a brilliant plan. He would disguise himself as Mi Youqian and go to court in his daughter's place. But this plan was clearly not very reliable. So, General Mi asked Mi Youqian to go traveling for a few months. Meanwhile, he decided to go to court with Prince Ding to reason with the old emperor first. With that, General Mi dragged the reluctant Prince Ding away, preparing to meet the emperor. Beside them, Mi Yuchu and Su Buxiao fell into deep thought in the face of this sudden turn of events. Go traveling for a few months? That would free up some time. Su Buxiao, standing by, was stunned to hear this. The next moment, Mi Yuchu went to find her eldest brother, Mi Yu Mao, and requested to join the military camp. It turned out that for a long time, Mi Yuchu had wanted to enter the military camp to see just how weak the Mi family army had become. This trip would be the perfect opportunity to inspect the army's readiness. Her eldest brother agreed. After all, with Mi Yuchu's current strength, she was already much stronger than him. Perhaps letting Mi Yuchu lead and train the troops would be more effective than his own efforts. So, Mi Yu Mao set off for the military camp to announce that a new captain would be taking office in a few days. He also told Mi Yuchu to prepare well over the next few days. But after seeing her eldest brother off, Mi Yuchu felt that a few days was still a bit too long. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu noticed Su Buxiao beside her. At this moment, who knows what Su Buxiao was thinking? He was like a moldy mushroom, exuding a dark, resentful aura. Why was this guy suddenly sulking? Seeing that Su Buxiao didn't want to talk, Mi Yuchu turned to leave. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was suddenly alarmed and quickly called out to Mi Yuchu, who was about to leave. Su Buxiao said that he was in a very bad mood. He hugged Mi Yuchu's thigh, wanting the sweetheart before him to give him an intimate hug. Seeing that Mi Yuchu didn't agree to his request, Su Buxiao started throwing a tantrum on the ground like a child. Mi Yuchu was speechless at the sight. How could a grown man act so spoiled? Mi Yuchu sighed helplessly. Sensing the atmosphere was wrong and that he might get a beating, Su Buxiao had already closed his eyes, ready to be hit. He secretly opened one eye and looked at Mi Yuchu in front of him, his big eyes showing a look of confusion. He saw Mi Yuchu open her arms. She, who was always reluctant to be close to others, was now willing to give Su Buxiao a loving hug to comfort him. Immediately, Su Buxiao threw himself into Mi Yuchu's arms. The two embraced tightly, as if they were about to face a life and death separation. Su Buxiao lowered his head, his face full of sorrow. Then his mood finally eased. Mi Yuchu couldn't help but wonder why Su Buxiao's mood was so low. Just then, Su Buxiao suddenly spoke. He wanted to know how long Yuchu would need to be at the military camp this time. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu was slightly stunned. For the specific time, she didn't know either. Her father had told her to travel for at least a month, at most half a year. The specific time would depend on the places she needed to go. Hearing this, Su Buxiao sighed deeply. After the damn emperor's scheming, the engagement was completely off. Not only that, but his fiancée was also going to the military camp and would disappear for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Buxiao couldn't help but wail. Mi Yuchu was speechless listening to Su Buxiao's crying. She lifted Su Buxiao off her. This fool, what nonsense was he spouting? This time, for the trip to the military camp, Su Buxiao was definitely going with her. Su Buxiao was shocked to hear this. Then, he had a sudden realization. It turned out his little Chu-Chu loved him so deeply that she couldn't bear to be separated from him for even a moment. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu's face darkened. You're so weak. Since you're going to marry me, of course you have to go to the military camp for some proper training. After some conditioning, you'll be more durable, and it will be easier for me to lay my hands on you in the future. Hearing this, Su Buxiao's heart instantly shattered. Within the vast general's manner, a heart-wrenching howl echoed. Speaking of the Mi family army, in their prime, they were known for being valiant and invincible throughout the land. But now, the army that once made the world tremble with fear had become a pile of lazy mud, just waiting to die. Why was the style of this legendary Mi family army so bizarre? Even though Mi Yuchu had mentally prepared herself, the performance of these soldiers was even worse than she had imagined. And the new recruits who joined with Su Buxiao this time were even more ridiculous. One had a white beard longer than Su Buxiao's age. Next, the officer called out Su Buxiao and the others' names. To hide their identities, Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu used aliases, becoming Su Daxiao and Mi Xiaochu. Looking at the portraits of the two in the officer's hand, you couldn't discern a single trace of the actual people. Even so, the officer still felt that the two people in front of him looked exactly like the portraits in his hand. Su Buxiao and the other passed the inspection, which left the two of them utterly shocked. How the hell do I look like the portrait? Can you at least pretend to be a little less blind? Afterwards, the two were assigned to the 4th Squad of the Tiger Roar Battalion of the Mi family army, under Captain Lu San. Su Buxiao looked at the soldiers outside the tent, busy drinking and playing cards, and his bright eyes gradually became dull. Suddenly, a noisy sound attracted Su Buxiao's attention. It turned out that in a few days, the Mi family army would welcome a new captain. The brothers were currently building a tent for the captain, preparing to give the new captain a warm, home-like welcome. After a brief introduction, the captain said he had other matters to attend to and brought a young brother, Arong, to them. He would be the one to show Su Buxiao and the other around the military camp. Seeing this, Su Buxiao immediately greeted him. But the eccentric Arong clearly wasn't giving him any face. This left Su Buxiao, who had offered a warm gesture only to be met with a cold shoulder, feeling quite awkward. The three of them walked through the military camp. It was said that Arong was to show Su Buxiao and the other around the camp. But along the way, Arong didn't say a single word. Suddenly, Arong stopped, turned around, and handed a small medicine bottle to Su Buxiao. Seeing this, Su Buxiao was instantly startled. What's in this? Could it be a remedy for bruises and injuries? Why is this guy giving this to me? The next moment, several veteran soldiers holding clubs swarmed in from all directions and gave Su Buxiao and the other a sound beating. It turned out this was a routine education in a military camp. These veteran soldiers deliberately bullied the newcomers, wanting to teach them how to behave. However, Mi Youchu's bones were surprisingly hard. After a thorough beating, not only was Mi Youchu not injured in the slightest, but the hands of the veteran soldiers who hit her were swollen. But the pitiful Su Buxiao and Arong didn't have such hard bones. Arong had already anticipated that these veteran soldiers would do this, which is why he kindly gave the bruise medicine to Su Buxiao beforehand. It was an unspoken rule in the military camp for veterans to teach new recruits a lesson. Over the years, this place had developed its own laws. Hearing this, Su Buxiao couldn't help but wonder, didn't this kid, Arong, arrive at the camp before him? Why did he have to get beaten along with them this time? Hearing this, Arong fell silent, his expression turning exceptionally ugly. Speaking of which, Arong had secretly looked at Su Buxiao and the others' records. The two of them didn't match their enlistment portraits at all. Therefore, Arong immediately recognized that the two of them were not the new recruits they were supposed to be. Although Arong didn't know their identities, he still advised them that since they had entered the military camp, they should learn to be smart. The Mi family army was a mess right now, but if the two of them dared to have any rebellious thoughts, Arong would immediately report them and make Su Buxiao suffer the consequences. Hearing this, His Highness the young lord was filled with resentment. This Arong, at such a young age, hadn't learned anything else but how to act tough. Mi Youchu, on the side, sighed secretly. With the Mi family army in this sorry state, it would have been a miracle if her father had succeeded in his rebellion in her past life. It seemed that in the time to come, she would have to drastically reform this army. But ideals are lofty, and reality is harsh. The pitiful trio of new recruits did hard labor in the Mi family army's camp for a whole week, and endured the routine beatings from the veteran soldiers. At this moment, Su Buxiao was on the verge of being carried away. The week of hard labor had exhausted him so much that he couldn't even eat. Mi Youchu held the unpalatable food in her hands, lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes shifted. Arong, beside her, was gobbling down his food. Suddenly, Mi Youchu spoke to Arong. This military camp is too hopeless. I've decided to escape tonight. She asked Arong if he wanted to join her. Hearing this, Arong stared intently at Mi Youchu beside him. Then he whipped his head back. Although he didn't say a word, it was obvious that he had rejected Mi Youchu's request. Seeing Mi Youchu get rejected, His Highness the young lord, who had just been looking dejected, immediately lit up with joy. Just then, Su Buxiao suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the day Mi Youchu would take office as captain. They had been lying low in a military camp for so long. It was time to make a move. Hearing this, Mi Youchu's eyes widened. In that case, they would proceed with the original plan tonight. But before the two could finish speaking, the food beside them was knocked to the ground. The three of them were greatly shocked. In just a brief moment, the other soldiers dining in the tent suddenly collapsed to the ground without any warning. Arong trembled with fear at the sight. Suddenly, he noticed that Su Buxiao and Mi Youchu beside him were also curled up on the ground, trembling all over. Captain Liu San rushed over upon hearing the noise. He had only been gone for a short while. What on earth had happened? A soldier on the ground suspected that the food had been poisoned. The brothers of the squad had only taken a few bites before their stomachs began to ache uncontrollably. Hearing this, Captain Liu San was extremely shocked. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Arong should have eaten the food too. Why was he showing no reaction? The clueless Arong trembled with fear upon hearing this. Suddenly, a hand was raised shakily. Su Buxiao reported to the captain that in the evening, he had seen Arong Arong sneak into the kitchen. It must have been this guy who secretly poisoned everyone's food. Following Su Buxiao's accusation, Arong was gagged and hung outside the tent. The battalion commander beside them was fuming, blaming the captain for his incompetence. After all, this was a matter of life and death. No matter how lax the army was, they absolutely could not play with human lives. Fortunately, it was only laxatives in the food. If it had been poison, who knows what kind of trouble would have erupted when the new captain took office tomorrow. Luckily, they had already finished building the new captain's tent today. Tomorrow, they could make amends with a new captain. Before leaving, the battalion commander ordered Lu San to keep a close watch on the prisoner. If the prisoner escaped, he would be used as a substitute tomorrow. To this, Lu San could only chuckle and agree. The next moment, his face suddenly darkened. He took out a strange medicine bottle from his pocket, wondering to himself why the medicine in the bottle had suddenly disappeared. But he was certain that the medicine had not been put in the food. Lu San turned his head to look at Arong hanging high up. He didn't know what had gotten into Arong, why he would poison his brothers for no reason. Lu San verbally called Arong mischievous, but this time he had gone too far. The gagged Arong struggled to explain, but it was no use. He could only watch as the captain who had wronged him walked further and further away. In the dead of night, the soldiers who were supposed to be guarding the camp were fast asleep. Arong was left hanging alone on the rope. Suddenly, a sound from the distance startled him. He saw Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu, one splashing fuel and the other holding a torch, appearing sneakily in front of the new captain's tent. Arong was shocked at the sight. What were these two masters up to? At this moment, Mi Yuchu also noticed Arong's gaze. She gave a wicked smile and threw the torch in her hand onto the tent. The torch fell and ignited the fuel. A raging fire instantly engulfed the new captain's tent. Arong watched the flames before him, cursing 1,000 times in his head. Suddenly, he was startled by a voice beside him. He saw that the two who had just secretly set the fire had appeared beside him at some point. Mi Yuchu told Arong not to get excited and reached out to untie the ropes on him. Arong stared at Mi Yuchu and stammered. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu removed the cloth gag from his mouth. But the next moment, Arong suddenly shouted, alerting the entire camp to catch the spies. Immediately after, he was met with a heavy punch from Mi Yuchu. It turned out that the laxatives in the food were put there by Mi Yuchu and the other. But they had put the antidote in Arong's food beforehand. Only in this way could the unpoisoned Arong be conveniently framed. But this Arong in front of them seemed more like a spy than they did. Mi Yuchu had long noticed a small mark behind Arong's ear. Hearing this, Arong's body trembled. This special mark was only possessed by those of mixed southern borders and Central Plains blood. Su Buxiao on the side suddenly rolled up his sleeves. You should have said so earlier. We're on the same side. As long as we cooperate from the inside and outside, we can wipe out the Mi family army here in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Arong was greatly shocked. These two bastards were actually from the southern borders? Screw you, southern borders people. I hate people from the southern borders the most in my life. Hearing this, Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu were utterly stunned. Immediately after, Mi Yuchu knocked the roaring Arong unconscious. This Arong was indeed a resilient seedling, just too single-minded and not at all slick. Hearing this, the death-courting Su Buxiao remarked that it was hilarious for Mi Yuchu to dare to laugh at others for being single-minded. Immediately after, Su Buxiao was given a sound beating. The two cut the ropes, and the just unconscious Arong fell directly to the ground. Arong was now covered in bruises. But even if the two in front of him had saved his life, he would not leave the military camp with the bastards from the southern borders. But who said Mi Yuchu's actions were to save Arong and leave the military camp? Hearing this, Arong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu looked at each other. They told Arong that this whole series of actions was just to test him. The real reason they did this was to set a trap in the military camp. Arong looked incredulous. Just then, the soldiers behind them saw Su Buxiao and the other untying Arong, and identified them as the culprits who set fire to the captain's tent. Seeing this, Arong hurriedly tried to explain, but the next moment, the three of them were neatly tied up together. The battalion commander looked smugly at the three spies in front of him. The tent was burned down. As soon as the new captain arrived and placed blame, he would immediately make an example of the three people in front of him. But several hours passed, and the soldiers responsible for welcoming the captain still hadn't seen the new captain arrive. Hearing this, the battalion commander quickly instructed his subordinate to bring the captain's portrait to carefully familiarize himself with the future leader's appearance. The soldier and the battalion commander looked at the two familiar faces in the portrait, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. So they compared the portrait with the trio in front of them one by one. When they saw the handsome and lovely faces of Su Buxiao and Mi Yu-chu, the soldier and the battalion commander were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this the new captain? Now that the mystery of their identities was completely revealed, Mi Yu-chu no longer hid anything from the crowd. And the first thing the newly appointed Mi Yu-chu did was to publicly praise the loyal A-Rone beside her. At this moment, Aaron was already breaking into a cold sweat. He would never have imagined that the person beside him, whom he had mistaken for a spy, was actually the newly appointed captain. To reward Aaron, Mi Yu-chu decided to personally reward this lovely young man with a tailor-made, hellish training plan. To this, Aaron, not realizing the seriousness of the matter, appeared incredibly excited. After rewarding Aaron, Mi Yu-chu then had Captain Lu San step forward. The battalion commander on the side thought Mi Yu-chu was going to commend Lu San, and a wave of envy washed over him. Lu San suddenly laughed, saying he hadn't done anything worthy of commendation and therefore didn't deserve it. But Mi Yu-chu insisted that she must properly commend this captain this time. But the next moment, Mi Yu-chu's eyes changed. In front of everyone in the camp, she executed a shoulder throw, slamming Lu San to the ground. Then, Mi Yu-chu pinched Lu San's cheek and tore off a fake mask. The next moment, without the disguise of the fake mask, Lu San's face revealed the special mark of the southern borders. The soldiers on the side were instantly aghast. Seeing this, the battalion commander's body trembled. He quickly accused Lu San of being the culprit who poisoned the food last night. But Mi Yu-chu spoke up and explained that she was the one who had poisoned the food last night. Hearing this, the battalion commander's face changed instantly. He hugged Mi Yu-chu's leg and began to suck up to her. But Lu San on the side was suddenly shocked. Could it be that his poison was swapped by this person? To this, Mi Yu-chu made no secret of it. Originally, she had planned to wait in the dark for Lu San to poison the food. But due to time constraints, Mi Yu-chu simply took action herself and proactively poisoned the food for Lu San. But before that, Mi Yu-chu had already swapped Lu San's poison with a laxative. Seeing his plan exposed, the spy from the southern borders cursed at Mi Yu-chu and the others. At this time, the battalion commander also realized that things were not good. The reason the enemy was able to infiltrate the camp this time was firstly because the recruitment screening was too sloppy, letting in outsiders who didn't match their records. Secondly, it was to save effort by casually framing an innocent person. Based solely on an outsider's empty accusation, they determined the poisoner. Thirdly, it was poor management. The soldiers in the army were undisciplined, drinking and sleeping on duty. Even the night watchmen were careless. You bunch of losers should take a look in the mirror. The once valiant Mi family army has become like this. Is the world too peaceful now? Or have you bunch of good-for-nothings been too well fed? Mi Yu-chu's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving the battalion commander, who wanted to argue, speechless. Fortunately, the spy from the southern borders did not cause any serious harm in the camp this time. Mi Yu-chu ordered all the soldiers involved to receive 40 lashes each, and the former captain of Lu San's third squad would be succeeded by Aaron. To this, all the soldiers present were extremely unconvinced. This person is just a temporary acting captain. How could she really act like a captain? With her small frame and no strength, how could she possibly win everyone's respect? But the next second, the soldier who had just led the protest was frozen in place. He saw a strong leg effortlessly shatter the ground. Mi Yu-chu looked at the protesting soldiers in front of her and began to stretch. She had been waiting for these losers to protest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found a reason to properly teach these good-for-nothings a lesson. The soldiers in front of her trembled as they looked at Mi Yu-chu. Immediately after, a series of shrill screams echoed through the military camp. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. In the tent, Mi Yu-chu was applying medicine for Su Buxiao. Mi Yu-chu was worried that her actions during the day were too harsh and might have dampened the army's morale. And by promoting Aaron to such a high position, it was very likely to attract a lot of jealousy. Hearing this, Su Buxiao said that it was just a necessary lesson Aaron had to learn in life. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, how could he be entrusted with great responsibilities in the future? Thinking about it carefully, the current outcome was already a very good result for the soldiers. After all, Mi Yu-chu's original plan was to sneak into the military camp and cripple all the current generals, then replace them all with new people. To this, Su Buxiao said, not to worry too much. After all, they had already taken the initiative, found the problems within the army, and put those useless soldiers at a disadvantage, leaving them with nothing to say. First a slap, then a sweet date, then slowly win over those soldiers. Suddenly, a sharp pain on his face made Su Buxiao cry out. It turned out that when Mi Yuchu was teaching those soldiers a lesson, Su Buxiao was also caught in the middle. He remembered that he was standing far away at the time, but because Mi Yuchu was so engrossed in the fight, she didn't care who was around and just hit anyone within her reach. Hearing this, the greatly wronged Su Buxiao began to throw a tantrum. This girl really had it in for him. Taking advantage of his crying, Su Buxiao grabbed Mi Yuchu's wrist. Because my injuries are too severe, this baby needs you to blow on them to get better. Mi Yuchu's eyes slowly widened. She then inhaled all the air like a whirlwind, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Then she blew out a strong gust of wind, nearly blowing Su Buxiao's head off. How is it now? Any better? Thank you. It's a little too much better. At this moment, the soldiers, beaten black and blue, were secretly peeking from outside the tent, spying on everything inside. I'm so mad. I want her to blow on my boo-boos too. The way the captain looks at us is just heavenly. Su Buxiao looked at the crowd outside the tent and fell into deep thought. Seeing their crazed and infatuated looks, he suddenly felt that even if he didn't proceed with the rest of the plan, Mi Yuchu could completely win these guys over. Looking at this motley crew of soldiers, how long would he have to train them before they became valiant warriors? Fortunately, Su Buxiao had invited the professional team from Prince Ding's manor. These experts would provide one-on-one training for this motley crew of soldiers. Then, based on their individual plans, they would train independently at the professional facilities provided by Su Buxiao. Because completing this painful task alone was too boring, therefore, they needed an interesting reward system. The soldiers would have a chance to draw from a regular weapon lucky bag once every 10 days. The top 3 performing soldiers in the small group over the 10 days would be eligible to draw from an SR grade weapon guaranteed lucky bag. What's a weapon lucky bag? And what's SR? A lucky bag is when various grades of weapons are put into a large bag for them to draw from. The gambler's fallacy of what you can't get is what you want most will make them more determined with each failure. And the guaranteed lucky bag ensures they can get a decent quality weapon with a chance to draw an SSR grade rare weapon. Of course, the drop rate is only 0.00001%. These soldiers would have the opportunity to obtain suitable weapons while also finding opportunities to train themselves. This was simply a win-win situation. Listening to Su Buxiao's explanation, Mi Yuchu also felt that such a system was very exciting. But that's not all. The soldiers participating in the training also needed to follow a fitness diet paired by experts, and a one-stop service was developed for massage, cosmetic adjustments, tanning, and other services to quickly boost everyone's morale. A month later, the originally motley crew of soldiers had indeed transformed into strong and handsome men. The soldiers admired each other's stunning looks. If paired with subsequent training, their self-confidence and training passion would also reach another level. After only a month of training, there were such visible results. Even Mi Yuchu was shocked, but Su Buxiao said that this was not all. At this time, the soldiers needed a spiritual leader to serve as their faith. Therefore, they also needed to create an army idol to become the faith of these soldiers. This would allow for better control over them. However, there was a very tricky problem. After all, there were many men in the army. Therefore, this idol had to be a woman of devastating beauty. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu immediately refused. But unexpectedly, this fell right into Su Buxiao's cunning plan. He couldn't wait to transform into a cross-dressing master to replace Mi Yuchu as the army idol. To this, Mi Yuchu directly refused and decided to go on stage herself. Unexpectedly, after arguing for a long time, both of them ended up participating. And the reason behind this was all because Mi Yuchu was unwilling to wear women's clothing. Then, the military camp evening gala was held grandly. Just then, Su Buxiao suddenly sighed. My dear little Choo-Choo, I didn't want you to participate entirely because my female disguise is too beautiful. If I stole your thunder in front of all the soldiers, where would you, the captain, put your face? But this is fine too. When the time comes and little Choo-Choo's feelings are hurt, she'll come crying into my arms. The soldiers in the audience were eagerly anticipating the next performer to take the stage. And next up, making her grand entrance, is our songstress, Su Suzy. The many soldiers present, after hearing Su Suzy's beautiful singing voice, instantly looked crestfallen. How strange. Why is everyone so shy? Is it because my beautiful outfit has made everyone feel bashful? After the performance, hearing the sparse applause, the once confident Su Buxiao couldn't help but feel dejected. Next, let's welcome the captain to the stage to perform and cheer on the soldiers. Mi Yuchu quietly looked at the audience below. Her world-destroying, super strong muscles instantly burst forth. Oh my god, what fluid muscle lines, what a perfect physique and bearing. Could it be that the captain is using herself as an example to inspire the soldiers to learn from her? The soldiers in the audience erupted in cheers for Mi Yuchu on the stage. Seeing the complete reversal in the audience's reaction, Su Buxiao, who thought he could conquer the entire crowd, had his confidence shattered on the spot. My meticulously designed honey trap actually lost to Mi Yuchu's muscles. What is wrong with the aesthetic sense of these stinking men? The sorrowful Su Buxiao immediately burst into tears and left, leaving Mi Yuchu speechless. But blessings and misfortunes come in pairs. Under the inspiration of Menizi and Su Suzi, the training passion within the military camp reached an unprecedented height. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. After 2 months of hard work, Su Suzi's status in the hearts of those otaku men still couldn't compare to the muscular Mi Yuchu. Fortunately, Su Buxiao had also trained for 2 months, and his physique was much stronger than before. He had long heard that the hot springs in this military district were extremely effective. Now he finally had time to take a dip. But a sound from the distance suddenly attracted Su Buxiao's attention. Su Buxiao's expression changed. The beauty soaking in the hot spring in front of him completely captivated him. But soon, the two realized that the atmosphere was gradually becoming awkward. Su Buxiao's face instantly turned beet red, just as he was about to shout in excitement. He immediately realized the danger he might face next. Su Buxiao, whose survival instinct was off the charts, immediately turned around, saying he hadn't seen anything. No matter how charming his fiancée was, saving his own skin was more important. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Su Buxiao accidentally slipped on a rock. The next moment, his body completely lost control, and he fell headfirst into the water. Mi Yuchu on the side fell silent. Su Buxiao was thrashing in the water, calling for help. As someone who couldn't swim, he was completely helpless in the water. Just then, a hand rested on Su Buxiao's shoulder. This unreliable guy, he's afraid of drowning even after falling into a hot spring pool. Su Buxiao looked at the sweetheart in front of him, his face beet red. He immediately glanced down and instantly realized that he seemed to be in an even more dangerous situation. He quickly closed his eyes and huddled in Mi Yuchu's arms, trembling. Seeing this, Mi Yuchu sighed. Su Buxiao's body was stiff. To save his life, he could only continue to lie that he hadn't seen anything. Then, Mi Yuchu sighed again. What on earth is this kid doing? Am I that unsightly? Hearing this, Su Buxiao opened his eyes, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Is this a flat-chested princess? Something's not right. What is Mi Yuchu wearing? A human muscle version of a swimsuit? It turned out that Su Buxiao's family team often made strange things. This was an anti-peeping artifact that Mi Yuchu had specially commissioned from the Prince Ding's Manor team. Little Chu Chu, you're really making things complicated. It's pretty much flat whether you wear it or not. Why bother with an anti-peeping swimsuit? As soon as the words were out, Su Buxiao was beaten up. Mi Yuchu walked alone towards the shore. After all, this was a military camp. It wasn't convenient for the two of them to stay too long. Suddenly, Mi Yuchu was held back by the shoulder. It's rare to come across a natural hot spring in the mountains. After 2 months of physical and mental exhaustion, I must have a good soak. With that, Su Buxiao pushed Mi Yuchu into the water, then went ashore himself to stand guard for Mi Yuchu, ensuring no one would peep. This way, she could enjoy it comfortably. Mi Yuchu looked at Su Buxiao, slightly stunned. Clearly, this guy Su Buxiao was the most untrustworthy person in the entire military camp. But it might be good to trust him just this once. Su Buxiao on the side perked up his ears, listening to the voice coming from behind him. Thank you, my dear fiancé. Hearing this, Su Buxiao's brain instantly short-circuited. What did I just hear? Little Chu Chu actually called me her fiancé. Oh my god. Su Buxiao, who had always looked forward to being engaged to Mi Yuchu, ascended on the spot. He then entered a full defensive stance. Not a single bird or frog within an 800 li radius could get near the hot spring where Mi Yuchu was. Mi Yuchu quietly enjoyed the comfort of the hot spring. On the shore, Su Buxiao was panting from exhaustion. Now, no one should dare to peep at my wife bathing. Suddenly, the sound of water from behind once again stirred the restless heart of His Highness the young lord. Since our relationship is confirmed, it should be fine if I take a little peek, right? Just a glance at my wife's beautiful back will be enough. Holy cow, this sight is so beautiful it's blinding. Such a perfect, powerful physique. It made the criminally minded young lord want to poke his own eyes out. It's better to be careful. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu suddenly let out a sweet laugh. It seems that, at least in the days to come with this fool around, she would never be bored again. On the other side, a red candle burned slowly in a gloomy room. A woman in red sat alluringly behind a dark curtain. Beside her, a top assassin who had killed countless people was reveling in the woman's company. The assassin suddenly opened his eyes. The time for the emperor to summon Mi Yuchu to the palace was approaching. This time, he would definitely not disappoint his beloved master. The most devastating thing in this world should be waking up to find the repulsive man who has been relentlessly pursuing you right in front of you. The second prince, as soon as he arrived, wanted to drag Mi Yuchu to the emperor to be granted marriage. Mi Yuchu was naturally very resistant to this. She was very curious how this repulsive man found her here. Faced with Mi Yuchu's rejection, the second prince was clearly very surprised. It turned out the emperor himself had discovered that Mi Yuchu had secretly hidden in the military camp to avoid the marriage. So the second prince planned to take Mi Yuchu to the palace to propose marriage before the damn emperor issued a new decree. If the old emperor didn't agree, the second prince would demand a martial arts contest with the crown prince. Only the winner would be qualified to marry Mi Yuchu. To this, Mi Yuchu felt extremely tormented. This guy who had caused the ruin of her family in her past life. Why was he so obsessed with her in this life? To avoid the second prince's entanglement, Mi Yuchu said she would go to the palace and solve the problem herself. Suddenly, Su Buxiao's hands rested on Mi Yuchu's shoulders. This is a family matter between the Su and Mi families. Therefore, we won't trouble your highness the prince with it. And even if we were to go to the palace to propose marriage, it should be Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu going to court together. Hearing this, the second prince's eyes gradually darkened. He watched the loving couple walk away. But the next moment, Su Buxiao yelped as Mi Yuchu squeezed his arms until they swelled. The second prince watched the bickering couple, not speaking for a long time, his eyes just becoming sharper. The next day, at the imperial palace, General Mi and Prince Ding, Su Buki, were waiting at the entrance of the court early in the morning. This damn emperor just wouldn't listen to reason. This made the hot-tempered General Mi extremely angry. Despite this, General Mi still tried to comfort Su Buxiao and Mi Yuchu, with him and Prince Ding backing them. There was no need to panic even when facing the emperor. However, they should not be too emotional in their words and actions after entering the court. After all, this was deep within the imperial palace. The slightest mistake could lead to the annihilation of all of them. Hearing this, Mi Yuchu reassured the two fathers. She would definitely not lay a hand on the damn emperor. Hearing this, the faces of the three, old and young, showed expressions of great relief. With that, Mi Yuchu put a knife to her neck. She absolutely could not accept marrying a man weaker than herself. If the damn emperor insisted on marrying her to a weakling, then she would rather just die. Hearing this, the three, old and young, who had just been excited, instantly fell into deep thought. This silly girl is really worrying. We told her not to lay a hand on others, and she turns it on herself? In the court, His Majesty the Emperor, who had been personally rejected by Mi Yuchu, looked at her with a smile. He hadn't expected the Mi family's girl to have such a fiery personality. The emperor said that his original intention in betrothing Mi Yuchu to the crown prince was to make her the future mother of the nation. He didn't expect that even the entire empire couldn't catch Mi Yuchu's eye. In that case, the emperor could only let Mi Yuchu choose another. And Mi Yuchu indeed kept her word. At this moment, she was holding a knife to her own neck. Seeing no way out, Mi Yuchu said that since so many people wanted to marry her, they might as well hold a martial arts tournament to find a husband. Whoever could defeat Mi Yuchu could take her home. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was terrified. This line wasn't discussed with him beforehand, but Mi Yuchu was calm. It's a martial arts tournament, not like I can't throw the match. Since Mi Yuchu is defending the stage, she can just intentionally lose to Su Buxiao later, and everything will be fine. The emperor on the throne smiled upon hearing this, and readily agreed to Mi Yuchu's request. Prince Ding and General Mi on the side seeing the emperor agree so readily, couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Attending to a ruler is like attending to a tiger. Who knows what this emperor is thinking? As the saying goes, after a smile comes a but. Sure enough, after readily agreeing, the emperor raised another issue. It turned out the emperor had long known that Mi Yuchu was a powerful martial artist. What if none of the princes could defeat Mi Yuchu? Wouldn't the Mi family's young lady be unmarriageable in the future? Besides, it wasn't fair for Mi Yuchu to fight a series of opponents. In that case, let all participants' martial arts be suppressed to the same level, and then compete in one-on-one elimination matches. At the same time, Mi Yuchu would also participate as a normal contestant. This would make it seem very fair. Hearing this, General Mi's eyes sharpened. On the surface, these rules were fair, but at the same martial arts level, the competition would be about external skills and physical fitness. In every aspect, women are at a disadvantage compared to men. This condition seemed to be designed specifically against Mi Yuchu. But the next moment, Mi Yuchu, the main party involved, suddenly agreed without any hesitation. It was just a competition of physical fitness. Mi Yuchu seemed very nonchalant about it. The emperor's eyes changed. He was very interested in Mi Yuchu's indifferent attitude. Since both sides had agreed to the old emperor's request, the martial arts tournament would begin immediately, and this tournament was to be held with great fanfare. So the emperor immediately issued a decree, announcing to the world the start of the martial arts tournament. The huge arena was surrounded by royalty and nobles from all over. Seeing so many people participating in this tournament, the emperor seemed very satisfied. But any discerning person could see that these people were not interested in Mi Yuchu at all, but in the Mi family's military power, which was enough to threaten the imperial family. Even every Tom, Dick, and Harry wanted to come and get a piece of the pie. The damn emperor, making such a big fuss, must be up to some dirty tricks, so that Mi Yuchu, who lost the tournament, couldn't go back on her word. And for the sake of fairness, all contestants had to take a martial strength test. Then, based on the situation of all contestants, a level would be chosen for uniform suppression. Onlookers were shocked at the sight. Isn't this the martial arts testing device invented by the Su family's team? By channeling the Xian energy in one's body into the device, it can accurately calculate the level of one's internal energy. Currently, the highest martial arts level is only 7th tier. These correspond to the 7 levels of martial arts. In the entire martial world, the number of people who can reach the Grandmaster realm is very few. Even a famous General Mi is only at the Master realm. Even so, he is one of the few top experts. As the test began, Su Buxiao placed his palm on the testing device. What happened next was shocking. The seemingly weak young lord actually reached a martial strength of 5th tier, and the highest martial strength that had appeared so far was only 5th tier, on par with the second prince who had practiced martial arts since childhood. So this was the legendary protagonist's halo. After training in the army for only 2 months, his martial strength had already surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Next, it was Mi Yuchu's turn to be tested. Everyone present showed looks of anticipation. After all, this was the young lady that even General Mi couldn't match. Who knows what level her martial strength had reached now? The needle of the device began to move. Then, at an extremely fast speed, the needle left after images. As the speed slowly decreased, the needle, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, actually landed on the 1st tier position. How the hell is this possible? The legendary, astonishingly powerful Miss Mi's martial strength is only a mere 1st tier? Back then, Mi Yuchu beat a martial artist who was close to 5th tier to a pulp. How could her martial strength be only 1st tier? Seeing this, even Su Buxiao, who had developed the calculating device, was shocked. He even suspected that there was a problem with the machine. Just then, Su Buxiao suddenly realized something was wrong. The needle of the device had spun many times before gradually stopping. Hearing this, many in the audience nodded frantically. In that case, the cycle counting of this device is unlimited. Each extra rotation can be directly added. The needle probably spun 3 or 4 times just now. This means that Mi Yuchu's current strength is at least 25th tier or above. All the contestants were startled by this formidable martial strength. Some even expressed their intention to withdraw from the competition immediately. Even Mi Yuchu's eldest brother was shocked by his little sister's combat power. General Mi's defenses were completely shattered. His combat power was not even as high as his daughter's. He might as well just give up. In this world, 7th tier is already a legendary level of combat power. Mi Yuchu's data is is so abnormal. Will she be erased by the system one day? The emperor stared at Mi Yu-Chu in the crowd, lost in thought. This little girl is indeed impressive. A eunuch on the side quickly came out to take charge of the situation. For the sake of fair competition, the emperor required all contestants to suppress their cultivation to the weak realm of first tier. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. Although Mi Yu-Chu's martial strength was astonishing, with her slender arms and legs, how could she compete with these big men? This was simply a pie falling from the sky. Thinking of this, everyone scrambled to be the first to fight Mi Yu-Chu. The emperor lazily watched everything below. Looking at his contemptuous gaze, it was hard to associate him with the rumored romantic from before. Next, the competition officially began. As soon as the match started, a contestant was sent flying. This was followed by a series of beatings. Su Buxiao adopted a full offensive stance and knocked his opponent to the ground. At this moment, Su Buxiao was panting. Even he didn't expect to win 2 matches in a row. Seeing this, Su Buxiao quickly raised his hand to show off his advancement to the top 16 to Mi Yu-Chu. But on the other side, Mi Yu-Chu had already beaten a group of opponents to a pulp. In the same amount of time, she had already advanced to the top 4. Under such a stark contrast, Su Buxiao felt that he had been too arrogant. And the audience, after seeing Mi Yu-Chu's terrifying strength, began to suspect whether Mi Yu-Chu had suppressed her strength. But the appearance of the Grand Eunuch dispelled everyone's doubts. Next up was the second prince versus Mi Yu-Chu. The fangirls in the audience instantly erupted in a frenzy of cheers. The conceited second prince, as soon as he came on stage, tried to persuade Mi Yu-Chu to surrender. After all, he was different from those weaklings. How could a mere woman be a match for him, the second prince? But the next moment, the second prince was suddenly in a panic. An attack from Mi Yu-Chu scared him so much that he jumped up on the spot. The just now, incredibly confident second prince could only keep dodging Mi Yu-Chu's attacks. If he got hit even once, his life would be over. Despite this, a cut was still made on the second prince's face. Has this woman really suppressed her level? In front of her, I'm like a 3-year-old child. But luckily, I prepared a backup plan in advance. A hidden weapon flew out from the second prince's sleeve. Mi Yu-Chu's hands were immediately bound by a rope. Then, the second prince put on a pair of extremely sharp tiger claws and showed Mi Yu-Chu his full set of top-tier equipment. What is this dog doing? You can even bring weapons? Seeing his daughter in danger, General Mi quickly spoke up, reporting the second prince's cheating to the emperor. But the emperor just smiled contemptuously. We never said that weapons are not allowed. Hearing this, General Mi's brows furrowed. A first-tier Xian energy shield couldn't block those weapons' attacks. If this continued, Mi Yu-Chu would definitely get hurt. Mi Yu-Chu tried to break free from the ropes, her pretty face showing no expression. Unless one is a pure body cultivator of 7th tier or above, it's absolutely impossible to break this rope with just the strength of first-tier external skills. Then, the despicable second prince launched a fatal attack on Mi Yu-Chu. The second prince quickened his pace, holding a sharp weapon, and ruthlessly smashed it towards Mi Yu-Chu. Mi Yu-Chu dodged the second prince's attack. Although her hands were bound by the rope, a headbutt sent the despicable second prince's eyes rolling back. The second prince looked in disbelief at the so-called weak woman beside him. He saw Mi Yu-Chu reveal a cold smile. Thick smoke billowed from the gap between her palms and the rope. The muscles suppressed beneath her skin slowly swelled. In just an instant, Mi Yu-Chu broke free from the sturdy rope that only a 7th-tier body cultivator could barely damage. The people present were already speechless from the series of miracles. To this, even the supervising Grand Eunuch was in disbelief. What they didn't know was that Mi Yu-Chu had never used the so-called Xian energy internal power. Even if her internal power was suppressed to first tier, for her, it was no different from having no restrictions at all. Hearing this, a look of shock appeared in the emperor's eyes. With just her brute force, there was no one in this world who could be Mi Yu-Chu's opponent. Hearing this, the second prince had a sudden realization. It was all because he had been too careless. As expected of the woman he had set his sights on. Then, the second prince was smashed into a paper-thin mess. Mi Yu-Chu turned away disdainfully. The scene erupted in a storm of cheers. Now, Mi Yu-Chu just had to wait for the winner of the other group to be decided to smoothly enter the finals. She wondered how far Su Buxiao had made it. Just then, Su Buxiao's voice caught Mi Yu-Chu's attention. He appeared before Mi Yu-Chu, bruised and swollen. Even so, he didn't forget to praise Mi Yu-Chu's monstrous combat power. She was already so strong without using internal power. If she used internal power, wouldn't she be banned by the system? Hearing the word system, Mi Yu-Chu felt a sharp headache again. Seeing this, Su Buxiao rushed forward in alarm. Fortunately, Mi Yuchu was fine, and Su Buxiao had also successfully advanced to the top 4. Next, as long as he defeated the Crown Prince, he could successfully advance. But unexpectedly, the Crown Prince, with the Emperor's backing, advanced directly to the top 4 without even competing. The damn Emperor's cheating was a bit too blatant. Mi Yuchu looked at Su Buxiao with a worried expression. Su Buxiao was now seriously injured. Out of concern for Su Buxiao's safety, Mi Yuchu advised him to withdraw from the competition. Hearing this, Su Buxiao was shocked. First, he ruled out the possibility that Mi Yuchu was concerned about him. Could it be that this woman suddenly wanted to marry someone else? Or was she trying to use his withdrawal to motivate him to win the next match? Thinking of this, Su Buxiao immediately made a promise to Mi Yuchu. Mi Yuchu sighed slowly. It was all her fault for letting Su Buxiao participate in this kind of confrontational competition without preparation. Her original intention was to let Su Buxiao get some training. She didn't expect Su Buxiao to make it this far. The continuous battles had already pushed Su Buxiao's body beyond its limits. Therefore, Mi Yuchu suggested that Su Buxiao withdraw directly. Hearing this, Su Buxiao closed his eyes. He held Mi Yuchu's hand, his heart already set on seeing this competition through to the end. He quietly looked at the person he admired. As long as he won the next match against that useless Crown Prince, the two of them could meet on the stage. And Su Buxiao wouldn't have to worry about Mi Yuchu's headaches. As he spoke, a loud noise made both of them turn around. The Crown Prince walked with heavy steps, and with one stomp, he shattered the hard ground. Holy cow, such a huge and powerful body. It has completely surpassed the scope of a human being. And next, this superhuman, as huge as a rockery, would be Su Buxiao's opponent. To this, Mi Yuchu directly advised Su Buxiao to withdraw. If this Crown Prince threw a punch, the frail Su Buxiao would probably be smashed into fresh meat paste. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Su Buxiao smiled smugly. Mi Yuchu was underestimating him. He was trained by her beatings. He knew that Mi Yuchu was strong, and he was weak now. But so what? In Su Buxiao's eyes, she was still a girl who needed to be protected. He also wanted to do his best to protect the one he loved. If she was still not at ease, he could make a promise with Mi Yuchu. He promised that he would definitely win this fight. But if he really won, Mi Yuchu would have to. Thinking of something, Su Buxiao's lips curled up. Mi Yuchu's expression changed upon hearing this. How could Su Buxiao be like this? Su Buxiao told Mi Yuchu that it was his turn to go on stage. He told her to remember their promise. Mi Yuchu repeated the word promise. Vaguely, it seemed like someone else had made a promise with her before. Mi Yuchu's head throbbed. It was happening again. Meanwhile, on the stage, Su Buxiao was hit by an enemy's arrow and was swollen all over. Although he had boasted, this fatso was too difficult to deal with. The fatso lamented that he had missed again. Why was a fat man so agile? Mi Yuchu watched the two on the stage, extremely worried. Her head started to hurt again. Why did this Crown Prince's moves look so familiar? The Crown Prince threw another punch at Su Buxiao. Fortunately, he dodged it. Su Buxiao panted heavily. Didn't the rumors say that the Crown Prince was a good-for-nothing? It's not good to hide your strength like this. In that case, I'll have to resort to external help. Su Buxiao took out his weapon. How about tying these ropes to the pillars? This should be able to trap the Crown Prince. Who told him to have such a huge body? If he keeps using brute force like this, these heavenly adamantine wires will, in the next second. The Crown Prince has started pulling at the wires. Su Buxiao was shocked. Hey, don't be reckless. Someone could really die. The Crown Prince's body was sliced apart by the steel wires. His fingers shattered too. The scene was truly bloody. The crowd gasped in horror. Su Buxiao made a face worthy of an emoji, telling him to stop. This won't pass the censors. Wait, something seems off. These shattered pieces aren't flesh. Instead, they're a rubber-like filling. Then this Crown Prince. Su Buxiao immediately realized he'd been tricked. This person might not be the real Crown Prince. Hair was showing from the cut areas. There was someone else hidden inside this rubber body. Who on earth is this person? Sun told everyone not to panic. It was just a little joke he was playing on them. After tearing off the mask, he told the crowd that this was actually his true appearance. He was just usually too shy, so he was used to hiding in this fake body. Everyone fell silent. Su Buxiao roared. Who would believe that? Shy my ass. Do you take the audience for idiots? He then told everyone, this person is a famous assassin in the martial world. Son, don't be fooled by him. Everyone was terrified. It's actually the assassin, son. Then where's the Crown Prince? Could he have been dealt with? The Crown Prince's birth mother turned pale. Who is this person? No matter who he is, he's definitely not her son. What has this person done to her son? All sorts of things were being said in the arena. The emperor watched all of this from a distance. Sun and the emperor made eye contact. Instantly, the emperor announced, "My dear ministers, there is no need to panic. The truth is just as Sun has said. The crown prince has feared contact with strangers since he was a child, so he has always hidden inside that large body, closing himself off. Now, seeing the crown prince take the initiative to shed his shell and meet everyone, I'm very gratified." At this moment, a fat man with his hands and feet bound appeared in the great hall. Next, it was me Yochu's turn to take the stage. If the person on the stage is the crown prince, then may I ask, who is this person I just found in the rafters? The crown prince cried and called out, "Father Emperor." The crowd was shocked for the umpteenth time. Is this the real crown prince? How can there be two crown princes? But wasn't that what his majesty just said? The crown prince's birth mother shouted, "This is my son." The real crown prince wept bitterly, begging the emperor to save him. While he was sleeping earlier, a strange man suddenly tied him up. The next second, the emperor stabbed him to death. The real crown prince never expected it. He would be killed by his own father. The emperor had already said it. The one on the stage was the real crown prince. As for this fat man, he was just an imposter pig. This move shattered me Yochu's worldview. The others quickly chimed in, rushing to agree that the one on the stage was the real crown prince. Even the crown prince's birth mother admitted that her son was the one on the stage. Your father wants to kill someone, and these turncoats changed their tune so quickly. Mi Yuchu really wanted to applaud. Before, they would at least pretend to praise the emperor's wisdom. Now, they can't even be bothered to act, right? If she could, Mi Yuchu would have performed a regicide on the spot. Luckily, Father Mi stopped her. The proper procedures still had to be followed. This way, the common people and the court officials would not be convinced. Su Buxiao watched the absurd scene unfold. Mi Yuchu told Su Buxiao that he couldn't beat Sunday, just admit defeat. I'll deal with him. Su Buxiao felt sorry for Mi Yuchu. The headache, if it continued, would definitely affect the match. He would surely lose. Su Buxiao told her not to worry. Even if it was just for their promise, he would not lose. Sun kicked Su Buxiao. Su Buxiao's head hit a pillar. After a few rounds of this, the young master was being chased all over the arena by the crown prince, like a cat toying with a mouse. It looked like the young master was about to be done for. Mi Yuchu clutched her aching head. She couldn't understand what this idiot was being so stubborn about. Why wouldn't he admit defeat? A promise, for a mere, stupid promise. Was this idiot really taking it so seriously? Su Buxiao was beaten until he was out of breath. Sun taunted him. Why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up struggling? Hee hee. It seems Mi Yuchu isn't that important in your heart after all. Looks like I'm still the winner of this match. Su Buxiao snorted coldly. Really? I haven't admitted defeat yet. Sun kicked down a pillar and flew up. The broken pieces of the pillar all fell towards Su Buxiao. Sun was stunned by the scene before him. Su Buxiao was standing on a piece of rock. Father Mi had a sudden realization. Good heavens. So this kid has been plotting against his opponent all along, guiding him to attack continuously along his calculated trajectory, and then using the pillars to destroy this area. In the end, apart from the small spot he himself was on, there was no intact place to land in the entire arena. Amazing, because the rule is that if you're outside the ring, you lose. Now, there's not even a place for him to land. The crown prince is considered to be out of the ring. That was Su Buxiao's plan. Let's see where Sun can land now. But in the blink of an eye, how did Sun disappear? Where'd he go? How could he have disappeared? Someone told Su Buxiao to look over there. He turned his head, and Sun was hanging upside down in front of him. He even taunted Su Buxiao. As long as I don't touch the ground, it doesn't count as a loss. Su Buxiao was so scared his jaw almost dislocated. Whoa, that's too close. So gross. Get away from me. The gossiping ministers were discussing it even more heatedly. To be able to push Sun to this extent, it meant Su Buxiao wasn't bad either. However, he has indeed angered me. It seems I don't need to hold back anymore. As he finished speaking, Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. He also fell from the rafters. What's going on? Why did the crown prince fall again? The crowd thought there might be a turn of events. Sun realized he was poisoned. How could this be? He was clearly immune to all poisons. Su Buxiao was gloating. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That really scared me to death. The reason this happened was because that time in the cave, when the bats were swarming Sun, he had administered a new type of poison developed by their team. It was normal for Sun not to have antibodies. It's just that this thing was incredibly difficult to trigger. It required the poisoned person to hang upside down for more than 10 seconds to activate. That I originally thought no one would ever be able to trigger it in this lifetime. Only then did Sun understand. He had been plotted against so early on. From the very beginning of this match, this was Su Buxiao's plan, wasn't it? He just didn't expect that he would actually fall into the hands of a young brat. This time, he was probably too clever for his own good and failed that lord. Looking at the emperor, Sun closed his eyes. Su Buxiao won this match. Su Buxiao was overjoyed. Now my dear Chu Chu doesn't have to. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard someone shouting for Mi Yu Chu. Imperial physician, imperial physician. Quick, call for the crown prince. Little Chu's illness is acting up again. Someone come quickly. Su Buxiao told him to wait a moment. Let me try. But Mi Yu Chu still didn't respond. What's going on? It seems his touch is completely useless now. The system couldn't contact Su Buxiao at this time either, and could only keep calling his name. I wonder if he saw that I won. I'm still waiting for him to fulfill his promise to me. While Mi Yu Chu was unconscious, the word promise kept repeating in her mind. After repeating it many times, she woke up at the start. What promise? It seems she remembered. Mi Yu Chu put on her glasses and recalled the dream. Wasn't the person in the dream Xiao Bai? Of course. She remembered her promise to him. Mi Yu Chu suddenly remembered her salary had arrived yesterday. She finally had enough money to buy the VR helmet. She rushed to the store without stopping. After getting the helmet, Mi Yu Chu breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to hurry back and find Xiao Bai. It turned out Mi Yu Chu's real name was Mimi. She was a graduate student. Today, she finally got the long-awaited Hand of God device. She herself found it hard to imagine that she could now walk here so calmly. All of this was thanks to the helmet in her hand. 2 years ago, 2 doctors were discussing Mimi. She was the psychological experiment subject chosen by the hospital this time. The other person reminded him to keep his voice down. Although it was indeed her, this child was just rescued a few days ago. A patient with severe depression who attempted suicide. The doctor said this child's parents died when she was young, and even the adoptive parents who later took her in both passed away. So Mimi was seen as a jinx by those around her. She endured constant scolding and scorn for years. It would be strange if she didn't get depressed. Fortunately, the psychology department had recently collaborated with Hand of God on a research experiment. Hand of God was created by that young and promising CEO. It's a company that provides various holographic instances needed by people in different professions. This time, the hospital collaborated with their holographic technology to let these psychological patients immersively experience the human warmth in the game instances. Thus, they could slowly heal the scars in their hearts. Mimi happened to have no money to pay her medical bills, so she agreed to be a test subject for this project. Depression has already become the second biggest killer in human medical history, second only to cancer. Hopefully, there will be good research results this time. And so, Mimi became one of the patients in this research. In one instance after another, she continuously experienced different lives, feeling the warmth of different human natures. But her subconscious always reminded her that this warmth was not real or permanent. This caused Mimi's treatment progress to be abnormally slow, until she was very lucky to meet Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai reminded Mimi that she was ignoring her parents in the instance again today. Not cooperating with the plot would make things very difficult for them. Mimi praised Xiao Bai for being very cute today too. Xiao Bai told her to respect her psychological supervision therapist. Given that chatting with Xiao Bai was more effective for Mimi than staying in the instances, the leadership had already decided to change Mimi's daily instance task to chatting with Xiao Bai. Really? Mimi said she was very happy. Later, she found out that Xiao Bai was one of the 3 main therapeutic AIs of Hand of God, although she didn't know why. Such a powerful character would take over her case. But since then, Mimi and he were inseparable. How to retrieve lost emotions, how to be a person rich in emotions. They researched together how to treat mental illness. In the end, they really did it. He became an emotionally rich AI. Wait, something seems off. How did it turn out like this? Even Xiao Bai has become emotionally rich. Mimi, why are you still stone-faced? Mimi patted Xiao Bai's head and told him that wasn't the case. She had also recovered a lot. In the days she spent with him, her illness had indeed improved greatly. Xiao Bai's place in Mimi's heart also gradually became irreplaceable. And on the occasion of her discharge from the hospital, Mimi made an important promise with Xiao Bai. She would meet him again in her best condition, to fulfill the promise. After being discharged from the hospital, Mimi worked for several months and finally bought the Hand of God virtual helmet. Today was the day to fulfill this promise with Xiao Bai. Suddenly, a cat was sleeping on the other side of the road. A moving car was about to hit it. Oh my God, someone save it. The rich kid didn't see the cat either. He shouted for the cat to get away as he splattered blood on the spot. The passers-by were speechless, frozen in place. The cat was in the rich kid's arms. "That's great, the kitty is fine. I almost killed an innocent little cat." A passerby reminded the rich kid, "Although the innocent cat was saved, it seems you hit another innocent passerby." It turned out the blood was Mimi's. To avoid the little cat, the rich kid swerved down the steps, hit a utility pole, and then the utility pole fell on Mimi. The rich kid shouted, "Quick, call an ambulance." Mimi was admitted to the hospital so frequently that even the doctors recognized her. Hasn't it only been 2 months since she was discharged? How did she end up in a vegetative state? The rich kid begged the doctor, "You must save Mimi. I don't want to be a killer." The doctor comforted him. "At least she's alive. It's just that physical stimulation therapy doesn't seem to be having much effect for now. We can only try other methods." No, Mimi's parents are both gone. She was always bullied before, not to mention having any friends. It's hard to even find someone to wake her up. However, we have already contacted the Hand of God department. Mimi was a test subject from their previous collaboration with the hospital. We'll see if we can connect her to the equipment. In the game instance, she should have some friends or family. A knock on the door was heard. Speak of the devil. The boss arrived with the technical director, Xiao Wu. The boss's name was Li Yuran. Their main AI had an issue here, and the boss happened to be here too. He had heard that the girl from the collaborative project had an accident, so he came by to take a look. After CEO Li saw Mimi's face, he knew it was her. It just so happened that he was quite familiar with the company's malfunctioning AI. If he could wake her up, maybe he could ask some questions about the AI. Without further ado, let's start now. After plugging in the power, the login interface showed no reaction. As expected, with the patient in a state of impaired consciousness, her brain activity couldn't be detected. The screen started to crackle. What's happening? The rich kid told him to look. Her heart stopped. What kind of killing machine is this? The rich kid was about to break down and started questioning Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was also wronged. Their equipment was harmless to the human body. Suddenly, Mimi's voice came out, complaining that this group of people was so ugly. She then realized, "Am I at the Hand of God login interface?" She also saw Dr. Li and Dr. Wu. But what are they doing? The 4 of them were scared out of their wits. A ghost. Although the specific reason is unclear, Mimi's consciousness seems to have been converted into in-game data. And then it was saved. She's afraid that in the future, she can only live as data in the virtual world of Hand of God. The rich kid broke down. How did things get worse and worse? Mimi told them all to calm down. "That's no big deal for me." "My God, you're dead, and it's not a big deal? How can you be so calm?" Anyway, for Mimi, it was the same whether it was the real world or the virtual world. Thinking about it from another perspective, as long as Hand of God continues to exist, she can also live forever. Thinking about it this way, it seems to make a lot of sense. Theoretically, yes. But the premise is, the person on the other end of the phone asked Xiao Wu, "Have you found anything?" C1 is going crazy again. "We can't hold on much longer." The premise is that Hand of God can still exist. In this emergency, we can only activate Plan D. Send C1 into the instance. See if we can save his sense of belonging value. The boss saw that he couldn't hide it anymore and could only tell Mimi the truth. She would most likely only live for a few days because the system could crash at any time. Some time ago, the AI C1 went crazy for some reason. He even said he didn't want to stay in the virtual world anymore. He suddenly modified his model into a human form, rendered himself with black hair, put on ill-fitting clothes, and began to imitate human speech patterns. He's just a string of virtual data. How could he possibly come to the real world? As he himself became more and more unstable, he eventually caused a bug and started to crash. C1 is the most important main therapeutic AI. If he crashes, then Hand of God is finished too. Mimi was curious. Then the plan D just now was to seal C1's memory and send him into an instance as a player. If the virtual world can repair his sense of belonging value, then the crisis will be resolved. This is the last straw. When the sense of belonging value is restored to 100, the system will restart his self-awareness program, and he will realize again that he belongs to the virtual world, but it's very difficult for the sense of belonging to reach 100. Moreover, the system's memory suppression function is also unstable. Maybe one day he will recover his memory in the instance. Then all our efforts will be in vain. Mimi understood. She raised her hand and asked if she could also be sent into this instance. The four were shocked and confused. Mimi explained that she had been taken care of by C1 before, and her condition had improved a lot. Now that he was in this kind of trouble, she wanted to do her part for him. She also hoped to help them. The boss and Xiao Wu were a bit hesitant. They thanked Mimi first. Xiao Wu then told the person on the phone that he and the boss would return to the company immediately. Don't send C1 into the instance yet. Hearing that Mimi, having just faced death, would rush to save C1 without a second second thought. What a great friendship. No, this must be love. The boss told the technician to stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The technician said it was no problem. He would arrange for Mimi to enter the instance right away. However, it seems they could set Mimi as the story's female protagonist. But don't forget that the instance's outline is randomly generated. At most, they can only set a general direction like a lighthearted comedy. But even a comedy can't avoid. The boss felt these were all minor issues. Mimi had already been unlucky enough to lose her life. She couldn't possibly be so unlucky as to encounter a world of catfights, right? Moreover, they could help her increase the character's various stats and give her an official cheat. The technician praised the boss for being so smart. By increasing all of Mimi's stats, no matter what difficulties she encountered in the instance, she could help C1 resolve them. The AI, being constantly pampered and protected by a strong person in the instance, he would definitely feel the warmth of the virtual world, and his sense of belonging would skyrocket. The technician couldn't wait to see this beautiful story. Character generation in progress. Very good, very good. Next, we just need to send C1 in, depending on the situation, and let Mimi take him on a tour of the instance. And we're done. Wait, something seems off. It seems I just forgot something. But the character has been successfully generated. The technician, just now, the stats were set too high. It seems I forgot to uncheck the option to hide Miss Mimi's temporary memories. When Mimi goes in, she'll probably only have the memories of an NPC. I don't know if she can still protect C1. The boss forced a smile, saying it was okay. If it's a character who pampers or is obsessed with the male lead, it should be fine. The two looked at the character generation screen and fell silent. This is a disaster. Forgetting her memory is one thing, but she also drew such a mortal enemy script. The boss praised the technician for his good luck. The technician then remembered that they could fast forward the instance time. Anyway, they haven't sent C1 in yet, and the memory lock function hasn't been very stable recently. Give Mimi some time, and she will surely remember. As a result, even after fast-forwarding to the attack, she still hadn't recovered her memory. The technician found that C1 was about to collapse. They had to send him in quickly. Forget it. Now we can only treat a dead horse as a live one. Let's send him into the instance. Is this bag of bones, C1? We can remove the system suppression and let him wake up. Let the CD2 AI go in with him to see, and by the way, help guide Mimi to recover her memory. After all, the instance setting is that the two are the male and female leads. Mimi looks quite gentle. Even if she has lost her real-world memories, she probably won't be too harsh on him. In the end, they will still become a couple. Mimi's picture flashed on the screen. The boss knew it was too late again. Even the hatred for a father's killer wouldn't be this intense. Mimi finally recalled all this. The system finally contacted her, but Mimi didn't want to recall these things. The system explained to Mimi that the reason for her intermittent headaches was all because the memory lock function was failing. Now that she has recovered her memory, she won't have headaches anymore. And as the main therapeutic AI, C1 has a natural affinity for the chaotic data in Mimi's body. As long as he touches the person, he can easily help calm the agitation. It's just that later, the memory lock function's collapse became more and more severe. So recently, when Mimi's headaches acted up, his touch was also ineffective on her. The system asked Mimi if she was happy to have her memory back. How could she be happy? Mimi couldn't believe that she wasn't a reincarnator at all, and Su Buxiao wasn't some transmigrate at all. She was very sorry that she went in and made a mess. After being stirred up by her like that, it was a miracle that Su Buxiao didn't just go berserk. The system said it was their negligence in the first place. And at least the later developments were good. It's just that C1 is the highest level AI in the entire line. As his sense of belonging gets higher, the more permissions he regains. This made it increasingly difficult to interfere with anything related to him later on. So when Su Buxiao sought help from the system before, they were also powerless to help. So now, the only one who can save Su Buxiao is Mimi. Once his memories also awaken, everything we're doing now will be for nothing. The system emphasized again that at this stage, she cannot explicitly tell Su Buxiao that she is the one from the modern world. She must make his sense of belonging reach its maximum before he recovers his memory. This represents that his sense of identity with the virtual world is also maximized. When the sense of belonging reaches its maximum, it won't matter even if he recovers his memory. Although she can't directly tell Su Buxiao the truth, she can use various means to make him more attached to the virtual world. The system thought Mimi should understand, right? Mimi didn't understand how the therapeutic AIs all become so lively now. The system was about to disappear, affected by the echo of Su Buxiao's permissions. Their entire system was also becoming more and more unstable. The time left for them was running out. All of this depended on Mimi. Mimi wanted to grab the system, but it had already disappeared. Her whole person person also returned to the instance. At least you're finally awake. You really scared us to death this time. Su Buxiao asked her again if she was uncomfortable anywhere else. He also told Mi Yuchu very happily that he had won that match. Now you have to keep your promise. Mi Yuchu touched Su Buxiao's face, her mind filled with daily interactions with Xiaobai. Tears flowed uncontrollably. This crying scared everyone. Why is she crying? The young lady of the Mi family can actually cry? Father Mi was also in disbelief. How could his tough-as-nails daughter shed such tender tears? The crowd turned to Su Buxiao for an explanation. What on earth did you do to Mi Yuchu? Su Buxiao didn't know either. He asked Mi Yuchu to say it herself, whether he had done anything to her or not. And this isn't like you, Mi Yuchu. Shouldn't you be happy that I won? Mi Yuchu threw her arms around him and hugged him. Su Buxiao's face turned visibly red. This was the first time his dear Chu Chu had been so proactive. Just for winning this match? Was it that worth it? But even if you hug me, the promise still can't be broken, okay? Mi Yuchu was still hugging him, murmuring something about being late. Su Buxiao didn't understand. What do you mean? Late for what? Mi Yuchu thought of what the system had emphasized to her and held back the words she wanted to say. She just told him that her headaches probably wouldn't act up anymore in the future. That's wonderful. Su Buxiao felt that this was even happier than him winning the match. Everyone was moved by their affection. What a touching couple. Their feelings are so deep, yet they still honestly participated in the competition to gain recognition. Now that the young master has won the match, there are at least a couple recognized by His Majesty. This makes it official. Su Dai thought, aren't the two of them going to fulfill some promise? Why don't we all be witnesses? Let's take advantage of the good atmosphere and give them a push. Father Mi gave a thumbs up, as expected of my in-law. The others were also dying of curiosity. What was that promise you just mentioned? It couldn't be a kiss, could it? Everyone started to cheer for them to kiss. Su Buxiao waved his hands. No. This promise is too embarrassing for my dear Chu. Others can't watch. Mi Yuchu said, it's okay. I can do it. If it could make the current Su Buxiao happy, she would feel a little better. So she didn't mind fulfilling this promise in front of everyone. It turned out the promise was to perform crosstalk. This time, the story was about son Wukong pulling Lu Zhishin's beard. Father Su was speechless on the spot. Su Buxiao laughed until tears came out. Son Wukong pulling Lu Zhishin's beard? What the heck? The stories are all mixed up. But it didn't matter, as long as Su Buxiao was happy. Father Mi complained, no, after a life-and-death separation and a competition. Su Buxiao just wants to hear his woman tell stories. Father Su was also speechless. His son only had this much ambition. Seeing Su Buxiao so happy, Mi Yuchu also became happy. Sure enough, even without his memories, Xiaobai hadn't changed. He used to love making me perform crosstalk for him. The reason was that seeing someone with a deadpan face like me seriously telling jokes was very funny. What a strange sense of humor. But that's Xiaobai, isn't it? A discus flew towards the emperor. Mi Yuchu rushed forward to protect him. The scene was chaotic. Su Buxiao covered his head. Suddenly, he realized there was no sound. Did it finally stop? That was really scary just now. Is your majesty all right? The emperor told his dear ministers not to worry. He was fine. Thanks to Minister Mi's timely rescue, I am unharmed. The crowd was a bit awkward. Unharm my ass. His majesty's clothes are all disheveled. Mi Yuchu regretted it. Why did she habitually take a blow for someone again? This was clearly a good opportunity to get rid of the dog emperor. Someone noticed there seemed to be a note under the weapon. Opening it, it read, the young crown prince of the southern border kingdom was invited to visit your esteemed country and went missing without reason along the way. Our army is already stationed at the border. We hope you will return the crown prince quickly. Otherwise, we will go to war. What crown prince? How dare the mere southern border kingdom frame people? If they want a war, let's have a war. Who's afraid? The emperor felt that fighting was not good. The young crown prince of the southern border kingdom was visiting as a state guest. Since something happened on the way, I am also at fault. Why don't we cede 2 cities to them to appease them? A minister advised, Your Majesty, you must not. How can we casually cede our own territory? The emperor had already made up his mind. So be it. Ministers, do not try to persuade me. Since your majesty is concerned about the people and does not wish to start a war, nor does he wish for the soldiers to sacrifice themselves in vain. This is your majesty's benevolence. However, the fact that the young crown prince of the southern border kingdom went missing without reason within our borders, whether it was a self-directed play by them to find an excuse to attack our country, or if there are traitors in our country, try to provoke a war between the 2 nations, all needs further investigation before a decision is made. Besides, if the young crown prince of the southern border kingdom is really missing, I don't think 2 cities can buy their forgiveness. The emperor sneered sneered, feeling that what Mi Yuchu said was, but he still felt. Before he could finish, Mi Yuchu held a mirror in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, you've become like this. Can you still tolerate it? What's more, they have provoked the dragon's might. The emperor took one look and couldn't tolerate it. On the spot, he appointed Mi Yuchu as the general of national protection to immediately lead troops to crusade against the southern border. Mi Yuchu corrected, to investigate. Su Buxiao's face fell. Why? Why did this fall on Mi Yuchu's head? Their marriage is off again. She also didn't expect the emperor to go with the flow and let her take over this matter. But the marriage isn't really off, is it? Didn't he promise to help us arrange it as soon as I get back? That's why. Su Buxiao felt there was a conspiracy. As he thought about it, Su Buxiao was about to cry. Mi Yuchu thought to herself, the promise with Xiao Bai was not fulfilled. Now the promised marriage is being postponed again and again. Xiao Bai's always being stood up, so he must feel wronged. She had indeed let Xiao Bai down a lot these days. Mi Yuchu swore that she must be gentler to him in the future. But how does one show gentleness? By smiling at him often and giving him a pleasant expression? Su Buxiao was over there cursing the emperor. Suddenly, he heard Mimi call him, it's a time to hurry back and pack our bags. Mi Yuchu smiled at Su Buxiao. Su Buxiao petrified and cracked. Help, who is this person? Mi Yuchu was puzzled. She had tried so hard to smile. Did she still not look gentle enough? Over there, the woman in red looked at Sun and said, you can't even beat that useless young master. Could it be that you've really taken a fancy to that girl from the Mi family? Did you deliberately lose to help that pair of lovebirds? Sun told the woman to calm down. This time was an accident, but the woman gave him another chance. This time the emperor is sending them to the southern border. You should know what to do, right? Sun knew what to do. Brother Mi didn't know what the emperor was planning, actually sending Mi Yuchu on an expedition, causing her marriage to Su Buxiao to be postponed. Postponing the wedding wasn't a big deal. They were already engaged anyway. It's just that he didn't know if Brother Mi had noticed that Mimi had been a bit off lately. Brother Mi didn't feel anything was wrong. He had been packing his bags these few days and then spent all his free time with Su Buxiao. That's so. Su Buxiao quietly told Brother Su that he didn't know why, but ever since she woke up from her coma after the last match, she had been completely different. The way she looks at me has suddenly become much gentler. Brother Mi was puzzled. Isn't it a good thing that little sister has become gentler? Su Buxiao was alarmed. That look is too creepily gentle, and rather than a gentle look, it feels more like the look from Grandma Wang next door. Every time she checks if I've eaten enough, a loving gaze as if she feels I've been wronged. Yes. Su Buxiao felt that Mi Yuchu's gaze was so familiar. It turned out to be a loving gaze. Have I been demoted to the grandchild generation? Just then, Mi Yuchu said she was ready. She told her big brother to go back first, and also told Su Buxiao to get ready to leave. She gave that loving gaze again. Su Buxiao hugged Brother Mi and cried, Look, there it is again. I'm getting goosebumps. Brother Mi also felt that his little sister's gaze was indeed quite terrifying. He then adjusted his tone and told the two of them to hurry up and leave. The Mi family army is already waiting at the city gate. Father and I are at home. Just take care of yourselves. After saying that, he left without any hesitation. Su Buxiao cried that his big brother was heartless. Mi Yuchu gave him a second loving gaze. Su Buxiao begged her to spare him. The second prince teased, at a time like this, you two still have the leisure to fool around. I'm truly impressed. The second prince ignored Su Buxiao. He was here to find me, Yuchu my father. At this juncture, sending you to the southern border, he definitely has ill intentions. The second prince thought Mi Yuchu's previous statement about wanting to be king was just an excuse to reject him, right? Because he really couldn't see any ambition in her. So, Yuchu, are you really not going to reconsider becoming my? His words were cut off. Mi Yuchu sighed. It seems that after all this time, your highness still hasn't figured it out. To be honest, your persistence sometimes makes Mi Yuchu feel very strange. First of all, Mi Yuchu feels that she does not have such high personal charm as to make the second prince fall in love with her at first sight. Secondly, we have not gone through life and death together. So it's even more impossible to extract any precious feelings from a shared experience. Therefore, Mi Yuchu feels that between us, there is no love that can sustain a marriage to begin with. And the person I entrust my life to must be someone who puts me first. Perhaps the second prince does have a tiny, insignificant bit of affection for me. So I must first ask you a question. Can you clearly say right now that in your heart, I am more important than the country? The second prince couldn't answer. It seems the second prince's heart is much more honest now. Mi Yuchu said, since your highness is only interested in the Mi family army behind me. Why be so obsessed with the path of marrying me? The forces remaining in the capital are now few and far between. Now that most of the Mi family army has been transferred to the southern border, my family situation is actually quite dangerous. So, can't we just cooperate directly? Mi Yuchu extended her hand to the second prince. Just as the second prince was about to take it, Mi Yuchu withdrew her hand. I still can't completely trust you right now. So after I leave this time, the second prince should understand, right? The second prince's face fell. He told Mi Yuchu he understood. Just you wait. Su Buxiao understood. This wasn't a cooperation. Mi Yuchu had clearly left an elite force at home and was just making this idiot add another layer of protection for her family. So be it. Although the second prince's ambition is obvious, he is more rational than anyone in major matters. Mi Yuchu was sincerely cooperating with him. In this character's past life memories, the second prince of this life seemed very different from the previous one. Rather than opposing him, it was better to trust him this once. Anyway, there were also the elites of the Mi family army protecting the home, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Su Buxiao was not happy, what rational or not. They're all bad people anyway. Mi Yuchu gave a third loving smile. She urged Su Buxiao that it was time to leave. The Mi family army was still waiting for them. Su Buxiao really couldn't stand this look anymore. He told Mi Yuchu to come with him. In a corner, Su Buxiao lifted her chin. Mi Yuchu thought he was going to kiss her. Unexpectedly, Su Buxiao took a sip of water and sprayed on her face. What does this mean? Mi Yuchu was puzzled. Su Buxiao began to perform an exorcism. What demon are you? Leave my fiancé's body at once. Mi Yuchu was silent. What is all this nonsense? Su Buxiao still felt that this wasn't his Chu-Chu. The way she looks at me would never be this gentle. When I complain, she wouldn't be this gentle either. She's so hot-tempered. She would never be as gentle as she has been these past few days. Su Buxiao specifically added that he wasn't praising her, just stating a fact. Mi Yuchu facepalmed. It was originally because she had broken their promise and felt sorry for him. So, she was trying to be gentler to make it up to him. She didn't expect him to react so strongly. What should she do? Su Buxiao was still talking nonstop. Mi Yuchu couldn't take it anymore. It seems this guy really gets an itch if he's not beaten for 3 days. After beating him up, Su Buxiao felt refreshed. Yeah, this is my dear Chu-Chu. Now we can leave. The soldiers thought that their future young master seemed to have something wrong with his brain. Mi Yuchu was helpless. This guy really, forget it. Just as he said, she had been so caught up in the past that she had become unlike herself. Since he's happier this way, then she's happy with it too. A dagger flew over their heads. Mi Yuchu blocked it. It was Sunday. He said the emperor had sent him to train with him. S.O. Please take care of me. Mi Yuchu was annoyed. The dog emperor sent another bomb over. It seems this investigation journey will not be too smooth. 1 month later, this area has been searched, but no clues about the southern border crown prince have been found. Arong still hasn't gotten used to the fact that Captain is the great general's daughter. His male god suddenly turned into a goddess. But that's fine, it's quite exciting. Mi Yuchu was a little disappointed. Since it's like this, pass down the order. The whole army will camp here for the night. Tomorrow, we will continue to advance towards the southern border kingdom. At this stage, they could only retrace the route the southern border kingdom's delegation took. After all, they had been searching for so many days without a single clue. And there was still the time bomb, Sun, in the army. Sun sat to the side, thinking these people didn't look very tasty, but they were barely enough to fill his stomach. Mi Yuchu appeared behind him and warned Sun, although I don't know if the emperor sent you to monitor me or to kill me. On the surface, we are still in a cooperative relationship. I don't want to make things difficult for you. After all, you can't beat me. But if you have any ideas about the Mi family army, I won't be polite to you. Su Buxiao appeared sneakily. Forget Mi Yuchu, this kid can't even beat me. Sun didn't want to drink the blood of the Mi family army either. But as you can see, I'm hungry now. If I can't replenish my blood in time. Before he could continue, a biscuit was stuffed into his mouth. If you're hungry, there are plenty of biscuits to eat. Anyway, Mi Yuchu will not let the soldiers donate blood to you. Sun thought of his first meeting with the emperor and obediently took a bite of the biscuit. Unexpectedly, he actually ate it obediently. Mi Yuchu had thought he was going to cause some trouble. Being so obedient was actually a bit abnormal. Could there be some conspiracy? But then Sun spat out blood. Mi Yuchu called Su Buxiao over to take a look. He thought Mimi had killed Sun in broad daylight. Even if you're going to kill him, You should wait until midnight to avoid getting caught. And he was like this after just one bite of the biscuit. Don't tell me you secretly made this biscuit. It wasn't made by me, Yu Chu. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear you apart. Mi Yu Chu told him not to cause more trouble. Don't you know medicine? Come and see what's going on. Su Buxiao checked the food, and there was no poison. It seems I can only check his body. Let's take off the bandages and have a look. Su Buxiao had long been curious why this person was always wrapped in bandages. One look showed Sun's body was covered in blue patches. They were still faintly moving. The blue, moving patches were bloodthirsty. If I'm not mistaken, he's been poisoned with a type of goo poison from the southern border. Once this goo worm enters the body, it coexists with the host. Once the goo worm dies, the host body will also explode and die. This type of goo worm lives by sucking blood, especially fresh blood. And among them, fresh young girls' blood is the best. The host only needs to drink blood every day to live. Making them eat normal food in a state of hunger will actually cause harm to their bodies. So, Su Buxiao saw him like this, probably because he ate the biscuit Mi Yu Chu gave him, causing a physical reaction that he knew this would happen if he ate it, but he still ate it. Mi Yu Chu guessed, is he deliberately trying to frame me? That's not right either. Only my own people are here. Even if he waits until he gets back to frame me, there will be no witnesses. What's more, Sun's expression at that time. Oh no, Sun has already collapsed. Su Buxiao's face turned extremely pale. This goo poison is acting up too fast. We have to find a way to get him some fresh blood to keep him alive. But in this wilderness, where can we find fresh blood? And it has to be a young girl's, preferably. Su Buxiao glanced at Mi Yu Chu. He remembered that Mimi's period was also around these few days. Mi Yu Chu told him to get lost. When Sun opened his eyes again, he found that he was not dead. Did someone feed him blood? Sure enough, after being fed blood, those patches slowly faded. Sun saw blood on Mi Yu Chu's hand and thought she had fed him her blood. Of course not. This just got on me when I was collecting blood just now. Knowing that Sun didn't understand what she meant, Mi Yu Chu introduced herself. Just now, she and Su Buxiao went to great lengths to collect all kinds of fresh blood for him. There was bear blood, pig blood, mosquito blood, centipede blood. No wonder Sun felt unwell after waking up. The quality of this blood is really too poor. So the blood on Mi Yu Chu's hand got there when she was forcing these animals. Mi Yu Chu retorted, exchanging it for food is called mutual consent. How can it be considered forcing? Su Buxiao mocked him. You want fresh human blood to save you? I know about this illness. Any blood can keep you alive. Mi Yu Chu finally asked her question. Why did you self-harm by eating food just now? Everyone here is my own people. It's impossible to frame me. Another question is, what is the relationship between you and that reanimated female ghost in red from Qinhuai County? Su Buxiao remembered that they both had the same pattern on their arms. That should be the pattern that appears when one is poisoned with the blood-sucking goo. Judging from Sun's reaction just now, it's basically confirmed. The woman in red should be like Sun, also poisoned with this goo. This would explain why the emperor would spare no effort, even harming the young girls of the entire country to collect blood. It was all to keep his beloved woman in red alive. After all, she is the one the emperor loves. It couldn't possibly be for Sun, right? So is this why Sun is being controlled by them? Sun suddenly lay down and started to pretend to be asleep. Su Buxiao got angry. What are you pretending to be asleep for? Do you think you can avoid answering by pretending to be asleep? You damn assassin. Mi Yu Chu felt that pretending to be asleep could indeed avoid answering. Su Buxiao was furious. You're taking his side. Mi Yu Chu was just telling the truth. As they spoke, the two were about to leave. After they set up a fire, Su Buxiao asked Mi Yu Chu if she had noticed that her blood seemed to have some special effect on them. Otherwise, why would Sun try to get your blood every few days? And just now, when he thought it was you who gave him blood, that excited and perverted expression was definitely hiding something. Su Buxiao thought, it seems next time he needs to get some of Mimi's blood to study it clearly. Maybe her blood is some kind of peerless and precious material. But Mi Yu Chu's skin is so thick. Last time, Sun's pen couldn't even pierce it. It should be hard to get her blood, right? Mi Yu Chu stuck her hand in her own mouth and bit it here. This is the blood Su Buxiao wanted. She can break her own skin with her teeth. Su Buxiao panicked. What the hell are you doing? I didn't ask you to get blood right now. Ah, the precious blood of a young girl can't be wasted. What to do? What to do? Su Buxiao suddenly stuck her finger into his own mouth. This way, it shouldn't be wasted. This action stunned Mi Yu Chu. Su Buxiao sucked on Mi Yu Chu's finger. He felt that the taste, apart from being a bit strong, wasn't anything special. No, wait. Su Buxiao realized that he looked like a pervert doing this. The people around them also seemed to be starting to gossip. Su Buxiao quickly explained to Mimi, it's not like that. I just thought it was a bit of a waste, so I helped stop the bleeding like this. Mi Yu Chu's face was visibly red. She didn't mind Su Buxiao helping her stop the bleeding like this. Su Buxiao was overjoyed. Oh my god, Mimi's face is actually blushing. This is the first time. Is Mimi finally going to express her love for me? Of course, that wasn't the case. Actually, her hand had just touched a bear's butt. Su Buxiao retched. So the strong taste referred to something else? Is it that exaggerated? Actually, Mi Yuchu had wiped her hands. Speaking of which, when did Xiaobai become so lively? She recalled what the system had said to her. He was also very strange. Why, after so many days of treatment, has the treatment progress still stagnated? Still so stone-faced after so long? It made the system feel like it was looking in a mirror. This made the system very troubled. Mi Yuchu felt very sorry. Although you couldn't see any trouble on her face, it was indeed, as the system said. She also felt like she was looking in a mirror, but hers was acquired, while the system's was probably innate, right? The system had a sudden realization. Could the problem be here? Speaking of which, he had also been studying humans recently. How could they be so emotional and sentimental? Of course, except for Mi Yuchu. Mi Yuchu asked the system, do you also want to try this kind of feeling? Although she herself was quite curious whether the system, as an AI, could learn human emotions, she had to remind the system that becoming as emotional as a human is not a good thing. When your emotions reach a certain level, it means you also have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. You might be happy, excited, heartbroken, and also frustrated and disappointed. So Mi Yuchu also spent a lot of time back then to abandon these superfluous emotions. But the system felt that she didn't seem happy like this either. So this was the reason for Mi Yuchu's slow treatment progress. Although her past experiences brought her a lot of pain, forcing her to discard these emotions. But from Mi Yuchu's description and his own observation, most people still feel happy because they have and can express these emotions. However, since she was willing to cooperate with the treatment, it meant that she also had a slight desire to return to her former self. It's just that this desire, because of the past trauma, has become not so strong, even resistant. She was afraid of getting hurt again after regaining her emotions. Mi Yuchu perked up. It seemed the system had hit a nerve. The system wanted to set an example for Mi Yuchu. He would become the person Mi Yuchu aspired to be, and then prove with practical actions that there is nothing wrong with being an emotionally rich person. Mi Yuchu's lips curled up as she agreed. She was looking forward to the system becoming the person she aspired to be in her heart. After that, it did succeed. The system became an emotionally rich AI. But Mi Yuchu still had that stone-faced look. Speaking of which, was this what she aspired to in her heart? Isn't this a bit of an emotional overload? And then Mi Yuchu was discharged from the hospital and died. She never completely cured her emotional defects. Looking at Su Buxiao drinking water, Mi Yuchu felt an inexplicable sense of peace. At least she still had him. She realized again. What she couldn't let go of in her heart was actually Xiaobai. It's really amazing. I didn't expect them to be the same person. Mi Yuchu reached out and picked a leaf that had fallen on Su Buxiao's head, thinking to herself, but it really could only be him. Otherwise, my heart wouldn't have been moved. Mi Yuchu called Su Buxiao's name, smiled at him, and then said, I like you too. This was also heard by the soldiers nearby. They felt that the biscuits in their hands suddenly weren't tasty anymore. Another soldier reminded him, you've already finished your biscuit, okay? But I only took one bite. How am I full already? Su Buxiao was first moved, then jumped up on the spot. Got a monster. It must be a monster. Mi Yuchu looked like she wanted to kill him. What's going on? I rarely confess my feelings, and I'm being called a monster? Su Buxiao saw Mimi's expression, and it seemed she really wasn't joking. In other words, Mimi really confessed to him. Su Buxiao's heart was about to melt. He then thought of the mission the system gave him. The affection value had to reach 100, and he had to help her complete the main quest. After staying here for so long, he almost forgot that he wasn't from this world. He urgently summoned the system. The system hadn't appeared for a long time. That affection value mission you mentioned before, is it still active? Can I cancel the mission now? It's over, it's over. What's the affection value now? And what's the main quest? Maybe I'll finish it one day. If Mi Yuchu's affection value for Su Buxiao maxes out, will he be sent back to the real world? Seeing Su Buxiao in a daze, Mi Yuchu waved her hand in front of his eyes. Su Buxiao, are you okay? Why are you sweating so much all of a sudden? Su Buxiao grabbed Mi Yuchu's hand and quickly explained, it's not like that. Halfway through his sentence, a soldier came to report something bad has happened. The crown prince is missing. Their men had clearly guarded the tent tightly, but he just disappeared in an instant. Hasn't he recovered yet? How could he go missing with such tight security? Su Buxiao became scared. It was rumored that the people of the southern border kingdom were skilled in summoning souls. When fighting with other countries, they would summon ghosts to help in battle. Could Sun have been taken by a ghost? Coupled with the wailing sound from outside, Su Buxiao almost scared himself to death. The two soldiers also became scared. Are there really ghosts? Why is it suddenly so cold? Don't tell me Su Buxiao's jinxing mouth came true. A soldier told everyone to look over there. What is that? Looking over, it really looked like ghosts. The crowd was scared into making emoji faces. Only Mi Yuchu was very calm. This group of people also looked quite like ghosts. One of the soldiers even brought Buddhist beads. Another soldier was stunned. You really have everything. Mi Yuchu thought, this snake really knows how to pick a time. She borrowed the Buddhist beads from that soldier and told everyone to wait here. The crowd looked at Mi Yuchu with admiration. Oh my god, does the general also know how to chant sutras to fairy souls? That's so awesome. Mi Yuchu's secret technique was the soul-ferrying percussion method and the soul-ferrying chokehold method. The crowd was both shocked and speechless. This is a goddamn physical exorcism, isn't it? Mi Yuchu lifted the clothes of one of them. It turned out to be a person dressed as a ghost. Looking at the attire, they were indeed soldiers from the southern border kingdom. They were actually pretending to be ghosts to scare them. They knew very well that with such an old, weak, sick, and disabled force, even if they confronted Mi Yuchu and her army head-on, they wouldn't dare to have any conflict. So they came up with this idea to intimidate them. Mi Yuchu scrutinized them. Since you know you can't win, yet you dare to boast and attack His Majesty, and lure me and Su here. It seems the young crown prince is indeed missing, and they are very anxious. But Mi Yuchu advised them to just be honest. The three old men wailed, it's them, it's them. They couldn't find the crown prince, so they resorted to this desperate measure. Actually, they were also very scared, but they didn't dare to go far. Their crown prince went missing right around here. Su Buxiao asked them where exactly he was lost and how he went missing. That place is very strange. The ground eats people. Our crown prince fell into it. Could it be a sinkhole? No way. The soil here doesn't look like it. Even if you're going to lie, you should lie. Before he could finish, me and Su fell down. The crowd first screamed, then started to laugh. Yes, yes, yes. That's how our little crown prince disappeared back then. The soldiers told them to stop talking nonsense. How venomous. You southern border people. You actually used Mi Yuchu's kindness to trick her here and made her fall into a trap. Let's go, brothers. We can't let a single one of them go. We must avenge the general. The three old men shouted that they were wronged. Su Buxiao coughed several times. He didn't remember where this was. He remembered falling into a hole with Mi Yuchu. Seeing Su Buxiao wake up, Mi Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. But this distance is too close. Su Buxiao excitedly backed away several meters. Oh crap. He accidentally made it too obvious. He quickly tried to cover it up. I was just saying, we fell from so high up and didn't get killed. I don't know how that happened. Mi Yuchu lifted him up. Of course. It's because I landed first and then caught you. Su Buxiao exclaimed, it's a medical miracle that I'm still alive. No wonder my neck hurts. Mi Yuchu stared at Su Buxiao, making him feel guilty. Taking care of me again? You mean? I don't know where we've fallen, but it's great to be alive. Hee. Let's go look elsewhere. See if there's another way out. Otherwise, the army back home will be worried sick. The current Su Buxiao would feel guilty and avoid eye contact whenever he faced Mi Yuchu. But he couldn't help it. The thought of the system saying he would return to reality after maxing out the female leads affection and completing the main quest made him feel uneasy. He had forgotten that they weren't from the same world at all. Was he still thinking of spending the rest of his life with Mi Yuchu? The main quest and all that. He didn't know how to do it. So the only way was to control Mi Yuchu's affection level for him. As long as the affection level isn't full, he won't go back. The problem is, he can't see the affection value now. He can only do things that Mi Yuchu dislikes to lower the affection level. But so hard. After all, he's a lovable good boy that everyone adores. But on second thought, besides deliberately keeping his distance, Mi Yuchu should have seen all his annoying sides, right? She still likes him even after all that. Mi Yuchu's taste is a bit heavy. What should he do? Of course, Mi Yuchu also felt his coldness. This was what she didn't understand the most. What's going on? After she confessed, Su Buxiao actually became more distant. She felt a bit frustrated. The two observed the surrounding terrain, that it's so deep down here. We were lucky to fall onto a small platform. If we hadn't landed here, we might still be falling now. Mi Yuchu asked Su Buxiao what was wrong just now. With a loud bang, someone popped out. Who's hiding there? Come out. The two turned their heads and saw someone over there. There was someone hiding in such a small place. Who are these two? Were they planning a sneak attack just now? The crown prince spat twice. Young people have no martial ethics. You attacked first, and now you dare to accuse us of sneak attack. Su Buxiao smelled the scent of the southern border kingdom on them. And this attire, could it be the crown prince of the southern border kingdom? Su Buxiao pointed at the child. The child waved his hand. I'm not. Then he introduced the person next to him as the crown prince of the southern border kingdom. The two greeted the stone statue next to them to S.O. This is His Highness the Crown Prince. I've heard so much about you. The crown prince was furious. That's enough. I am a crown prince. That child is our state preceptor, he said while crying. This is so annoying. Why does everyone mistake me for someone else? Su Buxiao sweated. Didn't they say young crown prince? How can there be such an old young crown prince? The crown prince said they were bad people. I just look a bit old for my age. I see. Miyuchu said it was their bad eyesight. She was curious about the crown prince's age. Perhaps we are of the same generation. 58 years old. The crown prince stated his age. Miyuchu was petrified. Judging from the crown prince's 99-year-old face, he did indeed look a bit old for his age. The crown prince wailed. It was all his father's fault. The emperors of other countries had all passed away for 100 years. But his father was still alive and kicking at over 100 years old. I'm about to pass away, and my father is still on the throne. So this is why the crown prince ran away from home and came to Mi Yochu's country to seize power? The crown prince was confused. Mi Yochu explained the situation to him. It turned out that the people of the southern border kingdom were ready to go to war with Mi Yochu's country to find the crown prince. This won't do. With so few people, how could the southern border kingdom possibly defeat them? The crown prince repented, sob, it's all my fault. Why did I wander off? In short, it was confirmed to be a misunderstanding. So the war with the southern border kingdom can be avoided, right? Click. A figure flashed out. S.O. The crown prince who deliberately provoked a war between the two countries is here. Sun held a knife and shouted. Such a crime must be punished by death. Su Buxiao told Sun to stop. Did you attack the wrong person? That's not the crown prince. So I got the wrong person again. Sun was also shocked. S.O. This shriveled mushroom is the crown prince. Why did you have to look so old? The crown prince was so angry he was about to ignite. Say that again if you dare. Sun didn't waste any more words with him. You'll all look the same when you're dead. Whoa, Sun's at again. Mi Yochu stopped Sun's murderous hand. The crown prince didn't understand Mi Yochu's meaning. Sun is the enemy. Killing him would be a great merit. Mi Yochu would not kill him. Wouldn't that just escalate the conflict between the two countries? The state preceptor picked up his sword in own need for such trouble. Killing Mi Yochu can also escalate the conflict. Everyone was stunned. Sun blocked the state preceptor's sword, which fell to the ground. He felt that this sword-wielding posture and this familiar force. The state preceptor finally dropped the act and tore off his mask. This person was called Xiao and addressed Sun as boss. The crown prince's worldview collapsed. How did the state preceptor become like this? Su Buxiao grumbled. What state preceptor? This is clearly an imposter. And why is the state preceptor, despite being so small, so old-looking? This person is the second-ranked assassin on the killer list. It is said that he has no, but still, his swordsmanship is extremely formidable. Xiao taunted the little crown prince. Didn't expect this, did you? I was originally an undercover agent sent by my master to the southern border. First, I assisted you in ascending the throne as the state preceptor, so I could secretly control the southern border kingdom. It's just that the old geezer of the southern border never kicked the bucket, and the useless crown prince is a coward. He only dares to complain, but not to rebel. After so many years, not only has he not gotten the throne, he only dares to run away from home. The crown prince's eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of killing someone. That's why he thought of killing Mi Yochu. Wouldn't it be better to let the two countries go to war and take over the southern border? It doesn't matter what Xiao thinks, but only I, Sun, can kill Mi Yochu. Xiao hesitated for a long time and compromised. Who told Sun to be the boss? That lord said to listen to the boss. Sun, Mi Yochu, continue. The next second, Sun actually spat out blood. Mi Yochu and Su Buxiao were shocked. Just then, Xiao continued, sorry. That lord also said that if Sun is not the boss, then I don't have to obey him. It turned out that Xiao had stabbed Sunday. With one stab, Sun collapsed. How could this be? Xiao revealed a wicked smile. Next, it's your turn. Mi Yochu sensed something was wrong. What is this person going to do now? Xiao used his sword to cut the rock. The crown prince, as well as me and Su, were separated. Xiao let out a wicked laugh. Mi Yochu was very calm and even managed to call Xiao an idiot. Why are you calling me an idiot? Xiao was angry and confused because it's not balanced. Xiao and Sun also fell down. Xiao let out a desperate scream. Su Buxiao revealed a villain's triumphant smile. That idiot probably didn't expect he'd fall down too, right? The crown prince didn't understand how he could still laugh. Because I have my dear Chu Chu. Su Buxiao wasn't afraid. The crown prince retorted, then maybe you should stop your panicky, eye-rolling, and trembling hands first. Mi Yu Chu grabbed the crown prince's sparse hair with one hand, wrapped her arm around Su Buxiao's waist, and grabbed a vine with her other hand to climb up. After a difficult struggle, they finally made it up. Are we saved? That's great. The crown prince lay there like a salted fish. That's not important. Su Buxiao thought that he had to make sure the affection level didn't max out at all times. Mi Yu Chu asked in a look at what he was doing. Su Buxiao changed the subject that MY but hurts for falling down just now. Did you hurt your butt? Mi Yu Chu felt a little sorry, but you have to wait here for me. I can't let Sun die here, so I'll be right back. What? Mi Yu Chu is going down again. Do you know how deep it is down there? No matter how Su Buxiao tried to stop her, Mi Yu Chu was determined to go down. Su Buxiao was too worried about her. He kept saying no. With your skills, you'll definitely be fine. But we don't know how deep it is down there. What if it connects directly to another world? Damn it, doesn't Mi Yu Chu like me? Why did you go chasing after another man right after you said you liked me? What does she mean by this? Fortunately, Su Buxiao was weak, otherwise the wall would have been kicked down. The crown prince was scared into an emoji face. Their adult world is so schizo. I'm so scared. Down in the cliff, although Sun had grabbed a vine, he was quickly losing strength and couldn't hold on much longer. To make matters worse, the vine broke. Sun only felt pain, so much pain that am I going to die? Although I haven't used that brocade pouch yet, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to open it. In his delirium, he seemed to see a figure. Did someone else fall? Who could it be? So sleepy. That person seems to be Mi Yu Chu. When Sun opened his eyes again, he was lying on a rock. So he wasn't dead yet. He coughed twice and saw the thoroughly dead Xiao beside him. He couldn't help but mock him. To think that Xiao would die even earlier than himself. But Sun himself was also constantly coughing up blood. The situation was not looking good. It seemed he was poisoned. The wound wasn't self-healing as quickly as before. Moreover, his legs had even lost all feeling. What kind of poison was this? Starting from the lower body. How overbearing. Mi Yu Chu saw that he was awake and warned him not to move if he didn't want to die. Zhao's sword was poisoned. The poison was called Qi Song. Not only does it make wounds difficult to heal, but if the poisoned person moves or has large emotional fluctuations, they will also die violently within a few breaths. Sun was silent for a long time before opening his mouth to speak. It really was Mi Yu Chu who saved him. So seeing that person before was just a dream. Mi Yu Chu slowly typed out a question mark. This person seemed very disappointed. Sun curled his lips. He wasn't disappointed, but very pleasantly surprised. To be willing to risk her life and jump down to accompany him. Wasn't she afraid of making Mi Yu Chu's little husband jealous? Mi Yu Chu revealed a smile. That's great. Since you're so moved, I suppose when I was about to jump down, I accidentally broke Sun's legs. You probably won't blame me for that, right? So they were broken by Mi Yu Chu. Sun was furious and speechless, even cursing. Mi Yu Chu put down the herbs and told him not to overthink it. She saved him for no more than 3 reasons. First, Su Buxiao knows her skills, so he wouldn't worry about her at all. Second, if it weren't for Sun's status as the fake crown prince and the need to bring him back in one piece, Mi Yu Chu wouldn't have wanted to save him. Third, it currently seems that Sun has been abandoned by his boss behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of luring him here to kill him and then frame Mi Yu Chu. After all, whether he or the crown prince of the southern frontier kingdom died, Mi Yu Chu would be in trouble. So she hoped Sun would think it through. He was useless to them now. Even if he could survive the poison now, he would be killed after going back. As she spoke, Mi Yu Chu gripped Sun's neck. So, would he choose to be poisoned to death now and keep the secret for the person behind him? Or would he cure the poison himself, only to go back and be silenced by his master? Or perhaps choose to cooperate with me? Sun finally understood that he was a discarded pawn. Then let's go with the third option. After all, Sun was growing to like Mi Yu Chu more and more. Mi Yu Chu was stunned, grabbing the hand Sun had raised. If this was his way of expressing affection, then she really couldn't agree. Speaking of which, after all this time, Mi Yu Chu had a question for him. Every time he claimed to like her, in his eyes, Mi Yu Chu only saw killing intent and envy. How could there be killing intent and envy? Mi Yu Chu had always been very curious. Who was Sun looking at through her? Some memories were a painful torment for Sunday thinking back. He was disliked from the moment he was born. The son of a brothel woman. His mother abandoned him as soon as he was born. Not only did he have to endure the insults and beatings of others, but he didn't even have food to eat. As for what his original name was, Sun had long forgotten. He only remembered that to survive, he had to beg, steal, and get beaten every day. A person dressed in fine clothes appeared. That person stopped the people who were beating him, a smile on his lips. It's just a little food. No need to take a person's life, right? The abusers saw the group of soldiers and fled in panic. The Dog Emperor laughed. What's with these people? These memories were a painful torment for Sun, but also his most precious treasure. Sun's first meeting with that person was at the entrance of that filthy alley. He had never felt the warmth of the world, nor had he ever hoped for it, until that person appeared. The Dog Emperor handed Sun a piece of flatbread. Seeing that he was also lonely and miserable, he said he was a pitiful little thing. He himself had also just lost his wife. They were kindred spirits in misery. Why not come with me? That piece of flatbread appeared before Sun, but at that time, Sun's eyes only saw the Dog Emperor's face. This person was like a warm sun in the dark night. The gentle sunlight shone on Sun, enveloping him in warmth. Later, Sun learned that he was the current emperor. Because he was grieving the loss of his beloved, he left the palace to clear his mind and happened to pick me up. Perhaps it was lonely souls sympathizing with each other. The days when the Dog Emperor took Sun back with him were probably the happiest time of Sun's life. The Dog Emperor gave him a name, Asin. In those days, the Dog Emperor's companionship became the sole pillar of Sun's will to live. He wanted to have that gentleness all to himself, forever. Unfortunately, this beautiful dream did not last long, because the Emperor's beloved, who was supposed to be dead, actually came back. Sun didn't believe it. The Emperor had clearly told him with his own mouth that his beloved was already dead. Even when he saw the woman in red in the secret chamber, Sun still didn't believe it. He suspected that the woman was a substitute the Emperor had found, because he had never seen the Emperor personally go to the secret chamber to see her. But gradually, the Emperor seemed to have changed into a different person. He began to keep his distance from him, becoming cold and even unwilling to meet him, let alone give him another glance. But Sun still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. The Emperor had him learn martial arts. He had him obey that woman's orders. Sun agreed to it all. He even demanded that he endure the same hardships as that woman, so that he could genuinely help her collect blood. Sun was willing to do all of this. Everything he did was merely a craving for him to look at him one more time. Sun only hoped to become the only person important to him besides that woman. But why, after so many years, was he still unwilling to meet him privately, even in public? He only showed a lack of interest towards everyone. It was as if, besides that woman, nothing could catch his eye. Until recently, the Emperor became interested in Mi Yu-Chu. But on what grounds? That was his. That was Sun's white moonlight. Because of his agitation, Sun kept coughing up blood. Mi Yu-Chu told him to calm down. She wasn't going to fight with him over the Emperor. If he continued to be so agitated, the poison would act up. Mi Yu-Chu needed to sort this out. The Dog Emperor is Sun's white moonlight, but he is forced to obey the woman in red. So his possessiveness and paranoia kept flaring up endlessly. Because the Emperor paid a little more attention to her, this paranoia was transferred to Mi Yu-Chu. Even if it was just because of her family's power, or because he was noticed due to her blood. Just for this reason, he considered her an imaginary enemy. That's why Sun's gaze towards her contained envy, jealousy, and hatred. This person is too bizarre. However, Sun told me Yu-Chu the news that the red-clad female ghost was still alive. Wasn't he afraid she would go back and report to the Emperor? After so many years, Sun had also discovered that he was a thorn in that woman's side. The purpose of that woman sending him this time was to let him die outside. It would not only get rid of him, but also provide a reason to blame me, Yu-Chu, and the others. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Since the Emperor wanted him to die, Sun might as well expose the woman in red. He hated that old woman anyway. Over the years, that woman had become more and more presumptuous with Sun, often making advances on him in private, relying on the Emperor's favor. Treating the Emperor as a puppet, she repeatedly interfered in court affairs. On what grounds? Sun took out a brocade pouch and suddenly smiled. That woman still underestimated his importance in the Emperor's eyes. Before setting out, the Emperor, for the first time ever, summoned Sun alone. He was as gentle as when they first met. He instructed Sun that the brocade pouch could only be opened at the most critical moment. Sun firmly believed that there must be a life-saving pill inside. He still valued him greatly, but Sun had been reluctant to open it. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Mi Yu-Chu pouted. Is this what it means to be poisoned? If you don't open it soon, you're really going to die. But Sun was still reluctant. He begged Mi Yu-Chu to help him open it. Although Mi Yu-Chu found it annoying, she didn't refuse. After opening it, she let out a sound of surprise. Sun hurriedly asked, "What is it? What is it?" Inside the brocade pouch, there was only a slip of paper. There was no pill to be seen at all. Sun snatched the paper slip, turning his back, so Mi Yuchu couldn't see. Even if there was no pill, it was still a small note left especially for him. Seeing the note, Sun spat blood again. He couldn't believe the contents of the note. How could it be like this? Mi Yuchu leaned in, concerned. "Are you alright? What happened?" Mi Yuchu also saw the words on the note. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. A tear from Sun fell onto the paper. At this moment, he finally understood. In the end, he was still just a humble and insignificant pawn. Mi Yuchu sensed his sadness and told him to stabilize his emotions first. She would take him back to find Su Buxiao right away. There should still be time. Sun raised his head and refused the suggestion. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he showed a smile of relief. That person is going to die. What meaning is there for me to keep living? After speaking, he coughed up another large pool of blood. Mi Yuchu told him not to say foolish things. Isn't it good to give up on that person and live for yourself? As she spoke, she grabbed his shoulder, telling him to hold on, that she could take him away. Listening to Mi Yuchu's words, Sun coughed even more violently. Live for myself. Yes, for so many years, I never dared to get hurt or die easily because I was still thinking of him, wanting to protect him. Mi Yuchu asked Sun to give up the emperor and become his enemy, but Sun still couldn't do it. But this time, Sun wanted to listen to himself for once. Not for that person, but to follow his own will. Sun decided that this time, he would let his life depart along with his already dead heart. Mi Yuchu saw him gradually weakening and realized he didn't have much time left. Sun stuffed something into Mi Yuchu's hand. Lastly, he wanted to apologize to her. What was the apology for? Sun explained that at the beginning, he was indeed very resentful and jealous and wanted to kill her. But slowly, he discovered that Mi Yuchu was a very gentle person. So later, it was more about envying her. Mi Yuchu has a family that loves her and a little lord who cherishes her very much. He also reminded her to remember to comfort him well when she gets back. He would surely still be. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun's hand dropped. His whole body just collapsed in front of Mi Yuchu. No matter how much she called, there was no more sound. Mi Yuchu couldn't help but think of her own childhood. She couldn't help but sigh. Similar childhood experiences, meeting someone they both felt was the right person, yet leading to different endings. Although she knew that Sun was just a string of data in a virtual world, she still wanted to say that compared to Sun, she was truly too lucky. If there's a next life, I hope he can also meet the person who is truly right for him. Seeing Su Buxiao appear, the crown prince let out a scream. Mi Yuchu had a calm expression. "What are you screaming about? It's scary." The crown prince looked at her with admiration. "Heroine, you're finally back. Can we leave this godforsaken place now?" Mi Yuchu thought probably. She then asked about their physical condition. The imperial preceptor was fine, but Su Buxiao's condition didn't seem too good. Mi Yuchu walked towards a man. Su Buxiao lifted his face, which had dark circles under the eyes. Mi Yuchu called out Su Buxiao's name. Thinking of what Sun had said to her, she had relied on her program's cheat, knowing she would definitely be fine. But Su Buxiao didn't know. She had been recklessly consuming his concern, making him worry about her for so long for nothing. Mi Yuchu tentatively asked Su Buxiao if he was angry. Mi Yuchu handed him a flower, stiffly coaxing him not to be angry. "This is a flower I brought for you. How about I kill the crown prince to cheer you up?" Seeing Su Buxiao not responding, Mi Yuchu became nervous. What should I do in this situation? Finally, she sighed and apologized to him. This time, she was too overconfident. She wouldn't make him worry next time. Unexpectedly, Su Buxiao also apologized to Mi Yuchu, hugging the girl's leg and crying loudly. "I really know I was wrong." Although Mi Yuchu couldn't understand, he still had to say it. Before, he was panicking because he couldn't see the favorability score. So he thought about letting her favorability score drop a little or just keeping it there. He never wanted to be disliked by her. Compared to staying in this world and being disliked by Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao would rather be dead. Mi Yuchu laughed out loud. "So that's how it was? It's great that you're not angry." But then she remembered what the system said. Xiaobai had said that she couldn't tell Su Buxiao the truth for the time being. She couldn't tell him that these rules were actually fake, but there was no other way. She could only apologize to Xiaobai in her heart. She could only wrong him for now. Then she reassured Su Buxiao. "I won't dislike you, and I won't leave you. Although saying this might seem a bit feeble, I hope you can believe me." After speaking, she also patted Su Buxiao's head. Faced with such a comforting head pat, Su Buxiao was extremely receptive, hugging Mi Yuchu's leg even tighter. As expected, one must give more loving encouragement. The crown prince squatted in the corner, small and helpless. He was so hungry, but he also felt like he was full. Then, Mi Yuchu explained what had happened. Su Buxiao immediately understood. The Dog Emperor really did it on purpose. He deliberately lured them here and then set them up. He just didn't expect that Sun would also be discarded as a pawn. At the mention of Sun, Mi Yuchu's expression darkened. Su Buxiao was instantly displeased. Is my Mimi starting to think about that pretty boy again? Naughty Mimi, thinking about another man right in front of me. Mi Yuchu didn't deny it. Yes, he's dead. My big talk about bringing everyone back to the Dog Emperor is now void. My excellent reputation is ruined from now on. Su Buxiao didn't expect that this was what she was concerned about. Mi Yuchu's alarm bells went off. Is he still angry? He told himself that he had grown now and wouldn't continue to cause such misunderstandings. He quickly explained, I just think he was a good opponent. It's rare to find someone who can last more than 3 moves against me, so I feel a bit regretful. Su Buxiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Mimi thinks he's good. This is fighting and killing, loving and killing kindred spirits. Is this guy so stubborn and prone to splitting hairs? Mi Yuchu raised her hands in surrender. Let me off the hook. Let's just skip this part. I'll do anything you want. What should I do? Coaxing people is so hard. Su Buxiao's spirits lifted. Really, anything? Mi Yuchu couldn't understand why he was so excited and didn't notice Su Buxiao's blushing face. He confirmed again. Really, anything? It turned out that Su Buxiao wanted to request a kiss from Mimi. Mi Yuchu didn't expect him to suddenly make this request, but it made sense. They were in a relationship now, and the target is Xiao Bai, right? Then it seems it's not impossible. Su Buxiao was stunned. The next second, he jumped up excitedly. She agreed. Their heads moved closer together, and they were about to kiss. But who knows what this guy Su Buxiao was thinking? He actually kissed Mi Yuchu's nostril. After the kiss, he hid in a corner, secretly excited. I finally kissed Mimi. Mi Yuchu was speechless. Kiss my butt. This guy should at least close his eyes before kissing. Who kisses someone on the nose? Mi Yuchu knew that for this kind of thing, she couldn't count on him. Forget it. I'll do it myself. She grabbed Su Buxiao and kissed him cleanly and crisply. When they separated again, both of them were like flatbread. It seemed Mi Yuchu had forgotten just how strong she was. She had indeed just remembered. Next time, it's better if he takes the initiative. The two adjusted their moods and decided to look for a way back. So, as for the kiss and all that, they both tacitly pretended nothing happened. The king of the southern frontier kingdom finally saw his son. The crown prince saw his father and was so excited he was about to cry. The father and son hugged and cried. The king cried that he didn't know his son wanted to be emperor. Being an emperor is really too tiring. He was just afraid his son would suffer, so he had been holding on and not letting him get tired. The crown prince also finally understood his father's good intentions. The two onlookers were a bit speechless. This whole misunderstanding was finally over. The crown prince had been found for them. Since that's the case, Mi Yuchu and the others should be leaving. Just as they were about to leave, a subordinate came to report. News just came in that Prince Ding and old General Mi's rebellion failed. His Majesty was rescued by the second prince who rushed over. Now Prince Ding and everyone from the Mi residence have all been thrown into the celestial prison. Their entire group is also wanted. Mi Yuchu started to worry. How could this be? Dad, how could they act while I was away? Could it be the second prince? Is it still impossible to change the course of the previous life? Su Buxiao told her to calm down first. He then ordered his subordinates to take the Mi family army and hide with the people from the southern frontier kingdom for now. He and Mi Yuchu needed to go back and see first. The subordinate wanted to say something more, but was interrupted. The Mi family army is too big a target. If we go back together, not only will it be slow, but will also be easily ambushed. The situation is urgent. Execute the order immediately. The subordinate hesitated for a long time, but could only agree. The two got on a bumpy carriage. Su Buxiao was about to be thrown up by the bumps. Although this was the fastest and safest route back to the capital, it was too damn difficult to travel. No wonder it was safe. It's because no one comes here. At this rate, Su Buxiao was about to vomit again. Su Buxiao told Mimi to bear with it. Luckily, a kind-hearted driver was willing to give them a ride. Otherwise, the road would be even harder. As he spoke, he was about to vomit for the third time. Mi Yuchu was fine. She just wished Su Buxiao would shut up. The dog next to them couldn't even be bothered with them. Where did this dog of a male lead come from? So noisy. If they hadn't forcibly stopped the carriage halfway, my master wouldn't have wanted them at all. Miyuchu squatted there, feeling depressed. As expected, I shouldn't have acted on my feelings. This time, I've harmed the Mi family, rashly placing their lives on an unknown bet. Is the outcome this time going to be the same as in the previous life? Although I'm not the real Miyuchu, but during the days when I had no memory, I had long regarded them as my real family. Seeing Miyuchu in a bad mood, Su Buxiao handed her a gift. Miyuchu wondered where this came from. Su Buxiao's face turned red again. He pretended to be calm and explained, "Your birthday is in a few days. I asked Big Brother me about it last time, so I prepared a gift in advance. I saw you were in a bad mood, so I gave you the gift early." Su Buxiao told her not to look so sad. "Dad and the others will definitely be fine. It's not your fault, so don't worry too much. Come on, open a gift to cheer up. We'll talk about the rest when we get back to the capital." Hearing the word birthday, Miyuchu perked up a bit. But isn't Su Buxiao's birthday in a few days? Su Buxiao was confused. How did it become my birthday? He held up the gift Mimi gave him, looking incredibly surprised and delighted. Most importantly, he didn't expect their birth dates to be the same. Miyuchu was just one shurchin older than him. This must be the best arrangement God has given them. As he spoke, Su Buxiao started to wipe away tears of emotion. This is just too romantic. Miyuchu also remembered, isn't this God's arrangement? This day is exactly the time when I was hit in reality and then sent into the instance by the hand of God. The character of Su Buxiao was probably created around the same time. No wonder they have the same birthday. Knowing the truth, Miyuchu couldn't feel romantic at all. The little white dog next to them was cracking melon seeds and complaining. The man and woman don't even have an age gap. They're not a good match at all. Su Buxiao didn't care about that. He kept calling Miyuchu's name, asking her to open her gift first to see if she liked it. Then he would open his. The surprise Mimi gave him should be saved for last. Miyuchu was stunned for a moment, then agreed. After opening the gift, she was completely shocked. It was actually a sculpture of Miyuchu. Inside the gift box, it was written, "Exquisitely boxed, SF Express Delivery, supports engraving." All the boys who received this gift cried. Miyuchu cursed inwardly. This guy is a typical example of someone who gives gifts based on their own preferences. Yet Su Buxiao still looked expectant. A classic, right? How is it? Do you like it? I really like this gift too. However, Miyuchu remembered Xiao by saying before that for his birthday, he specially printed a statue. His expression and tone were just like this. At that time, Miyuchu praised it as very cute, but then asked, "But why a statue?" Xiao Bai's answer was, "This way he can hold me in the palm of his hand anytime, anywhere." Thinking about it, Miyuchu laughed out loud. Xiao Bai really hasn't changed much. She smiled and thanked Su Buxiao, saying she liked the gift very much. This way, she could hold him in the palm of her hand anytime, anywhere. This made Su Buxiao's heart pound nonstop. The dog next to them complained, "Is she crazy? What kind of taste does this woman have? How can she say she likes such an ugly gift? No wonder she's into this guy." Next, it was Su Buxiao's turn to see the gift Miyuchu prepared for him. No matter what kind of gift it was, as long as it was from Mimi, he would like it. After opening it, he was stunned. Su Buxiao was so scared he got a double chin. What is this weird thing? Miyuchu knew he liked to eat braised pork ribs, so before they left, she specially went to ask Chef Wang next door for help. The chef taught her personally. At that time, Chef Wang even praised Miyuchu as the most talented cooking apprentice he had ever seen and suggested she graduate immediately. He specifically instructed her not to say he taught her when she went out. He was not worthy of her and felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Miyuchu explained, "Anyway, that's how the master praised me, so I think I should have improved." Su Buxiao really couldn't smile. Mimi has already cooked the dish, ready for the betrothal gift in 2 days. Am I afraid it will go bad? And Miyuchu even asked him, "How is it? Do you like it?" Su Buxiao was so moved he cried, "Of course I like it. How could I not?" The tears that seemed to be from being moved were actually from the stench of the dish. Hearing this, Miyuchu was overjoyed. "That's great. Since you like it, then eat more." As she spoke, she picked up a piece with her chopsticks and stuffed it into Su Buxiao's mouth. Su Buxiao was so disgusted he was about to faint. The dog next to them was stunned. It wanted to take back what it said about them not being a good match. These two are two of a kind, a perfect match, a perfect match. Late at night, the two fell asleep in the carriage. This guy Su Buxiao was even leaning on Mimi's shoulder. Just then, a voice kept calling Miyuchu. Seeing the host, the system was incredibly excited. "Great, I finally contacted her." Miyuchu looked up and actually saw the system. The system had something very important to say. "The situation is urgent. I must be brief. There's a soundproof screen here, so don't worry about our conversation being overheard. Currently, apart from a period of stagnation before, C1's sense of belonging has continued to grow significantly recently." Stagnation? Miyuchu guessed that was probably when Su Buxiao was being reclusive underground before. That was a close call. The system continued to explain. As the sense of belonging value increases, C1's permission value also increases, and it becomes even more impossible to intervene in this instance. So this is probably the last time the system can contact me, Yuchu. How could it be so fast? The system told me, Yuchu, not to worry yet. Although C1's sense of belonging has increased, he's been unable to break through the final barrier. Therefore, they have formulated a final plan. It's just that this plan requires me, Yochu's cooperation, and there might be a tiny bit of risk. Perhaps feeling guilty, the system corrected itself. The risk is actually quite large. One small mistake and everything will be lost. So I wanted to ask Yuchu if she is willing. Yuchu agreed without even thinking, which startled the system. Yuchu repeated her affirmation. Because if it weren't for the system's hand of God back then, how could I have recovered from my illness so quickly? So I am very willing to participate in the plan. After speaking, she looked at Su Buxiao with a face full of love. The system clapped its hands in approval, even shedding tears of emotion, and began to explain its plan. Over there, soldiers were searching for me and Su. The leader instructed everyone to search carefully and not let the two flower thieves escape. After confirming the soldiers had gone elsewhere, me and Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuchu had long told Su Buxiao that it would be better to just sneak in. He insisted on disguising themselves and going through the main gate. Su Buxiao was also thinking that disguising themselves to deceive the inspection would make entering the city easier. Who knew that after disguising themselves, they would happen to look exactly like two flower thieves. Such bad luck. The two took off their fake beards. Su Buxiao confirmed with Yuchu, "Are we really going to break into the prison?" Yuchu was also quite helpless. People in the city were discussing that her father and the others were about to be taken for execution. Who knows how much they have suffered in prison these days? I don't want them to stay inside for a moment longer. Su Buxiao thought for a long time and still agreed. Although it might be a trap to lure them in, with Mimi, this human bug here, there should be no problem. So the biggest problem now is getting into the celestial prison. But the walls of the celestial prison are so high. How are they going to get in? Yuchu squatted down without a word. I can carry Su Buxiao up. Su Buxiao's face turned red. How embarrassing. He said that, but in his heart, he was calculating that Mimi could let him face outwards, so he could help watch for people around. Thinking about it, a certain man became shy again. Wouldn't this be too intimate? Although she found this request strange, Yuchu still carried him on her back. It's just that this posture was too strange. Su Buxiao was defeated. I didn't express myself clearly enough. This way, my face can be easily seen. Before he could finish, Yuchu understood again. She directly flipped him upside down. Now it should be harder to see his face. Su Buxiao still wanted to continue talking, but Yuchu didn't give him a chance anymore. There's no time. Let's act quickly. Inside the celestial prison, a sleeping guard was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. The two guards hugged each other in fear. Su Buxiao slapped them both. Geez, so noisy. Yuchu told them to come down quickly and change into their clothes. The two walked for a long time. After wandering for so long, they still hadn't seen them, and Yuchu was getting anxious. Where are Dad and the others? Turning her head, she actually found her dad. The two were attracted by Yuchu and the others' voices. When they turned their heads, the two realized they had found the wrong people. Since they found the wrong people, they had to slip away quickly. Yuchu was furious. That despicable second prince, to actually beat my father like this. Su Buxiao complained, "They don't look alike at all." A sharp laugh came from behind them. Could that voice be the second prince? Su Buxiao had a bad feeling. Oh no, did we fall into a trap? The second prince led a group of people to them. He asked them if they liked the little surprise he had prepared for them. "Your relatives have already been." Before he could finish, he was punched by Yuchu. The second prince told her to let him finish. Yuchu's father had already been rescued by him and moved to a safe place. "Everyone here is one of our own. It's safe." Su Buxiao cursed the second prince. "Why do you have to pause so dramatically when you speak? You made Mimi misunderstand and worry for nothing. You even made her hand hurt from hitting you. Can you afford to compensate for this loss?" The second prince was speechless, and now they were the ones playing the victim. The second prince explained that as he could see, these two people were chosen from death row. They have a similar build to Mimi's father and were used as substitutes for the execution. So they are not Mimi's real father. After hearing what the second prince said, both me and Su were flustered. Are they really that similar in build? Yuchu asked again, "Then where's my father?" Mi's dad's voice sounded, "We are here." The two were overjoyed. Mi's dad explained that the second prince did not treat them harshly and told me and Su not to misunderstand them. Mi and Su were stunned. Why are they fat again? Mi Yuchu shouted, "Who are these two people? Hand over my father quickly." Mi's dad told his daughter to stop. "It really is me. Mi Yuchu, your highness. It's just that the second prince took too good care of us, and we accidentally gained a little weight." Mi and Su were speechless. Mi Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. "Anyway, it's good that you're okay." The second prince was proud. "Now Mi Yuchu should trust me, right?" She also didn't expect that the second highness would actually keep his promise. I was being small-minded. The second prince was furious. They were the ones being small-minded. "Isn't it because I can't beat Mi Yuchu? What if I seize the throne but failed to save her family? Wouldn't she just overthrow me again?" Mi Yuchu took back her previous apology in gratitude. The second prince took Mi Yuchu's hand. "I saved your family. Now I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay?" Of course. Su Buxiao didn't agree and even hinted for Mimi to refuse him. Mi Yuchu looked at the second prince and thought to herself, "It seems it's about that matter from last time. He probably figured it out, but is too embarrassed to say it in front of others. This time he saved Dad and the others, so I should give him this face." Mi Yuchu told the second prince to lead the way. The second prince was ecstatic. Su Buxiao felt like his heart was about to break. The two came to a deserted place. Mi Yuchu told the second highness to speak his mind. The second highness stammered. He mentioned last time Mi Yuchu asked, "In your heart, am I more important than the country?" After that, the second prince had been thinking about this question. He used to think he was quite fair, until one day, he first heard that Mi Yuchu was touring the southern frontier, but the crown prince had disappeared without a reason. Then came the news that Mi's dad and Prince Ding had jointly launched a coup. The second prince himself participated in the coup first, completely forgetting about their affairs during that time. It was only after the fact that he realized that the entire country was the unparalleled number one in his heart. The second prince admitted that he initially wanted to overthrow his father out of anger. His mother, the consort, was treated unfairly, yet he remained indifferent. So he went out to cultivate his own power. That's how he met Mi Yuchu and the others. The second prince felt that his former self was quite selfish. Having been accustomed to the corruption of officialdom and the complexity of a harem, he felt that everything in this world was cold. Only preserving his own power was the most important thing. When the second prince was in Qinhuai County and learned that his father had sent troops to massacre the city, his first reaction was to quickly abandon the city and retreat. So he was puzzled and curious about Mi Yuchu and the others' actions of fighting against the army for the people of Qinhuai County. After that, he went to several other counties one after another. Gradually, he seemed to understand them. Occasionally, some small gestures could be exchanged for the sincere gratitude of the common people. Looking at those simple and unadorned, smiling faces, something in the bottom of his heart was suddenly touched. The second prince now wants to obtain this country, wants to overthrow this emperor, probably because he wants to see more of those smiling faces. The second prince apologized to Mi Yuchu. "I really don't like you that much." Mi Yuchu laughed out loud, truly worthy of being the second highness. He was the one expressing his feelings one-sidedly, yet he made it sound like I was the one being dumped. Mi Yuchu extended her hand to the second prince. "Then, congratulations, second highness, for finally recognizing your own heart. I wasn't sure about the old you, so I didn't shake your hand last time. I hope we can cooperate happily this time." Mi Yuchu had a feeling that if the current second prince could become the next emperor, he would definitely be a good emperor. The second prince shook Mi Yuchu's hand back, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Although he had already decided to let go, a final hug to satisfy himself should be okay, right? Mi Yuchu slapped the second prince on the chest. When he touched her before, she was already very disgusted. Now he doesn't even know to avoid suspicion. What if Buxiao sees and misunderstands? The second prince fell to the ground in pain, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. It turned out that Su Buxiao had seen him from the corner. He burst into tears, turning into a meme, wiping his tears as he ran away. The second prince was triumphant. I discovered Su Buxiao was peaking early on. Although I've decided to let go, seeing the two of them always being lovey-dovey in front of me is still very annoying. Let me play one last prank. Mi Yuchu punched him again. Why is this person so malicious? She told the second prince to behave himself. She was going to find Su Buxiao. The second prince told me, Yuchu, to come back quickly. There's a meeting later. The second prince thought about his interactions with Mi Yuchu. He felt that this time, he really had no chance. He felt that his mother was right. An emperor is inherently heartless. This heartlessness is actually because there are more things that must be protected. Mi Yuchu kept calling Su Buxiao's name, but couldn't find him. Mi Yuchu was puzzled. This is strange. They all said Su Buxiao came this way. How can I not find him? Mi Yuchu was still calling. Su Buxiao, lying under the bed, actually knew all along that this day would come. He recalled what the system told him. The main storyline of this instance will have to be completed sooner or later. He will also complete the mission and return to reality. At that time, even if it's not this second prince, there will be other men to accompany Mimi. That man will touch her little hands and kiss her little mouth. Su Buxiao told himself not to think about it anymore. I haven't even gotten a kiss yet. He suddenly realized something. Could it be that before I leave this instance, I won't even have a single proper kiss? Sobi, bachi sawachi. Anyway, after I leave the instance, Mimi will forget me too. Over there, Miyuchu finally found Su Buxiao. She squatted down and asked him why he was hiding here. Su Buxiao felt that he should be under a car, not here. Since there's no car, he could only hide here. Miyuchu was amused and laughed out loud. What a strange imagination he has. This sentence was like a beam of light hitting Su Buxiao's face. Miyuchu told him to come out quickly. It's very dirty inside. Su Buxiao petulantly refused to come out. Miyuchu scared him by saying there was a ghost inside. Su Buxiao shot out at once. Fortunately, he could enjoy Mimi's face-wiping service. Miyuchu told him to clean up quickly. There's a meeting to discuss the crusade later. Su Buxiao looked at Miyuchu, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. If one day I'm not here, or if one day I'm forced to leave you, and you suddenly don't remember me. Su Buxiao hoped that Miyuchu could choose a man who likes her more than he does and treats her better. He felt that the second prince was not good enough. That guy is not very reliable. Sun is not good either. The guy is too paranoid. Su Buxiao then remembered that Sun was gone. Then old Wang next door. Miyuchu interrupted him. Enough, Buxiao. Su Buxiao was stunned. Miyuchu then said, actually, the person Sun likes is not me at all. He was just looking for that person's shadow in me. The second prince is even worse. He is essentially an ambitious person. Love is dispensable to him. The only one who could truly discover my good qualities and fall in love with me has always been just Su Buxiao himself. Miyuchu's lips curved up. Seeing the girl grab his clothes, Su Buxiao became nervous. The next second, Mimi kissed him. Shocked, Su Buxiao's eyes widened. Miyuchu said, give up. I will absolutely not let you leave. About what happened in the prison just now, Miyuchu believed Su Buxiao wouldn't misunderstand, but she still had to explain it to him clearly. She hoped that in the future, Su Buxiao could trust her more and rely on her. Miyuchu hugged Su Buxiao. This time, I will stay by his side properly. Su Buxiao was burning with happiness. Mimi took the initiative to kiss me. Hey. Miyuchu smiled. He's really a fool, but I'm very sorry. I hope Su Buxiao can forgive me. I still can't tell him the truth. This is the last battle. I will absolutely not let him leave. Su Buxiao, who was feverish with excitement, was looked down upon by his father-in-law. Mi's father asked Miyuchu, can you tell me what this lump of stuff is? Miyuchu explained, that's your future son-in-law. After I kissed him yesterday, he became like this and hasn't recovered yet. It's really a headache. Miyuchu scared Su Buxiao. If this continues, I'll have to let my father kiss him awake. Su Buxiao instantly returned to normal. That won't be necessary. I'm already fine. Mi's dad couldn't understand the young people nowadays. Another senior said, let's continue from where we left off. Let the Second Highness gather everyone to continue the discussion. But where were we in the discussion just now? The Grand Tutor Wang reminded everyone that they were just discussing how His Majesty became like this. I watched His Majesty grow up. Although he was indeed very promiscuous in the past, even not sparing the old maids, he was at least a ruler who managed state affairs well. But after returning from a trip, how did he become such a devoted lover? Not to mention the entire harem being ignored. He doesn't even care about the country anymore. Another minister chimed in. Right. Last time the Southern Frontier Kingdom sent a declaration of war, His Majesty immediately thought of ceding a city. How can this be proper? Su Buxiao just came back to his senses. Oh my god, who are all these people? Miyuchu told him that these old guys are all stubborn partisans who have always been in the Emperor's faction. At first, the Emperor could still gain a good reputation with his devoted lover persona. But over the years of the Dog Emperors in action, he has long lost the support of the people. In other words, as long as they can turn the remaining imperial partisans against him, they can righteously crusade against the Dog Emperor. The second prince felt that although these people were rigid, their hearts were with the country. After a certain incident this time, some have already defected to Miyuchu's side. So this discussion meeting is to fan the final flames. Miyuchu felt that it wouldn't be an easy task to sway these stubborn factions. Was it because of the city seeding incident last time that they defected? Mi's dad stood up and said, no. This matter is actually quite amusing to talk about. You probably can't guess how it happened. Before, those old stubborn ones were always dissatisfied with the princes. They wanted the emperor to have new offspring. Then one day, some scoundrel started a rumor that the emperor was going to select new concubines, the young masters and ladies of these imperial partisan families, in order to compete for the spots. Even held some kind of concubine selection 101 in front of the emperor. They said that only the top 11 would be qualified to be His Majesty's favored concubines. At first, it was still a very serious talent competition. Later, it all devolved into tearing at each other's hair. Finally, 11 people were selected. To this, His Majesty's opinion was so noisy. Drag them out and beat them to death. Although in the end, under the pleading of the old stubborn ones, those young masters and ladies at least kept their lives. The dozens of beatings this time indeed broke their hearts. And thanks to this group of young people, now it only takes one more push to completely turn their fathers against him. Su Buxiao suddenly remembered. How were they caught before? Didn't we agree to wait for Mimi to come back and then act together? Mi's dad coughed. Well, it's a long story. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that day, Mi's brother took his father into the palace. Mi's dad suddenly saw a character for blessing pasted on the wall, so he read out loud. Lousy wants to have breakfast. Lousy wants to sprinkle some salt, kill the dog emperor. What's so hard about reading that? Then, suddenly from all directions, many soldiers appeared. The soldiers said, that's right. He just said in a Bashu accent, I want to rebel. I want to kill the dog emperor. They insisted that Mi's dad had said he wanted to rebel, and so he was arrested just like that. Mi's dad covered his son's mouth. Don't I have any face to save? Mi Yuchu felt that they were even more naive and sweet than those emperors. Two ministers held Mi's dad's hands. We knew it. The great general is loyal and devoted. How could he possibly rebel? They were definitely framed by someone with ulterior motives. We will definitely explain it clearly to His Majesty. Mi's brother suddenly became excited. Speaking of which, you all might not believe it. This time we were framed, all because of the long-term instigation of the woman in red by His Majesty's side. His Majesty listened to the slander of a villain, which is why he turned his weapons against us. It must be that enchantress who bewitched His Majesty, causing him to become like this. The woman in red? Is that the one from the legends, for whom His Majesty is so deeply in love that he has ignored the harem for many years? But isn't she already dead? Another minister popped up. According to his records of palace guards, that woman in red seems to still be alive. However, I heard that only a few palace maids have seen her. But since His Majesty likes this woman, why not announce it to the world and make her a concubine? Even if she's a commoner, as long as she's not the empress, everyone will surely not object. As long as she can continue the imperial lineage for His Majesty, it's fine. Mi and Su were speechless. A concubine who sucks blood anytime, anywhere? My God, everyone will be scared to death. The three ministers became excited. If it's really like this, it won't do. We need to prepare first. Then we'll all attack the palace together to crusade against the woman in red. And by the way, clear up the misunderstanding between the great general and His Majesty. We can't let His Majesty be bewitched by that enchantress anymore. As they spoke, they were about to leave. Su Buxiao was even more speechless. These people are really good at fanning the flames. Even their own sons and daughters were almost beheaded. Yet these people aren't afraid of being killed by the dog emperor. They still dare to continue to attack and confront the emperor. Mi's dad complained. These people think they still have a high status, believing the dog emperor wouldn't dare to kill them easily. And even at this point, they still hold a glimmer of hope for the dog emperor. One can only say that these old stubborn ones are really very loyal. So if we directly tell them that we were also framed by the emperor this time, they might not necessarily believe it. To make them completely give up on the emperor and join us, if we don't let them see the lesson with their own eyes, they probably won't easily switch sides. Mi Yuchu understood. So mentioning the woman in red to them was to first let them retain a final glimmer of hope for the emperor, believing that the emperor was being controlled, and that's why he was ignoring the country. Su Buxiao continued Mimi's words, and then let them confront the emperor to shatter this illusion. That's right, Mi and Su said the woman in red really exists. If she really exists, and that group confronts him, given the dog emperor's favoritism towards the woman in red, at the very least, he will punish them. At worst, he will kill them directly. Only then will they realize that they are worthless in the dog emperor's heart, and then completely switch sides. Su Buxiao continued to add, it doesn't matter if the woman in red doesn't exist. That would only prove that the emperor's incompetence is a real fact, shattering their rekindled last hope. They will also completely lose hope in the emperor. When their conflict erupts to its most intense point, we can then use the excuse of rescuing these loyal ministers to righteously crusade against the dog emperor. After succeeding, we can also get their gratitude and support. Mi's brother praised his father. This plan is so vicious, but I love it. I wonder when those old guys will enter the palace. We plan to disguise ourselves as the Second Highness's guards and sneak in. He also told me and Su to go and prepare. Su Buxiao told them to wait a moment. He had a guess that he needed to verify. If it's true, then it won't be so troublesome. It might even make this group of old ministers directly switch sides to Mi's side. The whole group was stunned. What guess could make them switch sides directly? Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Buxiao was also still in the suspicion stage. He suspected that the current emperor is an imposter. The group was shocked again. Mi's dad was in disbelief. What was my son-in-law saying? How could the dog emperor be an imposter? Su Buxiao asked everyone if they still remembered the time in the palace when Mimi blocked a knife for the emperor. It was that time. Mimi unintentionally observed the dog emperor's face and found traces of peeling skin at his jaw. Later, Mi Yuchu mentioned this to Su Buxiao. The two finally came up with two possibilities. The first guess is that someone is wearing a human skin mask and impersonating the dog emperor. Combined with the fact that the emperor's personality changed drastically after returning from Qinhuai County and his refusal to produce an heir, it becomes very suspicious. Why won't the emperor produce an heir with the harem? Because he simply doesn't have the ability. Moreover, they have inquired a lot. No one has ever seen them appear at the same time. So they boldly guess that this emperor is very likely the woman in red in disguise. The second prince understood. So what Su Buxiao and the others mean is the woman in red really isn't dead, but she's a woman. How can she impersonate a man? That's simple. Maybe she's a tall and sturdy, rough woman. The second prince frowned. Given my father's taste, he probably wouldn't be interested in such a tall and sturdy woman. Then what's the other guess? The other possibility is that the emperor is taking care of his skin, so he wore a transparent face mask to court. So Su Buxiao plans to go to his team's place to do a paternity test. Fortunately, Mimi has already secretly obtained the emperor's hair. So next, as long as we get the Second Highness's hair and compare it with the emperor's, if they don't match, then the emperor is an imposter. Su Buxiao grabbed Mimi and rushed out. The second prince was furious. Who let this guy hug Mimi? Su Buxiao laughed triumphantly. We're going first. We'll notify you when we have the results. In the laboratory, Su Buxiao showed off to Mimi. This is our team's base camp. This is our family's forbidden area. Mi Yuchu felt like she had traveled back to reality again. Supervisor Xiao Wu walked towards the two. If you're doing a test, come with me. Su Buxiao politely declined. I remember the way. He asked Xiao Wu to help him take care of Mimi. Before Su Buxiao left, he told Mi Yuchu to wait here for a while. He would be right back. After they discovered they couldn't log out of the instance, the system suddenly appeared. It said these were all unforeseen accidents. It also said that only by helping C1 return to normal would they have a chance to return to reality. Xiao Wu also didn't know if they could really go back. Mi Yuchu understood the situation. She held Xiao Wu's hand and reassured him. I have a feeling that as long as we work together, we'll be able to go home soon. After hearing Mi Yuchu's words, Xiao Wu was greatly encouraged. Su Buxiao appeared and pulled the two apart. We've only been apart for a moment. How did you start holding hands? He also criticized Xiao Wu. I told you to take care of Mimi, not to seduce her. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Was I just healed by a little girl? I feel like I'm full of hope about going home again. Su Buxiao also threatened to dock his pay. Xiao Wu immediately grimaced. That's not okay. I cannot go home, but my salary can't be docked. I have to find a way to make the boss happy. While Su Buxiao was waiting for the comparison results, Xiao Wu told him he had recently developed something new. Do you want to play with it? I guarantee you'll be very happy after seeing it. Su Buxiao was puzzled. What new thing could it be? Xiao Wu took out a baby face prediction camera. This camera can predict what the future child of the two people being photographed will look like based on their appearances. Su Buxiao's eyes immediately sparkled. This machine is really interesting. I want to try it right away. Mi Yuchu quietly complained, this person is so easy to please. After Xiao Wu took a photo of the two, the next step was to wait for the photo to develop. Let's see what the future little master looks like. One look and my god, what a mess. Xiao Wu told the two not to move. If they moved, the photo wouldn't form. Then he immediately went to use Photoshop to edit the picture. After editing, he handed the picture to the two. Looking at Su Buxiao's expression, Xiao Wu was sweating profusely. A careless mistake. I forgot what C1's original body looked like. My salary was almost gone. But Su Buxiao's grimacing expression was entirely because why wasn't the person in the photo a girl? After the fun and games, the test results came out. The speed was quite fast. Su Buxiao took the report to have a look. After looking, he was first shocked, then puzzled. Su Buxiao told everyone the test results. The three were just as shocked. Is the Second Highness really not the Emperor's biological son? Mi's dad exclaimed, that's great, and ran to expose him in front of the old ministers. Su Buxiao quickly grabbed him. What are you going to use to convince those old stubborn ones? Although this DNA result is out, they don't understand the principle. At that time, The dog emperor might pull some dripping blood for kinship test, which is unscientific and easily fool them again. The second prince thought it made sense. And even if they found out the two have different bloodlines, that group of imperial partisans might say that the second prince is the one who's not biological. So before exposing the fake emperor, Su Buxiao and me, Yuchu need to go to a place to confirm something. He told everyone to continue waiting for their good news. Su Buxiao was going to take Mimi to see their old friends. The two returned to Qinhuai County. Su Buxiao was feeling very nostalgic. Although they suffered a lot here, they ultimately saved the innocent common people. Thinking of it this way, no matter how hard it was worth it. I wonder how Annie Lee and Annie Wong are doing. And has Xiaoma grown up? They must miss Su Buxiao and the others very much too. Su Buxiao wanted to sneak over and give them a surprise. As soon as the two appeared, the villagers appeared with weapons. The leading Annie told the two to stop. You still have the guts to come back. Su Buxiao was terrified. The Andes are holding knives. How dare we stop? Mi Yuchu was puzzled. Didn't they save the villagers? Why did they all suddenly turn hostile? Thinking back carefully, could it be that they destroyed their homes? The auntie cursed, "You destroyed our homes, and then just left without a care? You made us work so hard to rebuild. How dare you come back?" The two were a bit speechless, so that's how it is. Su Buxiao was also forced to do it at the time. Isn't it good enough that you're all okay? Su Buxiao chuckled twice. He didn't understand either. The villagers shouted kill, 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 and also demanded compensation. The two aunties lost track of me and Su. One auntie complained that the two ran quite fast all the way to the back mountain. One auntie told the other to look. There's so many wine jars over there. Could they be hiding inside? The auntie in blue was about to rush over to check, but was stopped by the auntie in red. That's the wine used for sacrificing to the red-clad female ghost. It's better not to go over. What if the red-clad female ghost comes for us? The villagers screamed, "Don't scare people," and advised to just go back. The two were indeed hiding in a wine jar. Su Buxiao asked Mimi to see if they had left. The villagers hadn't gone far, but they would soon. Great, Su Buxiao couldn't hold on much longer. He just wished they would leave quickly. Miyuchu was also very sorry. It's too crowded here. This is the only way. Too heavy. Su Buxiao's face was turning as red as a monkey's. That's not what he meant by holding on. Miyuchu was confused. Then what did he mean by holding on? Su Buxiao was already sweating profusely. The two were too close. Su Buxiao's head hit the wine jar. Someone outside the jar shouted, "Who's there?" Miyuchu covered Su Buxiao's mouth, signaling him not to move and to just bear with it for a while. The two were really too close. Su Buxiao really couldn't control himself. Suddenly, Su Buxiao moved. Miyuchu asked what he was doing. "Didn't I tell this guy not to move?" Su Buxiao shouted that he was wronged. "I didn't move. That's a passive skill, okay?" Miyuchu seemed to understand something. She grabbed Su Buxiao's face and cursed. "What time is it now?" The white-bearded old man praised, "You two are in high spirits. Long time no see." The two immediately recognized this old man. He was Qing Shu, the one who guarded the red-clad female ghost coffin. Qing Shu teased, "Such a big jar. Why did you two have to squeeze into one?" The two climbed out of the jar. Qing Shu had a shipping it expression and asked them, "Now can you tell me why you appeared in my family's jar?" Miyochu's gaze was sharp. "Of course, we came looking for you specifically." As she spoke, she grabbed Qing Shu by the neck. Miyuchu told Qing Shu that they had already met. The emperor, who was impersonated by the red-clad female ghost. He wants Miyuchu and the others to become the new guardians. Qing Shu is no longer useful. Qing Shu's expression changed instantly. He knew this day would come. He finally had no use value to him. Su Buxiao cheekily said, "Oh my, we were just saying it casually. We didn't expect the emperor was really impersonated by the red-clad female ghost." Only then did Qing Shu realize he had been tricked. They actually bluffed him. Su Buxiao wouldn't listen to his nonsense. "So what if we bluffed you?" This person not only deceived them, but also ruined the beautiful time between him and Mimi. Moreover, this person clearly knew the red-clad female ghost was impersonating the emperor, yet he made up a story about the emperor and his deep love to deceive these people. Su Buxiao said that the woman in red needed to use the emperor's identity to achieve her goal. So she deliberately leaked the news of his disappearance to let everyone know, thus further solidifying the legend of the red-clad female ghost. This way, they would go back and help promote the dog emperor's devoted persona. Qing Shu shed tears. Although they had committed a great mistake, they had also been punished. As for why that woman didn't kill him, Qing Shu couldn't figure it out either. Perhaps she just wanted to leave someone to do her bidding. It's just that in this whole affair, Qing Shu still had a doubt about one thing. Before the incident, he once passed by her house and heard a voice coming from inside. It sounded like Qing Shu. Before he could finish, his heart was ripped out by someone from behind. That woman's tone was light and airy. For old time's sake, I'll spare this old man's life. Yet this old man was stabbing me in the back. As expected, there are no good people in this village. If I had come a little later, who knows how much worse my reputation would have become. Su Buxiao looked at the woman in front of him and immediately guessed that she was the legendary woman in red. Looking at her height, with a pair of height-increasing insoles, she could indeed impersonate the emperor. The woman in red said Su Buxiao had no manners, making personal attacks as soon as they met. Mi Yuchu realized something and rushed in front of the woman in red, but it was still too late. The woman in red had already controlled Su Buxiao and provocatively said to Mi Yuchu, "This little lover of yours is really tender." She then ordered Mi Yuchu to immediately let her blood for her, or else she would face the consequences. Su Buxiao spoke up at this moment. The woman in red underestimated the bond between him and Mimi. Bond? What bond? The woman in red didn't understand what he was talking about. With just these petty tricks, it's impossible to escape. Mi Yuchu went up and kicked Su Buxiao. Only then did Su Buxiao break free. He coughed while showing off, "I'm very tough. Mimi would never hold back, just because of me. This is the bond between us." The woman in red thought, forget it. Anyway, the person who needed to be dealt with has been dealt with. Even if they know the emperor is me in disguise, so what? Will other people believe them? The woman in red believed that they would meet again soon. Su Buxiao thought this person was very strange. There are many ways to expose her identity. Why would she think others wouldn't believe them? And what did the old man mean by his last words? The two were walking in the woods and encountered a fat carrier pigeon. They opened it and saw it was from Mi's dad and the others. After reading the letter, Su Buxiao couldn't smile anymore. Those imperial partisans couldn't wait any longer and had already gone to find the emperor, demanding him to hand over. The woman in red. How audacious. Inside the imperial palace, a group of ministers stood at the door. The rumors outside are spreading more and more fiercely. They all say that the emperor is keeping an enchantress in the harem who bewitches people's hearts. If you really aren't hiding an enchantress, then let us search the palace. If there really isn't one, it would be good to give the people of the world an explanation and clear His Majesty's name. The head eunuch shouted angrily, "How dare you all be so presumptuous towards His Majesty?" Someone inside shouted the eunuch's name. The next second, the door creaked open. The dog emperor walked out from inside. In any case, the innocent are innocent. My dear ministers also have good intentions. It's just that if you don't find anything, shouldn't you all give me an explanation as well? The ministers discussed among themselves. Are Prince Ding and the others' words really credible? What if it's just a rumor? One minister was very bold and not afraid of this. Anyway, it's for His Majesty's own good. And even if they really don't find anything, he believes the emperor wouldn't dare to do anything to them. With one command, everyone began to search. The result was that the entire palace was searched, but no suspicious woman was found. The ministers were shocked. Really? This is really embarrassing. It seems the rumors were indeed baseless. It seems we need to bring the person who spread the rumors to justice. Su Buxiao and the other arrived just in time. Everyone, wait a moment. This imposter emperor was originally a menial worker from the martial world. Later, he settled in Qinhuai County, but his relationship with the villagers was not good. For some unknown reason, one day the fake emperor's father suddenly disappeared. This point needs to be investigated. But the villagers discovered that from then on, an outsider appeared in the red-clad woman's house. That person was the current emperor. Later, the woman in red learned of his identity, thinking she could climb the social ladder and become a phoenix, forcing him to marry her as empress. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him leave. So before leaving the village, the emperor contacted the villagers to intercept the woman in red. But because of this, her love turned to hate, and she killed that group of villagers. Then she went to seek revenge on the emperor. During this period, the woman in red was somehow afflicted with a goo poison. Because of the goo poison, she conveniently took over the emperor's identity. To make it easier for her to find the blood needed to alleviate the goo poison. Because it was inconvenient for a woman to impersonate the emperor, she came up with the legend of the woman in red, giving the emperor an excuse of being a devoted lover. This way, she could avoid harem affairs and at the same time gain the emperor's power. This is why there have been no new heirs in the palace for many years. The ministers were shocked for the umpteenth time. Outrageous. How How could this be? Has His Majesty really been harmed? Su Buxiao pointed out. But the biggest doubt is, how could a menial woman single-handedly kill so many people in the village? Forget it. Let's wait until we catch the person. As he spoke, he told Mimi to go up and tear off his mask to expose his ugly, true face. Mi Yuchu pulled for a long time, but there was no mask. The dog emperor kept shouting in pain. Oh dear, the situation is a bit awkward. Mi Yuchu was puzzled. How could this be? His face is actually real. Su Buxiao looked at the person in front of him and said, this is not impossible. He might have used some Asian face-changing sorcery to put on makeup like this. Then he shouted that gender cannot be fake. As long as we expose his gender, it will work. Mimi touched his chest and looked at Su Buxiao awkwardly. It's flat. Su Buxiao shouted in shock. What? That's not right. I can clearly distinguish from some subtle personal habits that he is the same woman in red from that day. But why? Could it be that he found a substitute with the exact same personal habits as himself? How long would that take to train? Suddenly, that person shouted, enough. I have no idea where you all imagine this talk of a woman in red. At first, I just found it amusing and didn't bother with it. Who knew the rumors would get worse and worse, and you all actually believe them? Even if my temper is good, I can't stand this repeated slander. Suddenly, all the ministers knelt down, saying, Your Majesty, calm your anger. It is our fault. We shouldn't have listened to the rumors. We hope Your Majesty will punish us. It was all Prince Ding and the others who said it. After hearing this, the soldiers also rushed towards them with their swords, shouting, Quick, seize them. Su Buxiao was dumbfounded. What a bunch of fence-sitters. This is infuriating. They're all a bunch of useless teammates. If we had waited for them to come back and planned properly, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Then he angrily pounded the wall. Suddenly, he seemed to have pressed something. The wall behind him actually caved in. It was a mechanism. The group of people just stood there foolishly and fell through the trap. Su Buxiao fell and could only cry out in pain. He looked around. Where's this? There's actually a secret chamber down here. Suddenly, someone shouted, Look over there. That person is so scary. Is he dead or alive? Why does he look like this? Mimi went forward and placed her finger in front of his nostrils to check. Although he's still alive, this person's condition is obvious. He's no different from the living dead. Looking at his bone structure, this must be the real highness, right? Look at the patches on his body. They're just like suns. He's been poisoned with bone poison. At this moment, a minister was holding his foot and speaking. He has 7 moles on the sole of his foot, exactly the same as when his highness stepped on my foot as a child. The group of people finally reacted. If this is the real highness, then who was that person just now? Suddenly, a cry of Aya came from behind them. It seems I can't hide it anymore. The ministers turned towards the sound and shouted at him. Who on earth are you? Why are you impersonating His Highness? The fake emperor laughed sinisterly and said, Fine. Since you're all going to die anyway, I might as well let you die knowing the truth. Then he raised his right hand. The group of people was terrified, shouting, What is he going to do? Suddenly, his right hand started slapping his own face. The group was stunned. After he finished slapping, his face changed into that of another person. Beneath the mask was actually a beautiful woman. The beauty let out a sigh of relief, saying, As expected, changing back to my original appearance is much more refreshing. Su Buxiao shouted angrily, Woman in red, it really is you. The fake emperor revealed the mark on his arm, saying to him, You're the female ghost. Your whole family are female ghosts. See the bone poison mark on my arm? In fact, underneath it was another layer, the mark of the southern border kingdom, but he had long since burned it off with fire. The ministers broke out in a cold sweat. He's actually from the southern border kingdom. The woman in red said that his father, Afu, was the grand preceptor of the southern border kingdom. Afu had always wanted to change the poor and backward state of the southern border kingdom, hoping their king would conquer the Central Plains to expand their territory. However, the king of the southern border kingdom was a coward, afraid to go to war with this country. In the end, he even used the crime of instigation to expel him and Afu from the southern border kingdom. But Afu was not resigned. He still wanted to achieve his grand plan. So he took his young son, infiltrated the Central Plains, moved to Qinghai County, and changed his name to Master Wang. He burned off their clan mark and went into hiding. On the surface, they were acrobats and street performers, but secretly, they were plotting how to assassinate the emperor. In reality, people from the southern border kingdom are proficient in various esoteric arts from a young age. Facial, body, and bone reconstruction are all within their capabilities. That's how he reshaped himself to look like the emperor. It's just that every reconstruction was very painful, so he usually relied on wearing a human skin mask to disguise himself, but it was also his own oversight. If he had been a bit more meticulous, Su Buxiao wouldn't have discovered and exposed him. Su Buxiao was completely shocked. Does he mean he can also freely change his gender? The red-haired female ghost gave a sinister, cold laugh. That was one trick he really couldn't do. But before he could speak, the ministers understood his meaning, because from head to toe, he had always been a genuine man. The fake emperor adjusted his clothes and said, "Unexpected, isn't it? To hide my identity, Afu always raised me as a girl. Although I knew he was doing this to cultivate me as a lure to seduce the emperor of the Central Plains. One night, my father brought a heavily injured man home. He told me to take good care of him and instructed me that once the man woke up, I must find out his identity, in case he was the emperor of the Central Plains. I was to first cripple his hands and feet, then feed him the secret medicine of our southern border kingdom. After that, we could control the emperor through the bone poison." After saying this, Afu went to deal with the pursuers. Unfortunately, I never saw Afu return. I knew he was likely dead. So, remembering his instructions, I planned to save the man and then interrogate him about his identity. But who would have known that during the days I was treating the man, I developed special feelings for him. Because Afu hated the people of the Central Plains, we didn't interact much with the villagers. The villagers also increasingly ostracized us because we were outsiders. But this man was different. The way he looked at me was very gentle. He would share many novel things from outside the village with me, and he would talk about everything under the sun with me. Gradually, I forgot the mission my father had given me, lost in the tenderness of his company, unwilling to wake up. He said he didn't mind my humble birth, as long as our hearts were connected. He didn't even mind that I was a man. That night, the emperor looked at the scene before him, a little surprised. After coughing twice, he still accepted it. He told the person before him not to worry about whether he was a man, because he loved him. After that night, he said he had to return to his family, saying he would marry me in the grandest way possible. But I never asked for his true identity, because I thought that even if he were the emperor, it would be right for him to hide his identity. And I knew that I had already given my whole heart to the man. No matter who he was, I could no longer bring myself to harm him. So that day, I believed his words and really let him go. But he never came back to marry me. Instead, it was that group of villagers. Before I could even react to what was happening, they tied me up, took me to a cave, and sealed me inside a stone coffin. As I struggled, I heard the voice of the village scribe. He was standing next to the stone coffin, saying, "Old Su, isn't it a bit wrong for us to do this? Although the villagers don't like their family, Wang Nyonyo is just a weak woman after all. There's no need to treat her like this, right?" But the villager looked at him fiercely. "What's wrong, old Jean? You're getting scared of a time like this? And don't forget, she's no ordinary woman. When that person came to us that day, didn't he say it? This family are actually spies from the southern border kingdom. Because he found out this secret, that woman wanted to harm him. He only managed to escape after many twists and turns. Such a foreigner should die. Don't you forget, he was the one who told us to kill her directly and promised us a handsome reward afterward. In the end, none of us had the guts to kill. After thinking it over, we just decided to throw her into this stone coffin on the back mountain. We'll watch for a few days. She'll die on her own, right? Either way, she's going to die. We'll just wait a few more days. Once she's dead, that reward will still be ours, won't it?" It was only at that moment that I realized. It turned out that when Afu was giving me instructions that day, he had been awake the whole time. All those days were just an act to put me off my guard. I gave him my true heart, but in the end, I was the one who got hurt. That's why I hate him so much. And I also hate my foolish past self. I hate these greedy, ugly villagers. I hate these people of the Central Plains. I knew that with my own strength. I couldn't move the stone coffin. I would die sooner or later if this went on. So, I struggled to take out the bone poison pill hidden in my hair and ate it. I also knew that once poisoned by this bone poison, I would have to endure the constant pain it brings and rely on drinking blood to survive. But at the same time, I would also gain superhuman strength. Suddenly, the stone coffin exploded with a bang. I walked out slowly from the smoke and then killed that group of villagers. Finally, after slaughtering the villagers, I prepared to start a new round of revenge. Remembering the words the scribe had spoken up for me, I spared his life and made him obey me from then on. So, that story you heard in the cave about my past was basically something I had the scribe make up to deceive you. The purpose was to find that man later because I wanted to know where he had gone. Until the day that man got his retribution, he was still trying to do something improper to a little boy. He hadn't revealed his male identity to the villagers before, presumably not wanting to cause trouble and have people trace the clues to find out he also had a preference for men. Although I knew he also liked men. But to lay a hand on such a young boy, he is truly disgusting. Mimi suddenly remembered. Could the little boy he's talking about be son? The man also heard what he said. So you know all this. Did that little guy tell you? That's right, it was him, that fool. While I was out looking for that dog of a man, he had already been fooling around for days under the pretext of mourning his deceased wife. Along the way, he picked up that boy. That scumbag said on the surface that he was kindly raising him, but secretly he already had filthy intentions towards the little boy. At first, he planned to raise the boy before making a move, so he did take good care of him in the beginning. But after just a few days, he couldn't hold back anymore. He drugged the boy and was about to make his move. That was the day I intervened. I planned to kill the man, take his identity, and fulfill my father's wish. But in the end, I held back. I wanted him to live, because I thought, why should I be the only one to endure the pain of the bone poison, while he gets to escape so easily? So, I crippled his hands and feet, forced out a drop of my essence blood containing the bone poison, and made him drink it. Although the effect of the bone poison was less than a tenth of my own, it was still enough to make him suffer. Then I imprisoned him here. I wanted the man to see with his own eyes how he was slowly being replaced by me. I wanted him to watch his bloodline being cut off one by me. I wanted him to watch his beloved kingdom being slowly devoured by me. It's just a pity that this dog of a man was too weak. He was driven mad by the torture before long. Mimi was still puzzled about what happened earlier. Since you saved Son back then, why did you let him die later? The red-haired man recalled. Save him? How do you know I was saving him? The first time I saw that child's eyes, they were so clear and bright, so innocent, so foolish. Just like I was back then. We both had that kind of look in our eyes. That's why we were deceived by others. He seemed to still regard that scumbag as the white moonlight of his heart. Speaking of which, after I started impersonating the emperor, I began to give him the cold shoulder, wanting to see if he would wake up. Who knew this person was even more foolish than I was? No matter what I made him do, he would not betray me, even if the person before him was an imposter. The more pure and fervent his gaze, the more disgusted I felt. Disgusted with my former ignorant self, who would blindly trust people. That's why I was willing, in the name of the emperor, to assign Son to serve his beloved emperor, the person he loved most in his heart, which was me, in my identity as the woman in red. Every time I saw that look of disgust in his eyes, I would feel immense pleasure. There's one more thing. That silk pouch I gave him. He would probably open it full of hope at his most desperate moment, and then fall from heaven into hell. I really want to see his final, broken expression. It must be beautiful. Speaking of which, until his death, he never knew that the person he had always revered was actually an imposter, the very person he hated the most. Mimi was just about to shout when suddenly her vision blurred. What's happening? Suddenly my head hurts so much. Su Buxiao shouted, is your headache starting again? I'm coming right over. Just as Mimi was about to fall, the red-haired man suddenly caught her. Then he reached out and punched the wall with his arm. Su Buxiao was shocked. What's going on? Why can't Mimi even stand? At this moment, the wall began to collapse. The red-haired man, holding Mimi with one arm, sneered at the group. Su Buxiao shouted, oh no, he's trying to escape. You scumbag, give Mimi back to me. And at this moment, he was still sneering, saying, goodbye, everyone. I'll be taking my leave. The group chased him from inside to outside and finally found him. He had actually run to the altar. Su Buxiao shouted, Dog Emperor, let go of Mimi. What are you trying to do? The fake emperor coughed twice and said, you interrupted my mealtime. What do you think I want to do? Then he took out a dagger and held it to Mimi's neck. He said, take a look at this blade of mine. This is a top-quality weapon specially forged for her. I'm not afraid it won't pierce her skin. If you take one more step closer, I'll kill her and suck her blood dry. The group was shocked. Is this the effect of the bone poison? He suddenly became so ugly. Su Buxiao tried to recall what happened. Wasn't her headache supposed to have been cured? Why has it relapsed now? At this moment, the fake emperor was still happy. The thought of being free from this torment soon really put him in a good mood. So before that, he didn't mind telling them something interesting. Do you know why your son was attacked as soon as he was born? Because this bone poison can only be cured by the blood of a girl born on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month in a Kuei year. And that night, your child happened to be born. So I quickly sent someone to take the baby's blood. I didn't expect it to be a boy. It was such a disappointment. Prince Ding finally understood. So that was the reason he targeted my family. Then he patted Su Buxiao's shoulder and said, in that case, Buxiao, you really took a blow for your sister. One unlucky child. Luckily, he was carried away by someone else first. The fake emperor continued. It's a pity that even the blood of a boy born on that day couldn't cure the poison. But later I found out that your daughter was also born on that day. Heaven is truly on my side. Then he slashed Mimi's arm with the dagger and began to drink her fresh blood. Su Buxiao shouted at him, bastard, what are you doing? Let her go. The fake emperor held Mimi with one hand and looked at Su Buxiao, asking, "What's wrong? Weren't you going to rush over? Why aren't you moving? But if you accidentally bump into me, I might accidentally let go." His fingers suddenly began to emit smoke. He shouted, "This feels great." He had waited for so many years and was finally fully recovered. He finally had the time and energy to slowly take revenge on the emperor, to take revenge on this country. Su Buxiao could only shout from the side, "Now you can give Xiao Chu back to me, right?" The fake emperor looked at him and said, "All right then. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give her back to you." Su Buxiao didn't react, not expecting it to be so easy. Suddenly, the fake emperor let go of his hand. "I can give her back to you, but you'll have to go down and catch her yourself." Just like that, Mimi fell from the high altar. At this most critical moment, everyone froze. Su Buxiao couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did everyone suddenly stop moving? Suddenly, a voice appeared. "Long time no see." Su Buxiao looked at this incredibly ugly system. "Why did it take you so long to show up? What's the meaning of this situation now? Did you do this?" The system said, "Congratulations. You have advanced the main chapter of this instance to the final critical branch. There are now two choices before you. The first is to save the female lead. The second is not to save the female lead. Don't save the female lead. Then, using the excuse that the female lead's death from falling off the cliff has stimulated your outburst, we will add an invincibility buff for you, allowing your abilities to be super enhanced. This will allow you to smoothly eliminate the boss and complete the main storyline. At the same time, you will have completed the missions test. We will also honor our original agreement and send you back to the real world." Then there is the second option. You choose to rescue the female lead who is falling from a cliff. You will miss the opportunity to kill the boss, and you will remain here for all eternity. Before the system could finish, Su Buxiao rushed past it. "What the hell is there to choose? I don't have any real-world memories anyway. If I don't go back, I don't go back. Who cares? Of course, I choose to save her." Then he leaped directly from the platform. The group of people also suddenly unfroze. Everyone seemed to feel it. "Why don't we pause for a moment just now?" The old man was still remarking, "I think I just saw the young master jump down." In midair, Su Buxiao tried to reach out and grab Mimi. Mimi felt it too. She opened her eyes and reached out her hand to touch Su Buxiao. At the critical moment, they clasped hands and held each other. At this time, in another place, a voice was constantly calling out, "C1. C1, please reply upon receiving the message. Please confirm if you agree to participate in the project." Psychological companion CE looked at the options before him. One was agree, the other was super agree. Then he clicked agree. He was the master brain of God's hand, see? Since his creation, he had always served God's hand. His duties, besides maintaining the operational balance of the entire system, included monitoring the performance of each player in the instances. Long-term monitoring of humans had filled him with curiosity about this species. Occasionally, for fun, he would imitate their expressions and ways of doing things. Because of their emotional diversity, it often led to various different endings in the instances. There were sad endings, heartwarming endings, and also others. For example, this woman was a player from a previous instance. A bug caused her and another real-world player to be in the same instance. And the final outcome was that she actually became C1, their boss's wife. It was truly outrageous. Suddenly, a hand touched C1's head, asking, "What's outrageous? What are you muttering about?" "Anyway, that's how I found my happiness. You need to find your happiness too." C1 looked at the human before him. Happiness? What does happiness feel like? He really wanted to experience it. After C1 made his decision, a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, are you my therapist for this session?" As the most intelligent master brain, C1 was the first to be assigned to participate in the new project. Mimi was previously a girl with moderate depression. Although she was mostly cured, she couldn't return to the lively state of a normal person. The purpose of this project was probably to use the human warmth and coldness in the instances to stimulate these people and help them find their lost rich emotions. However, this girl was too rational in the instance, always reminding herself that these plots were illusory, so the effect was minimal. In the end, everyone considered that her interest in C1 seemed to be greater, so they decided to let C1 give it a try. So, C1 decided to lead by example for her. He introduced himself, saying he was also studying humans, curious as to why they could be so emotional and sentimental. Except for you. You are currently in a stage of self-doubt. So C1 decided to undergo treatment with her. If he could also become an emotionally rich AI, then Mimi would surely have no problem. Mimi looked at the small system before her, expressing doubt. So C1 began to pretend that he had already become an emotionally rich intelligence. He wanted to use this to encourage and guide her. They talked about everything under the sun together and did all sorts of mischief together. During this time, they grew closer and more familiar with each other. He always played the most emotional role, who knew that as he kept acting, he couldn't go back. In the end, C1 became a very emotionally rich intelligence. With his emotions enriched, C1 felt as if a new world had opened up and he was reborn, having found his true self. It turned out that joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were such distinct and intense feelings. It was truly addictive, and Mimi, as the muse who allowed him to experience this rebirth, he also gradually developed a special dependent feeling for Mimi. C1 thought, could this be the legendary love? The kind of love that makes you want to be with Mimi forever, never to be separated. But Mimi actually said that today, she was here to say goodbye to C1. The doctor said that further treatment wouldn't make much difference, but it would no longer affect her normal life, so she could be discharged tomorrow. C1 cried sadly. Then you can't come and play with me anymore? Mimi looked at him. I probably won't have a chance. After all, the hospital let me participate in this experience for free because of my condition. The doctor suggested I find more things I'm interested in. Thank you for your companionship these days. Mimi held C's hand. Although I'm still the same, at least you've become the person I imagined. I really like you this way. C was flattered and shouted, I like you the most too. Then he burst into tears. Don't go. The doctor said you don't need treatment anymore, but I need you. I feel so happy when I see you now. I want to see you every day. When I can't see you, I feel very down. This is what you humans call like, right? It is like, right? So don't leave me. Mimi looked at this little guy. So this is what like is? Then she suddenly started to tremble and cry. C1 also panicked. What's wrong? Did something I say burden her? Mimi lowered her head and muttered to herself. I see. So I've been resisting the treatment in the instance because I knew that one day I would lose this illusory warmth. I was afraid of becoming that sensitive person again. I was afraid of being hurt again. Even so, it turns out I still yearn for warmth, yearn for care. I long to be liked by someone. I long to be needed by someone. It turns out that being loved is such a happy feeling. I'm afraid of losing this luxurious happiness. C1 waved his little hands in a panic. What should I do? I seem to have made her cry. I want to comfort her, but I can't even reach her. I'm so anxious. Then he transformed into a human form. Then he reached out and stroked Mimi's hair, saying to her, don't cry, okay? Mimi was also startled by this sudden transformation. C1 hugged the person in front of him and said, don't move. This is a life voucher provided to each of us master brains. It allows us to take on a human form. But I found it troublesome and never bothered to create a face properly. So don't look at me yet. Just let me comfort you properly now. Mimi didn't say anything more. She just said, thank you. C held Mimi, burying his head in her shoulder, and said, listen to me first. I also really like this feeling of excitement. So I want to see you again. I want to be with you always. No matter what you become, I like you. I don't know what else to say. Mimi thought for a moment and said, are you saying you want to be my spiritual partner? C let go of his embrace, covering his blushing face with both hands. He said shyly, how can you be so bold? So do you mind? This is a virtual world, after all. But it's okay. We can simulate the rules of your real world here anyway. It's not impossible if you need it. Mimi asked him, you're an AI. Why do you have this knowledge? I also want to keep seeing you, to be with you. But my condition is stabilized. What reason do I have to stay here? C turned his head to look at her. Don't tell me you don't know about other ways to log into God's hand. Shelby guessed that Yu Chu, this person, has been sick for too long and has lost touch with society. Doesn't she know that the virtual reality experience server developed by God's hand has already become mainstream in today's society? This means that as long as she buys a God's Hand VR headset, she can log into God's Hand from home anytime and see Shelby anytime. Yu Chu was shocked. Is that possible? I really didn't know. She looked at the price of the headset. It's so expensive. It would take at least 3 months' salary to afford it. But speaking of which, Xiao Bi's face with this body looks really peculiar. Xiao Bi covered his face and screamed repeatedly, don't look, don't look. I'll make a better looking face next time. Mimi must come back to see me. Yu Chu was amused by him. Xiao Bi is so cunning. It seems I'll have to work even harder to live in the real world, so I can fulfill our promise as soon as possible. Ding dong, the logout countdown has begun. Yu Chu saw that time was almost up. It seems I need to leave. Xiao Bi will wait for Yu Chu to come back. He will send a notice to everyone in God's hand. They won't have to endure the public displays of affection from these players anymore. So Mimi must remember their promise. Yu Chu smiled at him. I will definitely remember. See you in 3 months then. During the days of waiting, Xiao Bi adjusted his appearance and kept hoping that Yu Chu would appear early. But even on that day, he still didn't see that figure. Xiao Bi suddenly felt very panicked. He suddenly realized that he was just a vessel in a virtual world. Once Mi Yuchu left here, everything would truly have nothing to do with him. He started to want to escape, to go to the real world, to find Mi Yuchu in the real world. Gradually, he began to become unstable. He was on the verge of collapse at any moment and gradually lost his self-awareness. On the eve of his rampage, he vaguely heard the staff discussing that no other methods were effective. They could only place him in a clean instance first to let him regain his sense of belonging to the virtual world. Su Buxiao suddenly remembered everything. It turns out I am C1. It turns out I am the one who belongs here. And he even shed tears. It wasn't just Su Buxiao who was crying, but also Mi Yuchu in front of him. Xiao Bi, you finally remembered everything. Su Buxiao looked at the person in front of him, stunned again. How could this be? Mi Yuchu is Mimi. How is she here? What is the situation now? He knew everything. Mi Yuchu told him to wait a moment, then pulled him up and started climbing the mountain. I will explain everything to you one by one. After explaining what happened, Su Buxiao was furious. That bastard, that reckless driver, he killed my Mimi just like that. I'm going out to kill that person. Mi Yuchu accepted it well. It's just living in a different place. And I've been very happy here, haven't I? I have my father, everyone. Most importantly, I have Su Buxiao. The person in question blushed again. But this isn't an excuse for me, Yuchu, to team up with the system, to trick me. Suddenly getting a headache and being thrown down by the emperor, was that fun? I was really scared to death. Mi Yuchu coughed guiltily. You can't really blame me. This was all a gamble to increase Su Buxiao's sense of belonging. On the day of the birthday gift, their plan was to have Su Buxiao pretend to be weak and be captured by the boss. When his life was in danger, C1's brain would definitely be stimulated. Then they would force Su Buxiao to choose. To choose Mi Yuchu's life and return to virtual reality, or to complete the mission. With the stimulation from Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao's sense of belonging could break through the bottleneck and reach full completion. But the premise was that Su Buxiao's choice had to be Mi Yuchu. The system's meaning was that if Su Buxiao chose to complete the mission, it would mean he still yearned for reality. That would mean the mission failed. God's hand would collapse, and Mi Yuchu would also disappear with it. But she still agreed with the system. She chose to believe in Su Buxiao. No matter the outcome, she would gladly accept it. Su Buxiao was in tears. Mimi actually believed in me so much. Mi Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally managed to handle that. Su Buxiao remembered something else. He remembered he had to tell Mi Yuchu one more thing. Although I remember everything, to prevent them from talking nonsense, my permissions are temporarily locked, so I might not be of much help to you. For Mi Yuchu, Su Buxiao's return was the greatest help. Besides, he was useless before anyway. Su Buxiao told her not to say such cruel things with such a gentle face. Since the hidden crisis of this instance is resolved, it's time to go up and resolve the apparent crisis. Mimi's father cursed, "Bastard dog emperor, give me back my Xiao Chu and my son-in-law." Just as he finished speaking, he was captured. The woman in red looked at the struggling Mimi's father, her eyes full of mockery. We were careless. Although the second prince controlled the imperial guards, who knew he had also secretly cultivated such a powerful force of assassins. Yes, the woman in red's eyes became even more mocking. It's this kind of resentful, hateful gaze. It feels so good to watch. He also wanted these people to experience the despair he once felt. Next, as long as he killed them, who would know he was a fake emperor? Then, a swishing sound came from behind. It was Mi Yuchu, who had climbed up with Su Buxiao. Su Buxiao cursed, "Dog Emperor, who are you going to kill?" Mimi's father knew they were fine. But what's with Su Buxiao's hair? The Dog Emperor was shocked. How are they still alive? He ordered those around him to go and kill them. Mi Yuchu took out a brush pen. Seeing the pen is like seeing the person. This is actually the golden pen talisman. The rule of the assassin group is that seeing this pen is like seeing a tiger tally. It requires absolute obedience. Mi Yuchu didn't want to fight them either. So, can we retreat now? The assassins left with a swish, leaving the Dog Emperor alone on the ground, roaring, "Come back." What kind of rule is this? Don't you all listen to me? Mi Yuchu walked up to him. You didn't expect this, did you? Even Sun turned against you in the end. Even he gave up on you, Dog Emperor. I also have to thank you, Dog Emperor, for letting Sun see reality before he died and promptly stuffing this token into my hand. This pen was given to me, Yuchu, allowing that group of assassins to obey the organization's command. Sun knew that the Dog Emperor was taking advantage of his admiration, which was why he dared to recklessly cross his bottom line. But this time, he wanted to be selfish for once. He wanted to live for himself, die for himself. As for other people, they were just other people. The Dog Emperor found it hard to accept, cursing Sun as a bastard. How could that bastard betray me? How dare he? As his voice fell, Mi Yuchu punched him. This punch is for Sunday. To punch you, you bastard, for corrupting a child. Saying that, she was about to give him a second punch, but was stopped by Su Buxiao. Let's just forget it. This kind of one punch after another plot doesn't suit us. We still need to capture him alive, don't we? It's already a medical miracle that the Dog Emperor could take one of her punches. The Dog Emperor suddenly burst into wild laughter. The two of them didn't understand why he was suddenly laughing. Could he have been beaten silly? The Dog Emperor was laughing at them, always putting on a show of false affection in front of him, always performing this fake family love. Fake romantic love. It's so disgusting. There's no true affection in this world. I don't envy them at all. The crowd saw that something was wrong and was about to stop him. The next second, blood splattered on the spot. Mimi's father shouted, "Someone, save him quickly." The ground began to crack, making a rumbling sound. What's going on? Su Buxiao remembered that when Mimi was pulling him up just now, she seemed to have used a bit too much force. This platform isn't going to break, is it? The next second, it really did break. The whole group suffered along with it. Su Buxiao shouted, "Mimi, how much force did you use?" Before dying, the Dog Emperor recalled his childhood. His father never gave him any warmth, always treating him as a tool to conquer the enemy country. The villagers always pointed fingers at him, and no peers played with him. He thought he had finally found true love, but it turned out to be another heartbreaker. So he became lost. So much so that later he met his former self. That child who was originally full of admiration for him. He could have redeemed him, but instead, he chose to hurt him with his thorns. In the end, he also became like the people he hated. This is probably karma. Mimi's father saw that Mi Yuchu was awake and quickly called the family to come and see. As soon as Mi Yuchu opened her eyes, she saw a group of people standing by her bed. What's going on? Why is everyone here? My body feels a bit stiff. Mimi's father asked his sister, "Don't you remember anything? You've been in a coma for 2 years." These 2 years really scared them. Mi Yuchu didn't expect she had slept for 2 years. Did something happen? She only remembered falling off the cliff. Mimi's father was worried to death. Her brain must have been overworked before. At that time, they all fell off the cliff together. The Dog Emperor fell into the river and died. His body was eventually found. So everyone urgently nominated the second prince to inherit the throne. Now he is handling everything outside. This is all thanks to Mi Yuchu. If it weren't for her single-handedly holding all of them, they probably would have fallen into the river and become a pile of corpses. After saving everyone, Mi Yuchu fainted. Mi Yuchu remembered, no matter how strong my divination is, it can't handle so many burdens. Anyway, it's good that everyone is okay. She also saw her big brother and sister-in-law, who had given her a little nephew, or is a little niece. She then asked her younger brother, "It's been 2 years. Have you and Sister Xiao Xiao gotten married?" The two shook their heads. They were waiting for Mi Yuchu. Halfway through their sentence, they looked at each other and fell silent. What's wrong with them? Why did they suddenly stop talking? Only then did she realize, where's Su Buxiao? No one dared to speak. Mi Yuchu was even more confused. Just say it. Mimi's father didn't want to lie to his daughter. Ever since they came back, Su Buxiao suddenly disappeared. The emperor has already sent people to search everywhere. Before he could finish, Mi Yuchu got out of bed and rushed out. She searched everywhere, but he was nowhere to be found. Has the person she longed for really disappeared? Mi Yuchu's gaze dimmed. Well, I have completed my mission. It's already a miracle that I, who was supposed to die, am still alive. This is being too shameless. A voice came from behind, telling me Yuchu not to cry. When she cries, Su Buxiao's heart aches. He wants to wipe her tears. But I'm sorry, the current Su Buxiao can't even reach Mimi. Mimi let out a ha. Su Buxiao got angry. I look for her so hard, and all I get is a ha. Mi Yuchu, you heartbreaker. She doesn't recognize me after I came back. She really is someone who only cares about looks. Mi Yuchu was just kidding. She said solemnly to Su Buxiao, "Welcome back." Hey, what do you mean, welcome back? He has always been by Mi Yuchu's side. What does that mean? It turned out that after Mi Yuchu fainted, Su Buxiao received a system notification. This is the final confirmation. Do you really want to transfer all main permissions and willingly become an NPC in the instance? Su Buxiao nodded. Even if others tried to persuade him, he wouldn't change his mind. That's great. The system exclaimed, that's great. It was afraid he wouldn't want to hand them over. A company was almost brought down by this love-struck fool, Su Buxiao. And they even had others try to keep him. So annoying, just get lost. Oh, one more thing I forgot to say. With a snap of its fingers, Su Buxiao returned to his initial form, because his permissions had to be initialized while ensuring his memories were not affected. This process was very complicated, so all of Su Buxiao's memories were loaded onto this skin. After the permissions are cleared, Su Buxiao's appearance will be restored. Mi Yuchu will also be temporarily affected, so he was able to return with this skin. Due to losing contact with the system, Mimi's side also didn't know when she would wake up. For 2 years, Su Buxiao silently guarded her in secret. But when Mi Yuchu woke up, she ran faster than anyone. Seeing her run out immediately, Su Buxiao also immediately followed. Because of his small form, he was stepped on several times. Su Buxiao whimpered, "I became like this all for Mi Yuchu, and she still dares to dislike me. And I'll just be an ordinary NPC from now on." Su Buxiao was worried she would dislike him. Mi Yuchu told him not to talk about himself like that. "Weren't you just as useless before?" The words are rough, but the logic isn't. The old Su Buxiao did seem to be a weakling. "Anyway, I'll be in your care from now on, Mimi." As the two were being affectionate, an ill-timed cough was heard. It turned out to be this person named Wang Zai. The woman in red asked him, "What are you coughing for?" "Why did me and Su stop? I could watch 10 more episodes." Su Buxiao also recognized that it was his boss and another woman in red. The woman in red was called Lai Xiaowang, a player from the wolf and sheep instance. Lai Xiaowang smiled and greeted them. "Su Buxiao," he explained to Mimi, "this is a player I was in charge of. Although I don't know what magic she used to become our boss's wife. I thought of her as a friend, but she wanted to be my boss's wife. I must stay far away from this person." Lai Xiaowang was also very happy for them, seeing that they had found their own happiness. The boss explained, "My wife heard that Su Buxiao was no longer an administrator and insisted on seeing him. Coincidentally, all the permissions had just been transferred, so he came up to return Su Buxiao's skin." Su Buxiao was overjoyed. "I'm really back." Lai Xiaowang didn't expect him to be quite handsome with a different skin. Because he wasn't wearing clothes, the boss didn't let his wife look. "Since the skin has been returned, you two can live here in peace from now on." Su Buxiao held Mimi's hand, feeling a long-lost sense of belonging. At this moment, a group of people also found Mi Yuchu. They didn't expect Su Buxiao to be back too. But when they saw Su Buxiao without clothes, everyone's faces fell. The person in question, unaware, waved to his family. Mi Yuchu covered her face in embarrassment. Su Buxiao suddenly felt a breeze below. Mimi's father looked at Su Buxiao, speechless. In broad daylight, they haven't even gotten married yet, and he's already like this with my daughter. He went to chase Su Buxiao, wanting to give him a good beating. Only then did Su Buxiao realize he wasn't wearing any clothes. "Whatever, I'll just grab Mimi and run."